hello everybody and welcome along to the final round of the FIA WEC. We're in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Bahrain literally meaning two seas and referring to the two freshwater outlets that come up around under the surface of the seawater around these parts. It's an archipelago of islands, about 1.2 million people living here, half of which are expats and half of which are native to the kingdom. And since oil was discovered here in the 1930s, that has driven the architecture and indeed the economy here since that time. We're here for the World Endurance Championship, and the teams have been sampling the local culture and the sights, sounds and indeed tastes that this part of the Middle East have. Here's Alex Brundle.
Before the race, you know, it should be a big fight on the track, but the atmosphere should remain nice outside of the track.
It's the same level of cleverness, so we enjoy ourselves and nice atmosphere.
Weather is nice here, a bit better than in Europe as well, so we get to enjoy ourselves for a day before competition starts.
We really thank you for this World Cup. We will be very happy to race this weekend for the final and to be here again next year on 15th of November 2014 for the final of the next season.
It's a very important championship for us, and for us we like to treat our guests from the moment they land at the airport till the moment they leave. In some of the races we go to, you see that the drivers don't get a chance to sit around and relax and meet with other teams and mechanics and all of that. So I think it's important. We hope everyone enjoys themselves in tonight's barbecue and hopefully a great weekend.
That's the Chief Executive of Bahrain International Circuit there, Sheikh Salman bin Isa Al Khalifa. Before that, Gerard Neveu from the WEC and a variety of drivers. So we started off at Silverstone on April the 14th, seems like only a few moments ago. Heading through the European rounds with the 24 Hours of Le Mans, very much the centrepiece of the championship, and then the flyaway races, South and North America, before we went to the Far East, and then finishing up here in the jewel of the Arabian Sea. Circuit's only been here since 2004. That was my first visit here for a GT festival. We're using the circuit configuration that has 15 corners and is just over 3 miles around, 5.4 kilometres. The cars are already on the grid. Let's rejoin Graham Goodwin over there in the media centre from dailysportscar.com. So for our listeners on radiolemans.com, we've already gone through some of the talking points. Lola's last race, and also probably the last race for Greaves, Pecom and Oak. We've got the guys from Porsche making a U-turn on their supply of cars. And here's Louise Beckett down on the grid.
Hello and welcome to the final race of the season. And look at this, Toyota have locked out the front row of the grid. Now the race starts at 3 o'clock local time, so that means the drivers are going to have to deal with going from day to night time. And with Alex, who's also going to tell us about all the other factors you need to consider going into this race.
Well, lots of factors. Obviously, turn one at the start, and then piling into the rhythm. We have the tires, which are very important, and there's a massive difference from daylight. We expect very different balance to the night, and especially in the end of the night.
And you and I were talking before, we've seen a lot of fog as we get later into the evening. Means condensation on those lines. Yeah,
exactly. That's what I meant with in the end of the race. It's very high humidity, and then the AstroTurf, which is just next to the curbs themselves get a bit humid, and also offline, you know, the humidity sits down. So it is 3 different carb balances required through the race. So whoever has the best compromise and obviously the best right foot will win.
Well, we'll wait and see.
Thank you, Louise. Louise Beckett down there on the grid. KCMG, Alpine Stracker, all coming to P2. G-Drive may be switching allegiances to AF Corsa with possibly even a couple of cars. It'll depend on Roman Rusinov and his gold standing. And in GT Am, goodbye to 8 Star, but 2 AF Corsa AM cars, and maybe still a Pro car from AF Corsa as well. And the 76 IMSA Performance Matte Porsche, the only GT AM car, as far as we know, that is starting this race on the hard tyres, because that's how it's qualified. Graham, that was a quick look at what has happened in qualifying. Of course, we had a tremendous battle in the GT categories, and the 95 Aston Martin doing the business in GTE arm. It looked for a while as though Aston Martin might lock it out, but the big story of the weekend, a front row lockout in GTE Pro by the brand new 911 RSR. The Manthey Porsche AG team have done a cracking job, and it hasn't been an easy berth for those guys. It didn't go well in the early part of the week.
It most certainly didn't, John, and it's a first pole position for the year for Porsche. That's not something we can often say.
In the P2 category, it was the Pecom boys signing off in style, and the 49 car on pole position. And as we heard from Louise, the Toyotas first and second, locking out the front row with the number 7 Toyota Racing being started by Nicolas Lapierre, by the way, taking the pole position. And I had a quick chat with the team this morning, and really feeling that they have to turn this one into a victory. They've had a victory, of course, at Fuji, but that was in a race that wasn't a race. What we're now looking for is an earned victory here this weekend. Alex Vert's doing a cracking job and backed up ably by his team. So, Graham, a lot of stuff coming through, of course, a lot of news coming through from the organisers, principally about next year, and that qualifying procedure. It is going to be kept for next year.
It's going to be kept for next year. They're going to try and communicate it better, and I think that's good news for people who actually either tune in for radio, for TV, or indeed online, because one of the other things that they're working on is what they called, and I'm sure the responsible adult can help me with more of the terminology here, is basically it's a second screen app. What does that mean? They're looking to give you, the public, more access to more enhanced timing services, which will help with that qualifying format, with in-car shots as well, and driver tracking amongst the wish list, I believe. So really working hard on making, let's face it, what is not the easiest and most accessible form of motorsport in terms of understanding what's going on at a given time, more accessible, more understandable, yet more ways to follow.
And I should, by the way, have mentioned that the Pecom car is the only car on Michelin's in P2. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yes,
for this year. I've got a funny feeling we may see
that change.
We may see KCMG on it next year.
Fine. Also coming through from next year, not perhaps affecting the whole of the series, but there was a big debate after Le Mans. Eduardo Freitas asked around. Bizarrely, I was one of the people that he sat down with at Sao Paulo. We've debated it long and hard on Radio Le Mans throughout the Le Mans 24 week and since then about safety car procedures at the world's greatest motor race, and what I like to call a zonal Code 60 hybrid system has been adopted for, or been proposed at least, for Le Mans safety cars for next year.
Yeah, I had a quick chat with Pierre Fillon, the president of the ACO, after the briefing we had with both Pierre and Gerard Neveu, and I asked him about the current state of the investigation, the safety investigation, after what was clearly a very troubled Le Mans 24 Hours this year, not only because, but clearly mainly because of the tragic accident befell Alan Simonson, but also because of the very high number of lengthy safety cars we had. I think we're going to go to Louise, aren't we, John?
You may be right. Thank you very much indeed. Good spot.
Join me at the GT section of the grid, and as always, this is a fiercely competitive category. There's only 14.5 points dividing first and third. We've got Porsche, who got their first pole of the season, very strong here with their new Evo spec. Ferrari have made a very controversial decision to swap their driver lineups around in the 51 and 71 car. They say to better their chances. And Aston Martin could only make third here in qualifying yesterday, so this really is one to watch.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a moment. Let's just go back to that the safety situation at Le Mans and the new safety regulations for neutralising portions of the track, which is certainly something that Paul Truswell, I know, was a big advocate of. It's drawing on a number of different references.
Well, the great thing about it is that we don't appear to be suffering any element of "not invented here" syndrome.
Good point.
Because when it was we spoke about it yesterday, it sounded to me like a hybrid between the kind of system that is operated very effectively at the Nürburgring 24 Hours, another very challenging track, and Code 60, which we know has got its advocates, we know has got its critics. But the key thing there, as we've been told long and often by the teams involved, is that you need to make sure that the GPS system that you operate these things with and the signalling systems are highly accurate. That has been a problem at the Dubai 24 Hours before now. It's caused some incidents, notably to Ram Racing, as I recall, last year. But the key point that was being made by Pierre Fillon is that that's what they're working on. They would not be doing this unless they can be absolutely assured that the technical systems, in effect an in-car marshalling system, was in place and 100% reliable. But it would be based on a zonal GPS-based system. So in effect, what you do, instead of bringing the entire track under caution, therefore having to deploy the 1, 2, 3 safety cars, that you could actually be able to bring a section, a zone of the track under caution. No further detail on that. We also know, of course, there are going to be some changes, we believe, certainly at Tête Rouge, obviously the site of Alan's accident, and also at Corvette Corner. But beyond that, there was no further detail to be given. So let the supposition begin. My view, for what it's worth, John, is I think that's a massive step forward.
Me too.
In terms of making that race run both safely and in a way in which it makes sense both to those who are competing and more particularly in our interest to those who are actually watching and observing.
And I agree with you entirely. That's the fact that they are prepared to take on a system like a Code 60 style of system that Creventic have pioneered in their events, and a zonal system as we've seen at the Nürburgring 24 for many years now. I think you're right. I think it's good that they've been outward looking and been prepared to combine the best parts. We always said, didn't we, that Code 60 was kind of like there, but we didn't really think it was the finished article. Combining these two things, I think might just finish that off very nicely. We're getting right into silly season, and clearly, Graham, there will be more stories developing as this 6-hour race develops as well. All free to view on dailysportscar.com.
Absolutely, with our friends at Nissan, for which we thank them constantly for these things. It's been a great year with the WEC with that backing. A couple of quick things to watch though here, John. Number one is keep an eye on that number 2 car. Those drivers have got to complete their minimum hours to all be ranked as a world champion.
45
we very
minutes.
much hope they are. And the second thing to watch for is this is the first time since 1959 that Aston Martin have been in contention for a world championship, and we wish them well after what's been a very difficult year too.
Yes, absolutely. I think there is an awful lot of positive thought being beamed towards the Etruscan orange and sky blue cars sitting on the grid at the moment. Graham, for the moment at least, thanks very much indeed for joining us from the pit complex here at Bahrain. Thank you, mate. Graham Goodwin, the dailysportscar.com editor. 45 minutes, by the way, is the amount of time that Tom Christensen, Loic Duval and Alan McNish have to complete in order to be able to score points and therefore share that championship as it should be. It is St Andrew's Day today, so good luck to Alan on the Nation's Day, and very good news that his dad Bert is up and around and was asking for his iPod yesterday. So if you're watching and listening on Motors TV, Bert, or you're just watching and listening on FIAWEC.com on your iPad, you've got a lot of good wishes going with you, sir, and we'll hope to see you at Silverstone next year. Continue the good work with your recovery up there in the Dumfries area. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com, powered by Nissan, and Paul Truswell will be joining us in just a few moments' time. And in fact, we can go over to our Woking data centre now and say what is good afternoon for Paul Truswell, middle of the afternoon here, 3 hours behind in the UK, and a race that has a very different look to it and feel to it, Paul, in terms of its starting and finishing times from last year, and that may well affect the tactics and indeed the pace of the cars towards the end of the race, more than half of which will be run in darkness.
Exactly. You've got about an hour and a half, I reckon, before it starts to go dark. And so what's going to be significant, John, is the way in which the temperature drops, I think. I mean, we've got, I can't call it telemetry, but I've got a little box on my screen here that tells me the current air temperature with you is 26.3 degrees. But I suspect that it will drop as darkness falls, and then it becomes a proper night race. And that'll affect things, not only in terms of the way the cars go, but particularly whether or not people are able to double stint the tyres. And that's going to be crucial, because it's going to be a very tight race. I mean, as far as P1 is concerned, the overall championship has pretty much been sorted, provided all the Audi drivers actually get out and drive. But it's really a question. So it's it's almost a standalone race, a bit like Le Mans is a standalone race. It's almost a standalone race. This is really just for the honour of it. They can throw caution to the winds pretty much.
What do we think in terms of pit stop strategy? Clearly in the early part of the week, Toyota have had the edge on pace once again. Not the first time we've said that. There's some slow areas here where Audi can't deploy their hybrid power because they're going through the corners at less than 120k. That's not an issue for the Toyotas rather, who can deploy from zero because they are two-wheel drive and the Audis go on the front, making it an all-wheel drive car. The Toyota's also been a little bit lighter on their tyre wear as well, Paul, and that may have an even bigger impact as we go into the darkness hours.
Exactly. So I think it's going to come down to either the ability to double stint the tyres or just a pure dogfight on the track. Because what I'm expecting at least is 24 lap stints from Audi, 26 lap stints from Toyota. I think their average lap times are going to be pretty much the same. Toyota clearly does have a little bit of pace, or a little bit more pace than Audi, and they can go a little bit longer on their tank full, so they've got everything in their favour, and so Audi is going to have to be very clever if unless a safety car comes out. Audi is looking, by my reckoning, on having to do 8 pit stops, whereas Toyota can get through on 7 pit stops. But that extra pit stop for Audi might actually turn to their advantage. As we saw in Shanghai, they used that middle stint and were able to get a little bit of extra pace out of the car by running it on a double stint when they had a misfortune of having a puncture, and that put them in a position where they could take advantage when Toyota had their own puncture later on in the race. So it's a matter of taking advantage where you can. The cards, to my mind, certainly stacked in Toyota's favour, but as I say, with either careful use of a tyre strategy, or if a safety car would come out, how you deal with that. It's certainly going to be close, but it's Toyota's race. It's their race to lose, as it were. And Audi's going to have to do something clever, or be a little bit lucky, if they're going to be able to pull this one out of the bag. But how many times have we said that before? I mean, Audi are past masters of pulling them out of the bag, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Michelin track temperature 31.7 degrees, by far by almost 2 degrees Celsius, the hottest we've seen on the track at any time during the week. Air temperature 26.3 degrees, and the humidity down to 57. We have had it as high as 98 degrees, as Nick Damon will testify to. That probably means with the humidity low, the temperature, certainly the air temperature, will drop quicker. Nick Damon is down in the powered by Nissan pit lane, and it won't be long, Nick, before the pit lane is actually in full shade. The front straight is already.
Yeah, very different conditions to what we've seen at any time during the weekend so far. I mean, it is, as you say, noticeably warmer. It is, although it's warmer, it's much more pleasant with the humidity down about 30%, or even about 35%. That should have a number of advantages. Certainly, the conversation we heard Louise and Alex had about the potential for the track getting slimy, that should be reduced. We were having puddles, of course, in the pit lane during night practice on. It's an interesting situation. So I think by losing the humidity, it might take one of the variables out. But as I think you pointed out, there's a strange convection, something here, and it could all happen. It could all turn up anyway.
Well, yes, absolutely. The weather here, whilst it's unusual to get rain, they had massive rain showers over the last week or so, making the.
Ben, just for your information, I need you to tell me what the balance of the car is like throughout your run, especially if you have problems. because we need to use different balances to help you with what's going on, okay? So you need to ask us first before we can tell you which balance to go to.
Oh, that's very interesting. Lena Gay talking to Ben Trellier there. I've no idea how they affect the balance of the car other than making tyre pressure changes. You're not allowed to have that much inside the car that you can do that with. But yeah, big floods here a couple of weeks ago, bizarrely, and flood defences having to be talked about in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Paul?
Yeah, I was just thinking that's probably a coded message as to whether Andre Lotterer should carry his handkerchief in the right-hand pocket or the left-hand pocket.
Indeed.
Because that is the German efficiency.
Yeah.
Which side? Because the balance is very important, whether the handkerchief's on the right or the left.
Peter Ustinov, Grand Prix of Gibraltar. The source material for those of you who haven't. Why haven't you? Go and look it up immediately. Welcome along to everybody who has joined us, whether on radiolemans.com in audio, and we've been here for the full season, every single session, or you're joining us on one of our syndicated television partners around the world, or on FIAWEC.com, of course, with live global pictures, no interruptions, start to finish. No ads, no features, just racing for the next 6 hours, really. A little bit more than that, 6 hours and 9 minutes. GT, Paul, all to play for. Cars will be rolling off in a second. The point yesterday for pole position went to Porsche, and went to the right Porsche as well. That is the better place in the Drivers' Championship. But really, I mean, I'm not even sure how it plays. Porsche having trouble with the old car with tyre degradation. The new car, there was a big drop off after the first 2 laps in qualifying, but then again you're pushing much harder in qualifying. Had a chat with both Richard Leitz and Jörg Bergmeister in the Porsche lounge earlier on. We were doing a sponsor event there, and both of them saying that you can feel the tyre drop off quite early, and it'll be something like 2 seconds from the start to the end of the lap. Aston suffer from tyre degradation again, big powerful rear wheel drives. The Ferraris perhaps a little bit better, they're a little mid-engined car. And again, it may well come down to fuel efficiency, Paul.
Yeah, it's going to be a combination of things, isn't it? It's going to be making the tyres last for the full stint, and then going for a little bit longer on your fuel if you can. And of course, that's another area that Porsche, with this revamped car, don't really know quite where they are. Well, they probably do by now, but they won't have as much experience of the new car, certainly as Aston Martin and Ferrari have of theirs. And so fuel consumption, I mean, they'll be unlikely to run out of fuel, but I think they're going to have to be careful. I suspect the Ferrari and the Aston are going to be up there round about, I've forgotten how many laps I said they were going to be doing. Just switch to that one. They'll be going to be round about 45 laps, I think it is. Right. I'll check that one for you and come back. But it's going to be close. I mean, I think you only have to look at the qualifying times in GT, and even on the 4-lap average, they're covered by a blanket, aren't they? 0.6 of a second is all that separates the 4 top GT qualifiers, which covers the 2 Porsches, the Aston Martin of Darren Turner and Stefan Mucker, and the A, of course, the Ferrari with Jimmy Brumi, Tony Villandra driving it.
Nick Damon in the Powered by Nissan pit lane as we wrap up our Nissan countdown to green. Audi or Toyota at the front?
Well, Toyota at the front at the moment, and I think they're probably going to stay that way.
Okay. And in P2?
I predict, because I want them to win, Alex, Olivier and David Hannemeyer Hansen.
Should mention that the only other time that Pecom's got pole this year was at Spa, and they won Spa. GT, can Porsche hang on to that front row and take a victory on only their first pole position of the season, Nick?
I think that's all up. That really is up for grabs. I think that extra point for qualifying may come into play. They need to be a couple of places ahead of the Aston of Mucker and Turner, which looks slightly out of sorts, but I think the Porsche worry, as you discussed already, is going to be tyre deg. Jörg Bergmeister said they were trying to do 29 laps a stint, didn't they? He slipped that one out during your interview earlier in the Porsche Centre, which would mean they're going to try and run exactly hours, so they are aiming for a 4-stop strategy, which has been difficult at many places.
Okay, Nick, and GT armour just as open. Can Aston Martin take that championship, do you think?
Oh, I hope so.
Right, okay. It's Nick Damon down in the powered by Nissan pit lane. Paul Trustwell is in the walking data centre. We'll be back with him in a moment. I'm John Hindorf, and this is RadioLeMans.com as we wind up our Nissan countdown to green and get ready to go racing for the final time in the FIA World Endurance Championship, with 7 titles still to be decided in the next 360 minutes.
1 minute to start the formation lap. Gentlemen, start your engines. We are less than 1 minute to start the formation lap for the 6 Hours of Bahrain.
Eduardo Freitas, one of 2 sports car personalities in the FIA's Personality of the Year award voting, which is on the Facebook page now. Tom Christensen is the other. If you are a sports car fan, I suggest you support their candidacies in that poll. And, well, if we don't take ourselves seriously, how will any other part of the sport?
Clear the grid immediately. We are under 30 seconds to the start of the formation lap.
Some recalcitrant Porsche mechanics and technicians there at the back of the grid, risking the ire of Eduardo Freitas. Don't forget the Man of the Year voting as well at RadioLeMans.com, including the I Respect Listener and Viewers Choice Award for the person you think has put the most respect into the sport or shown most respect within the sport this year. RadioLeMans.com, voting on the front page. The safety car is rolling, and your starting drivers from the back of the grid on 14, row 14, Labra competition, Fernando Reis. That car did not do the requisite number of laps in qualifying. He will start the Corvette. Krone Racing's 57 will be started by Nicholas Johnson. Proton competition in grid 13, row 13 on the grid, Paolo Roberti in the 88 Porsche, the 76 IMSA Performance Map. We think on the hard tyres for Jean-Carl Vernet starting that car. Row 12, Emmanuel Collard, Manu Collard paired up with Matt Griffin this weekend in the AF Corsa 61 Ferrari. And the first of the Aston Martins we come to from the back of the grid is the 96 of Jamie Campbell-Walter. On grid row 11, 8-Star Motorsports has Rui Aguas to start the 81 Ferrari. The 95 Aston Martin has Nicky Team, championship leading 95 car at the moment, of course. Kamui Kobayashi for AF Corsa is on the outside of row number 10, the 71 Ferrari. The 99 Aston Martin Racing Vantage has Bruno Senna at the wheel. On grid row number 9, Gian Maria Bruni for AF Corsa, the 51 car. Remember, the AF guys have switched their cars to put the 2 potential championship drivers' championship winners in different cars and spread their bets, if you like. 51 then started by Jimmy Bruni. Alongside him on the inside of row 9, the 97 Aston Martin of Stefan Mucker leading the championship. Patrick Pilet with Porsche, Ege Team Manthey. The outside pole for GTE Pro, Richard Leitz will start the 92 car on pole for that category. Into P2, Kiko Ihara will start the 45 Oak Racing car on the outside of row 7. The first of the Lotus, the 32, Dominic Kreiheimer, is on the inside. On row number 6, Vidantonio Liuzzi starts the 31 Lotus. Alongside him, the 35 Oak Racing of Bertrand Baguette. Delta ADR number 25 has Robbie Kerr on the outside of row number 5, starting that car. He has got Greaves Motorsport 41 for Bjorn Verdheim for company. And don't forget, the latest graduate of Nissan's GT Academy is in that car. Another one of the gamers to come through to World Championship Motor Racing. Olivier Plat in the 24 Oak Racing car on the outside of row number 4 has G-Drive Racing's 26 and John Martin alongside him. Row number 3, Nick Manassian for PCOM Racing. The 49 car is Paul for the P2 cars. He's on the outside of row 3. He's got the 5th position P1 car, the number 12 Rebellion Racing car, the last time for that Lola Coupe in World Championship Racing. And the front 2 rows exclusively works hybrids. The number 2 Audi of Tom Christensen in the outside of row 2 with Ben Treluet in the number 1 car. And Toyota Racing have locked out the front row with Sebastian Buemi in the 8 car and Nico Lapierre in the 7. The Audi safety car pulls off into the pit lane. I'm looking to my left as the cars come to my right. The red lights are on. It's a very long hold. We're waiting, still red. And the field is back backing up behind the leaders here. It's a fantastic looking start as we release the power and that deliver the hybrid energy, and the two Toyotas head off to the first corner at the start of the final race of the World Championship in 2013. And Nico Lapierre from pole position takes the lead and streaks away immediately, but there's trouble in the middle of the pack, and one of the York racing cars are involved there. The Greaves Motorsport car's off, the 26 is off wide as well, and that's exactly what we didn't want to see, as the Tudor countdown clock is only 30 seconds into the race. The pit exit has been closed at the start. There's a big slide there from the Art Oak car in the middle of the pack through the S's for the first time, and there's GT cars in amongst the P2s, and that's the issue. They've got more mechanical grip, and there's all kinds of trouble going on with an Aston Martin battling for the lead for the second place. For third place, in fact, one of the Porsches has had a nightmare start, dropped down to fourth, maybe even fifth position, and here comes the IMSA Performance Matmut car through the field as well. Very messy in the midfield, great at the front, and still three wide with GT cars battling for it down the inside. The second of the Porsches retakes what I think is third position. There's a Ferrari up in second. The AF Corsa car flashing its lights because the P cars are in the way. Amazing to see that. Porsche first and third, Ferrari second, Aston in third position. Fourth position, excuse me. And that's Patrick Pilet from Jimmy Bruni. Ricard Leitz and Stefan Mucker were getting it on, with Bruno Senna in the Aston in there as well. Not a great start, I'm afraid, from Ricard Leitz, and that is the car with Drivers' Championship pretensions. End of the first lap. Lapierre leads it by 1.12 seconds from Seb Buemi in second. He's got a second and a half on Tom Christensen, champion-elect, and Ben Treluer, outgoing champion, in fourth position. Untidy at the start and not what we wanted in the middle of the field. Paul Truswell.
Yeah, it wasn't what you wanted in the middle of the field, was it? And it happened, I suspect. I mean, it was driving down the start and bunched them up. A long start and finish straight with the start line quite a long way down that start finish straight. So it was anything they could do was really to hold them. And the GT cars did get a little bit mixed up with some of the P2s. It's always the trouble with a 6-hour race, isn't it? That you get all excited on the first lap, and then things can happen which affect your race for the whole of the coming 6 hours. But I have to say, up at the front, the way that Lapierre and Buemi have got their hammer down fairly quickly, already building up a gap of 3 seconds on that first lap back to the two Audis. The Audis certainly not holding being in the slipstream of the two Toyotas, although it's early days yet. And what often happens as well is that we seem to see the Audis getting quicker as the race goes on. We'll see whether or not that plays itself out again in this race, but they're coming now down the back straight towards the final two turns, the sort of combined two turns that make up turns 14 and 15, putting them back onto the start-finish straight, with Nicolas Lapierre then holding onto this gap of a second and a half over Sebastian Buemi in second place, and then Tom Christensen in third place. Vitantonio Liuzzi off in the gravel at turn 2 from that first lap, Schmozzle, and so Liuzzi, we're told, is going to be snatched out of the gravel, and it will be all handled with local yellows at turn 2, through which they are now going, John.
Yeah, exactly right, Paul. Well spotted. Here is the battle at the head of the GTE Pro category, heading down towards the braking area at the final corner, 14 and 15, onto the start-finish straight, and it is the Porsche of Patrick Pilet, a much slipperier-looking Porsche now, and certainly less downforce for the Evo car, which allows it maybe not to be quite as quick through the centre of the corner, but Ricard Leitz explaining it perfectly to Nick and myself earlier on, saying we can't get by people in the corners, so when we're racing, that extra drag and that extra downforce, and there is Liuzzi's car in the foreground of the picture, still off to driver's right, and I fear that those guys are going through there rather too quickly when ferociously waved yellows are being shown. Yeah, the Porsche deciding on the Evo of this car to give up some of the downforce and therefore the drag to give them more speed down the straight, and graphically represented as they came through there at the end of their first lap that the Porsche, though a little bit slow through turn number 15, the Ferrari could not close it down. And it looks as though Ricard Leitz has established himself back into third position with Mucker in fourth. So it's 91, 51, 92 and 97. Pilet, Bruni, Leitz and Mucker at the head of the GT field. Battles going on behind them with Mucker, and that'll be Bruno Senna in behind with Mucker and, well, now I'm confused. That must be Kobayashi who's come through the field. He's a little bit further back. There's a number of Ferrari and Aston battles. Looking back from the 96 car to Manu Collard having a look down the inside on Jamie Campbell-Walter at turn 11 going up the hill, and he gets that done, and Rui Aguas in close attendance too. It looks like our timing and scoring's not keeping up with what's going on the track at the moment. So if you're trying to follow along online, apologies. There is the 88 car that heads down the hill as well. This is towards the back of the GTE AM field, but all very important positions. So that is Jean-Carl Vernier leading the AM category, having got past the Aston of Nicky Team, and he's got past Kamui Kobayashi as well. That's what was rather confusing me earlier on, as the 71 Pro car has gone backwards a wee bit. Nicky Team in second, then in the 95 Aston in the AM category, Rui Aguas in third, then Collard, then Roberti sitting in there as well in the 88 car. That's the blue Porsche, the Felbermayr Proton car at the front of the field. Lapierre goes under my feet now. 2.1 seconds already over his teammate Buemi, who has 2 seconds exactly over Christensen. Tom Christensen in the number 2 Audi put in the fastest first sector of the race last time around, and that is because the leaders are already starting to... maybe not. I was wondering if they're just catching the back of the traffic, but not quite. Christensen closed down a little bit. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I think it's perhaps a feature of the fact that we've only just released the yellow flag from that first sector, because that was where the yellow flag was being shown for Liuzzi's car being towed out of the gravel. And I suspect that the Toyotas haven't been pushing as hard through the first sector, and then perhaps Christensen just arrived on the scene as the yellow flag was removed. That's my suggestion anyway, because you don't really want to have fastest laps being set when yellow flag, even zone times, sector times, when yellow flags are being shown. But I suspect that's why Christensen managed to be quickest in that sector. But it's certainly the way that Lapierre is being able to pull away from Buemi even more quickly than Buemi is gaining on Christensen. The gap between Lapierre and Buemi is bigger than that between Buemi and Christensen in second and third places.
Side-by-side action between the P2 of Olivier Plat and Nick Malassian. The two Frenchmen at opposite ends of their careers, one would suggest. Manassian in the white and red car, sitting down in fifth position. For the moment, he's got through into fourth position as he comes out of turn number 8 and dives down into the very tricky 9 and 10 complex. Have to give up a little bit on the entry to 9. The bollard on 10 is just about hanging on. I would suggest there's an issue with Bertrand Baguette. He got shuffled back through to 12th position. Kiko Ehara's just gone by that car, and that wouldn't be the normal order of things as Christensen turns a 1:44.6. That car's best lap and pulls 0.2 or so. And the spin from Liuzzi. Oh, when Liuzzi spun, that was the cause of the... No, that's the 32 car. That's the 32. That's a second Lotus spin. And he clipped the second of the Porsches. And that is the championship contender. And it's a right rear problem for the 92 car of Ricard Leitz. He's already dropping down. It's the left rear, my apologies. But he's got problems. The car's not tracking straight as he's on the school straight. And he's got half a lap to get round. This is disaster for Porsche. Locked out the front row. Pole position for the first time this season for this car, the 92. And Ricard Leitz is having trouble keeping that car going in a straight line as the leader goes by him. I've got a feeling he's broken a tie rod at the back. There's something hanging down behind the wheel, and it is the left rear of that car, and the tyre is rubbing on the bodywork. It's gone. The tyre's gone, I think. And that was solid contact between the spinning 32 Lotus, which was started by Dominic Kreiheimer, and he stopped on the support pit straight just after the exit of turn 10 on driver's right. And Kreiheimer again comes into contact with one of the major players in another class. It was the Toyota, of course, at Sao Paulo. It's Richard Leitz, outside contender at least for the Drivers' Championship in GTE Pro. And a rueful shake of the head from Richard Leitz. And Kreiheimer will not get that car back. There's a bit of steam or smoke coming for it. So drama for Porsche early on. And the incident involving cars 32 and 92 is under investigation. Kreiheimer just lost the back of the car. It's in the pit lane. Let's see if we can grab a word with Nick Damon. Nick, are you anywhere near Porsche?
I couldn't be nearer than if I was doing the service myself. I'm standing behind the rear left of the car, and obviously, as you say, the tyre slapped around. It's taken out the straight to the back of the rear left. It's got their panel damage, the aero only. They're reseating the wheel now. They pulled out some of the heat shielding. That's also been damaged by the flailing tyre.
I thought, Nick, that there was some suspension damage there, if I'm honest.
The tyre should be absolutely... There's no waggle as they put the tyre on. They're probably going to drop the car, which is brave. It is missing all the aero devices behind the rear wheel. No, hang on. The WEC official was not happy. This, I think, will have to come back in again. But he wasn't happy. He saw something at the front of the left rear, was trying to stop it, but the car had been sent. That car, at best, is missing a huge amount of its rear left aero, but it did seem to have a reasonably solid bit of rear suspension there, John.
It's Nick Damon in the Powered by Nissan pit lane. We'll get back to him in a few moments' time. Wow. A number of people making the pun that Bertrand Baguette was sandwiched at the first corner. Very good. And he'll have to slice his way back through the field, of course. Meantime, that battle between the two Frenchmen, Plat and Manassian, continues down the second pit straight, the support pit straight, and Manassian comes out of the slipstream of a moment, for the moment, of Plat, but then wisely drops back in. There's a very worried-looking Olaf Manthey. And this was just a loss of control by Kreiheimer, and solidly left front of the Lotus had just gone by him down the inside of turn 1 and was too impatient on the power and absolutely nailed the left rear with his left front. That'll tell you how far round Kreiheimer had come when that accident occurred. Now, the good news is, in terms of racing, not good news for Porsche, but good news is in terms of racing, is the 32 Lotus has stopped well off the racing line, and I think that car can probably stay there without the need for a safety car. But then again, I am not our race director. 7 laps in, 3.1 seconds at the head of the field as Sebastian Buemi closes down by about a couple of tenths of a second to his teammate. It's 7 and 8 Toyotas at the head of the field, with Christensen and Treluer backing them up, but they are 4.5 and 8.7 seconds away from the leader. Paul Truswell is watching the times back in the UK. Paul, what have you picked up from these opening salvos?
Well, first, just a tweet that Andrew Cotton from Racecar Engineering had mentioned, which is that Mark Lieb apparently isn't feeling very well this morning or this afternoon in Bahrain, and so Richard Leitz was facing the lion's share of the driving anyway in that car, and it looks like it's going to be a fairly character-building session, having dropped all the way now to the bottom of the back of the field, with the exception of the two Lotuses, which bizarrely. I mean, admittedly through incidents, but both Lotuses being involved in incidents, and seemingly, if they're not out of the race, then they're certainly stuck at the moment. And so been playing very much further apart. So many yellow flag zones that we've had around the track have meant that lap times haven't been as quick as they would otherwise have been. So not only have the leading Toyota and Audis have to be dealing with the traffic, getting through the traffic, but also they've had to deal with slowing down in order to take account of the fact that various local yellows have been shown. First at the turn 1, 2, 3 complex for the Vitantonio Liuzzi problem, and then Kryhammer's Lotus, which, as you were saying, John, had its problems on the exit of turn 10. Was it the school straight you called it, the one that goes back behind the pit lane?
Yeah, it's the second pit lane, effectively, the support pits that they use there. That car's being recovered now by a four-wheel drive. So I reckon both of the Lotus are out now, having both had external assistance. Certainly we've seen them now both on the end of a tow rope. Let's go back down to Nick Damon, who is down at Porsche, and we were supposed to have had, of course, that ill Porsche driver with us, and he was so ill he couldn't even come and do the talkie bits with us. I thought I'd just frightened him off, but that is the case. What's happening down there at Manthey? Are they expecting to bring that car back in? And what was the WEC official not happy with, Nick?
Well, he wasn't happy with the bodywork in front of the damaged rear left, but it appears to have been argued away because they may have argued the point that they can do it at the next stop. They're in the back looking at replacing bits of bodywork at the moment. So he's actually quite calm here. By the way it looks, I'm sure at the moment they're all feeling sick as a dog because their big chance seems to disappear in the first 10 minutes. As a quick aside, I'm just wondering whether the relative pace of the 7 car over the 8 is at the 8 with 4 more laps than its tyres in qualifying.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Remember, you do have to start the race on the tyres on which you qualify. Back with Nick in a moment. Apologies for the slight break-up on the radio mic. There's an awful lot of RF down there, and that's not our technology we're using this weekend, being provided to us by the circuit, but they have been working very hard to keep us in contact with Nick. We'll drop back in with him in a few moments' time. Let's run through P2, and it is the 26 G-Drive Orica Nissan of John Martin that leads by somewhere in the region of 5 seconds over Bjorn Verdheim, who's made a cracking start for Greaves in the 41 car. Nick Manassian up into third now, having not only dealt with Ollie Pla, but Robbie Kerr as well. We were watching that battle not so very long ago for fifth, and the 49 of Nick Manassian now up into third position. Robbie Kerr is fourth in the Delta ADR Orica Nissan, and rounding off the top half dozen is Ollie Pla in the very important GTE Pro category, as Ollie Pla is now having a little look around the back of the Robbie Kerr driven car. Patrick Pilet leads in Pro by 2.3 seconds from Jimmy Bruni, 91 Porsche from 51 Ferrari, with Stefan Mucker 8 seconds further behind. He's got about a second and a half on Bruno Senna in the 99 Aston, his teammate. In AM, Jean-Carl Vernet in among the Pro cars. The 76 Porsche in 17th position. Got Kamui Kobayashi behind him, just 7/10 of a second behind him. He can let him go. That's a Pro car. Doesn't need to be fighting that bright red 71 AF course. And Nicky Thiem is another 3 seconds further back down the road in the 95 Aston, and then it's Rui Aguas in the 8-star Ferrari, the number 81. Meantime, the battle for second position now with Nick Manassian really turning it on. And Manassian, remember, was on pole position but got caught out in that early shuffled all the way back down to 5th or 6th position from memory in P2, as there's been a little issue for Olivier Pla locking up his wheels going down the hill into turn number 10. We've seen that quite a lot in this week of motor racing. So Nick Manassian on Michelin's, the only P2 car that is back up to third place and is battling for second. Comes across the line under my feet, going from my right to my left. Now they go past me, and Verdheim does go and defend to the right-hand side. He's made his move. It's dusty over there in the pit lane exit. Can Manassian get round the outside? The Michelin tyres do their job, and he makes the position now. He's got to hold on to this through turn 2. Be patient on the right pedal. Too easy to get your foot down when you're off on the grey, which is exactly what the Lotus did earlier on. But Manassian, with a little glance in the right-hand rear view mirror, has made the pass and now holds on to it as he takes a normal racing line. Didn't feel the need to defend into turn 4 at the top of the hill, and now we have a new second position. And the 76 car under investigation. This is the GTE AM leader, now has let Kobayashi go through. Jean-Carl Vernet under investigation for his start position. Well, that is pretty black and white, so if there's an issue, he's going to get a penalty for that. It's lap number 11, Paul.
Yes, just looking at the progress being made by Tom Christensen, because for a moment he was under a second behind Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota.
Really, I got a knife edge. Really difficult. I'll try my best. Copy, pace is good.
Sorry, that was Stefan Mucker, Paul, who was talking over the top of you. My apologies.
That's all right. I get him talking over the top of me slightly later than you did. So no, always interesting to hear from people actually in the race. No, my point was going to be that Tom Christensen got very close to the back of Sebastian Buemi, but then Buemi, over the last 3 laps, has opened it up again, so that it's now gone up to 3 seconds again between second and third. And Nicolas Lapierre is kind of holding his position. So this goes back to the point that Nick was making about the potential for this being all down to the tyres, with Lapierre having done less in qualifying. Now he's done a few extra laps, so Buemi's tyres are reaching the same point, as it were. So it's all about how you manage these tyres. They're onto their 13th lap now, the leaders, and as I say, that's pretty much halfway through the stint as far as the LMP1 cars are concerned, and then they're going to be coming in, and certainly I would suggest we'll be having a tyre change at the first pit stop. Driver change, probably not. It'll probably just be fuel and tyres, with my prediction is that the 2 Audis will be in first on or around lap 23, and as I say, we're now on lap 13.
Thank you, Paul. Paul Trustwell, RadioLeMans.com, powered by Nissan. I'm not sure Jean-Carl Vernet was anywhere that he shouldn't have been at the start, but he just got a fabulous start towards the first corner and picked his way through the traffic. He was carving his way through like some of the locals here on a Friday night. It was quite remarkable. It looked like dashing back towards Manama on the M80. On a Friday evening.
Sounds like you speak from personal experience, John.
Oh, eyes in back of head required yesterday evening, Paul. Yes, absolutely. As the Felbermeyer Proton car goes down the inside of the 8-star Motorsport Ferrari. That's the battle for third place in GTE AM. And that is Paolo Roberti recovering to third position in that car, but the Ferrari fighting back, and they're side by side into the braking area at the end of the lap through what is a slightly tighter turn than it looks, particularly for the GT cars at turn 14 and 15. Jamie Campbell Walter all the way down to 5th, 6th position in class, but has just put in the fastest lap for that car, 2:03.0 for the 96 Aston Martin, as this battle between the Ferrari and the Porsche a very long way back. Here comes Aguash again into turn number 1. Can he hold it through 2? The Porsche trying to go around the outside and gets it done. Back through into third position, but it's not over yet. Over the brow of the hill, up the drag towards turn number 4. It's a right-hander, and the Ferrari has position but doesn't quite have the drag up the hill and drops in behind. Hello to Jens Walter, by the way, from Porsche Cars North America, who is listening in on RadioLeMans.com. Perhaps even watching pictures at FIAWEC.com, bringing, as ever, the whole of the sports car community both in and out of the paddock together as we have lappery going on. And Jamie Campbell Walter is just off the circuit for a moment as one of the Toyotas went by him. 13 laps completed for Nico Lapierre, and here comes Tom Christensen hoving up into view behind the Englishman in the Aston Martin, who just drops to the right-hand side after the final corner and allows him to go by. In fact, that again is on that back straight area as they head down past the support pits, which frankly would grace many race circuits as their major pit complex. Just want to check back in with Nick Damon again down in the powered by Nissan pit. Do we think now that the whatever Porsche problems we have for the 92 car is going to be held over the fix at least is going to be held over, Nick, until that car comes in for its regular stop.
Yeah, they've prepared one of those fantastic duct tape patches, where they've stuck several layers of duct tape together to form kind of a blanket, which is simply stuck on the edge of on the pit box into that. They have to replace that when it comes into the next stop. They've also had a conversation with the WEC officials. They said, look, it's not serious, but you need to at the next stop. I've noticed the Ricard Leaks is now doing competitive times despite missing a lot of rear aerodynamics on the underneath the car.
Stefan Mucker struggling with his tyres quite clearly as he loses ground on the leaders. We heard him saying, didn't we, on that radio transmission, the car felt it was like on a knife edge. 14 laps gone, so round about 10 laps before the leaders start coming in and Paul can start ticking off boxes on his spreadsheet. Still a decent battle going on in the P2 categories, although 3 seconds now separate the number 26 G-Drive Orica of John Martin and the chasing 49 PCOM car, now in second position, of course, for Nick Manassian. He is lapping around the same time as the leader, but isn't pulling back too much ground at the moment. Bjorn Verdheim has dropped a little bit, 3 seconds now, back from Manassian since they were having that great battle. The Zytek Nissan in third position. Remarkably, Nissan engine cars first through to sixth in qualifying for P2. Ben Treluer now dealing with traffic. And interestingly, Nico Lapierre has been closed down since he started to hit the back of the field by Sebastian Buemi. We are just coming up to the first half an hour completed. Nick Damon is in the Powered by Nissan pit lane. It's John Hindhoff in the booth, and in our Woking data centre, it is Paul Truswell who is crunching the numbers for us this afternoon. And Nico Lapierre leads as we have an issue at turn number 11, which the leaders have just passed. And can't tell you what that is at the moment. It's the 32 car rejoining at turn 11. Well, that car was towed along the full length of the support pit straight and has now rejoined. So whatever had ailed that car, the drive... that's not the case. Oh, I was going to say whatever had ailed that car has been fixed by the driver, but I think that car is just being shuffled to a better place of safety. I would have been surprised had they allowed it to rejoin, given that it was towed down the full length of that straight. You could argue, if you're a team manager though, that was being moved from a dangerous place to a less dangerous place, and therefore you could rejoin the race. Leader in traffic inside the third position GT AM car. Excuse me, that's not the third position, that is the Porsche that is making its way back through the field. Now down in sixth position in GTE Pro. And you can tell that because it's got the big chunk out of the left rear quarter panel, and this is the sound of a Porsche engine. Down the support pit straight, clearly has picked pace back up again. So 91 Porsche from 51 Ferrari. 97 Aston Martin dropping 10 seconds away from the leaders now, and Bruno Senna is staying in position behind that car. Even if Bruno has got the pace, I would suggest, given the championship implications, that he won't want to go by Stefan Mucker, even at this early stage. Kamui Kobayashi, though, is beginning to close down on them in the 71 Ferrari. In the AM category, Jean-Carl Vernet, being investigated for his start position at least, is now just 1.3 seconds ahead of Nicky Thiem, who is 8 seconds ahead of Paolo Roberti. 76 Porsche, 95 Aston, 88 Porsche in the GTE AM category. Get a bit of a breather down the front straight and down into turn one. Still have that yellow flag for the shuffling of the Lotus, I think is what we will call it, down at turn number 11. Paul Truswell.
Yeah, a massive amount of space that the leaders have now got themselves into. So the way that the traffic suddenly kind of sometimes spreads itself out around the 5.4 kilometre circuit at Bahrain, and all of a sudden the leader Nicolas Lapierre has found himself in acres of space. So we'll see what the car is actually capable of now, perhaps, or whether it's been driven to a pace, which is also possible. 3.7 seconds is the gap that Lapierre has over number 8 Buemi in second place. and Christensen and Trellier sort of maintaining station. It's gone out now to 5 seconds between Buemi and Christensen, and 3.7 seconds between Christensen and Trellier. So those gaps are sort of not quite equidistant, but pretty much so. Still the best of the rest, the guy that never gets a mention really, the number 12 Rebellion Lola, in the hands at the moment of Matthias Besch, and that's there in 5th place in its own race, just keeping itself out of trouble. But that is amongst the traffic at the moment, so we're not going to see any fireworks from that car, purely because it's having to make its way through all the traffic that we've recently seen the Toyotas and Audis battling through. Pit stops, as I say, due for Audis in around about 7 laps time, so that'll be at about the 45-minute point in the race. And as John said a moment ago, we're just over half an hour now, 8 seconds over half an hour into the race. The yellow flags have been withdrawn now at the end of the back straight, so we can, as I say, with the Toyotas in loads of space, we can see what kind of real lap times we're going to get. And in fact, as if on cue, Sebastian Buemi in number 8 sets his fastest lap of the race. His fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 44.752.
Down to the pits, Paul, and Darren Turner is with Luis.
Pushed really hard in qualifying yesterday to get that third. Is that the reason, or it's just here in Bahrain?
No, I think you know, the extra laps in qualifying didn't help, but it's not really right at the end of a stint. It's already happening, the drop-off. So it could be just the fact that we're on the mediums and the others chose to go with a harder compound for the first part of the race. But you know, he's still there or thereabouts. You know, I think it's we've got to keep an eye on car 51, and he's 12 seconds behind at the moment. I'm pretty sure, listening to Stefan on the radio, he just wants to get out of the car, change the tyres, and you know, hopefully the second set we'll be back in the game.
Great, thank you.
It's Louise Beckett down in the pit lane. Nick Damon is in the powered by Nissan pit lane. Everything looking fairly relaxed down there at the moment. People sitting around just waiting for their charges to come in. And as Paul mentioned, sort of 15 minutes or so away from the first of the prototype stops.
Yeah, we had a very easy start to the race. I mean, apart from the Porsche coming in, it's very quiet to say. Half expecting to see the Lotus or Lotai turning up. I'm just wondering whether all they were actually trying to do by dragging it down the school straight was bump starting, which is what you try and do with most Lotuses, I thought.
I think that's harsh, possibly fair, but harsh. Nick Damon in the pit lane as one or two drivers just showing their nerves already down there. Battle in the GTE Pro category beginning to hot up a little bit as Nicky Team, who, well, one can only commend him for the season that he has had. It must have been a season of emotional highs and lows for him, and congratulate him on his Porsche Super Cup Championship victory in the 95 Aston, closing down on the Porsche of Jean-Carl Vernet, that beautiful tricolour coloured 997 car, of course, the previous body shape. And he drags up to the back of it, and that was about to be a change of lead. Surely as they go past us across the start-finish line, no, the Porsche has held onto it, and Team drops back in. A little bit of waving around from Jean-Carl there. That will have pricked the attention of Eduardo Freitas. Coming out of the final corner, you would have put your house on the fact that Nicky was going through into the lead of that category, but the older version of the Porsche is slightly more slippery. Well, slightly more slippery than the first version of the 991. As we've seen already today, those aero revisions and the little engine tweaks on the Evo version that the Works team are running. And that has made a difference in top speed as Team is right on him again down at the hairpin at turn number 8. Very much on this infield section now, over the top of the brow. You're looking to the left-hand side to turns 9 and 10. Often better to give up a little bit of 9 because the exit of 10 is very important as it runs onto one of the 4 really long straights that you've got on the circuit, running behind the support pits. And the Aston just not able to pull any ground on the Porsche on the straight bits. But Nicky Team's clearly looked after his tyres and traces a far tighter line up through 12 and 13 before sweeping through turn 14, the right-hander, and over the top of the brow down towards the final corners. He's got the added distraction of, oh, and the Lotus is running again. Must be the 32 car that is back out. It's got some damage around the left front, as we reported, having hit the 92 Porsche. He's going all the way around the return road, right next to the Armco barrier on driver's right, which is the end of the drag strip and the exit from the support pits. Meantime, the battle for the lead in GTE Arm continues down into turn 1 as Nicky Team dives out to driver's right, but isn't close enough to either put pressure on or force a mistake from Jean-Carl Vernet. Some internecine rivalry going on as well, with the number 97 of Stefan Mucken now is being pressed by the 99 Aston of Bruno Senna. Stefan, you're going to hear how much he is struggling through the S's there, on and off the throttle. That should be nearly flat through there and riding all the curbs, and he clearly can't do it. As we skip back down to turn number 8, and again a Nicky Team who clearly feels he's got a decent car underneath him, as he continues to push very hard indeed, as Bruno Senna now is right up behind his teammate. Turn number 13. Oh, this is going to be the Lotus, isn't it? He's just pulled out, and I can bet me bottom real that is the Lotus that's gone off. Let's have a listen in to the Aston radio for Stefan Mucken.
Also some strange vibration on power from the rear tires. I think it's raining.
And I'm afraid to say it is the Lotus that has stopped on the track again at turn 13. The run down between 13 and 14, in fact. Again, he's well off the circuit, but got to say that is somewhat irresponsible by the Lotus team. I know they want to get that car back, but it has caused another yellow flag. Again, it's well off the circuit on the runoff area, and probably can be dealt with a snatch vehicle. Now, will Bruno Senna take the position from Stefan Mucken? I've got to be honest, I think if I was the team manager, I'd tell him to go, and he's in position now at the end of the front straight. Slight lock of the left front from Bruno, that pushes him wide into turn 2, but he'll, even with that mistake, Mucken does not have the tyres at the back of the Aston to be able to hold on to his teammate. No issue in a straight line, but just can't lean on the car, particularly going into the corners. And you can see him struggling mightily. Middle and out of the corners is a real issue. I mean, he's just struggling. Let's have a listen to him through the S's. Well, we cut away from that as there's been an issue with the number 50 Corvette, who loses it coming out of turn 13, spins to driver's right on the final long straight of the circuit. So
it's Patrick Bornhauser to wheel that one, John.
Thank you, Paul. We must be getting up towards pit times. What, 21 laps? And you think, what, 24 and 26 for Audi and Toyota, respectively?
It'll be 23 and 25 because the first stint is always 1 lap shorter.
Good point.
Because you've got the formation lap, but indeed you also have the out lap from the pit. So it's kind of 2 slow laps, which equates to 1 sort of racing lap. So 23 and 25 is my reckoning. I'm just reflecting again on that radio message we heard, or the radio exchange we heard between Lena Gade and Ben Trelier on the grid. I mean, Ben Trelier in the number 1 Audi, even when the track was clear, and we had those 3 or 4 laps about 10 minutes ago when the track was clear and I was observing lap times, and Trelier just cannot match the lap times even of Tom Christensen in the number 2 Audi. Now, I'm not suggesting that Tom Christensen is kind of a slow driver or anything, but in the past, and certainly at Shanghai, we saw Trelier doing a mighty job, but the car he doesn't seem to have the car under him to do a mighty job in it. You know, he's been lapping in the 45s, 46s, 47s. That last one, a 48 from Trellier, whereas Tom Christensen has not been able to keep up with the Toyotas, but has been able to keep well clear. So as we head even towards the end of this first stint, it's certainly looking that the fastest of the two Audis is the number 2 car, and that's the one that isn't actually that far behind. I mean, it's only still, it's now fallen now, so it's 8 seconds behind the second of the two Toyotas. But no, I'm surprised at the Trellier car. It doesn't seem to be as feisty somehow as it was certainly at Shanghai, for example, John.
Pit stops for some of the leading P2 cars, Nick Manassian and John Martin coming in, and also I think that's the 35 car. Yes, it is the Morgan Bertrand Baguette, and Nick Damon is down in the powered by Nissan pit lane. I wonder if these guys are thinking maybe full course caution for the removal of that Lotus.
Yeah, it's certainly, there was a lot of consternation actually for a while. I've been sitting by their side, the 35, of course, who made a terrible start with Bertrand Baguette and hasn't really managed to make up that time. But then the two leaders from P2 came in. They all took new fuel and tyres. Neither, I think, changed driver. I'm not sure about the 35. The second driver is suited and booted to take over from Baguette.
Tell you what has happened though, Nick, is they have changed position on the outlap. So Manassian got ahead of Martin on the pit stop.
Just like he made it by less than a second. It was almost like they had to hold him to avoid an unsafe release for John Martin. So that's 3 of the 2 cars. The leading 2 in this race and the leader in the championship have all stopped well early, because normally we wouldn't expect to see P2 cars until after we'd seen both the Audi and the Toyota, and another one comes down now, that's the 25, the Millennium branded Delta machine, so they are all, I think, wanting to get rid of the tyres they qualified on, John.
And into the pits comes the number 1 Audi with a very loose rear end indeed, under the back of Ben Trellier as he heads pitward. And I think, Paul Trustwell, you have your answer for the lap times. He looked massively squirrely coming out of the final corner and heads down past Nick Damon. Now there are tyres, new set of Michelin's out for him, Nick, but I don't think we'll see a driver change.
Yeah, I think it's going to be. I think the change in weather conditions has caught out a lot of teams and definitely made the track more abrasive, and we've seen a lot more degradation. I think they're expecting. Audi currently fueling. I think they're going to take tyres. They haven't yet placed the tyres to the outside of the car, number 1. It might outside line 25 completes his tyre change in the P2 machine. But yeah, Audi's still sticking in diesel, and away goes the 25. So it'll be interesting whether they do take tyres, because and then now Toyota getting ready. We've got the Toyota number 8 team are coming out, which is early, I'm sure, according to the policy. Yeah, tyres now going on the 1, so the 8 car is also ready for a car, a couple laps earlier than Paul would have suggested, and they also have tyres ready, John.
And a change at the head of the GTE AM field as Nicky Thiem has just passed Jean-Carl Vernet. Aston back at the head of that category. Jean-Carl Vernet in the 76 IMSA Matmut Porsche drops back down to second. I'm just wondering, Paul, about the P2s, whether they've decided that they can do now a number of full runs before to get them to the end of the race, and that 45-minute stint is the one to get out of the way. But we'll watch for the second and third place cars coming in. Sebastian Buemi and Tom Christensen are in the pit lane. Nick Damon is down there for us.
Buemi hits his marks again, no sign of a driver change here. I think that whilst they often will lay tyres out and not take it, I think they are, given the high level of degradation. Tom goes past me as well. He now slides into the Audi box stop. So these are definitely either back time or tyre limited stop. They're not going to fuel this time round. Teams are having to suck it and see on track. Tyres are between 6 and 10 or 11 laps already during qualifying yesterday. Up on its jacks goes the driver getting its petrol, and on goes the first of the tyres. We have the dance of the Jack up ahead of the 41 car, which is third and fourth in P2. Also getting a set of tyres of Bjorn Verdheim on board, and far out to the end of the pit lane, still getting up on its jacks, and the tyre stop hasn't even started yet.
In fact, it has just started, as you said that. The Toyota is rolling.
Yeah, that's one of those. None of these stops have seemed particularly traumatic. They've all seemed to happen as they would need to happen, because it's a long job putting in a a slow fill of fuel and then only be able to change one tyre at a time. And all the top cars, the 3 top 4 cars have now complete their stops. We just wait for number 7 and Nicolas Lapierre to complete the set. Now he's having way of her speed.
It's Nick Damon in the powered by Nissan pit lane. Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
I was just only going to say the Toyota pit stop for Buemi 4 seconds longer than either of the 2 Audi pit stops. Now, that's something that we saw last year, but not something that we've seen so much this year. Toyota's pit stop times have been much quicker this year, but it was 1 minute 25 pit stop for Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota versus a 1 minute 21 for both of the Audis numbers 1 and 2, as now in comes Nicolas Lapierre at the end of his lap 25. So one more lap for number 7 than we saw from the number 8 Toyota.
Already taking fuel on board, and it is petrol, as Nick said. Hello to Grandad Jim. Paul Dunk is moving him into his new flat at Radio Le Mans on Twitter and radiolemans.com on the forum. And if you're going to Radio Le Mans, don't forget to vote in our special Man of the Year. The I Respect Man of the Year show is this Wednesday at 8 o'clock and includes for the first time the I Respect Listeners and Viewers Choice Award. We'd like to know who you think has done the most in motorsport in terms of respect for the sport or within the sport. A name and a few words, please. www.radiolemans.com. That show 8 o'clock UK time on Wednesday night. Black tie, please, for that. It is a major celebration. Out comes the leader and retains the lead. Nico Lapierre stays behind the wheel of the number 7. The number 8 car with a lap more on its Michelin tyres comes through. 40 yards maybe behind. Tom Christensen, however, has closed in a little. It would seem to me that the Audi certainly, as Paul's just been mentioning there, got the better of that pit stop cycle. Stationary for less time, maybe working the in-lap and the out-lap better as well. And on such things, Paul, our motor races won and lost.
They can be, certainly. Although I have to say that Toyota is showing a good turn of speed in this race, and they're going to take more than some
Paul, interruption there is the number 1 Audi, as has just, I think, brushed a spinning 57 Nick Johnson in the Krone Ferrari right at the top of the hill at turn 4. Now, whether the Ferrari was already spinning or whether it was tipped into the spin by the number 1 car, I honestly don't know, because I looked at the screen just as the onboard was developing. But that was a very big moment indeed. I've got to say, there doesn't look to be that much damage, if any at all, on the front of Ben Treluar's car. Nick Johnson, somewhat chastened by that, I'm sure, has... Well, he may have just spun that on his own, because there was daylight between them from the camera further down there. Oh no, sorry, I take that back. Huge dive up the inside, and a pointless dive up the inside by the number 1 driver, Ben Treluar. That was a low percentage move, coming from a long way back, right in the Ferrari's blind spot, right rear. Couldn't be seen. He was nowhere near getting through there. I know GT drivers get a lot of stick, but that, I'm afraid, is all down to Treluar.
And I'll tell you what, John, Treluar had just done his out lap. That was his first flying lap, and it was his fastest lap of the race. So whatever they had problems with the balance, the new set of tyres obviously did the trick. But you're absolutely right. I mean, Treluar arrived at turn 1 there faster than he'd ever done before on his previous lap in the race, having just set his fastest lap.
Go ahead with the 57 car in the pit lane now for Krone Racing, Nick.
Yeah, it's 97 cars come in, so they've cut their losses, because obviously they try and run as close to an hour as possible in GTE Pro, but they're not made. They've decided that there's just too much. They're losing so much time now with the car's tyre issue. I mean, they're now locked onto a 5-stop race, as they won't be able to make that back in time to go to a 4-stop, as the others are trying. So it's going to be an interesting tactical battle now to keep this car in front of its rivals for the championship. And of course, as an aside, that's the second time an Audi has come together with the green 57 car, but last time it was Tom Christensen in Thursday practice.
Yeah, both got reprimands for that. It was Tracy Krone at the wheel, well remembered. Nick, Lena Gage, race engineer for the number 1 car, just having a visit from one of the Michelin technicians. I'll refrain from saying the Michelin man because it will put the wrong picture in your head. I will be surprised. I don't second guess officials. I will be surprised if Eduardo Freitas doesn't feel the need to penalise Ben Treluer for that. And I'm told by Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com, who is overlooking the pit lane, who isn't overlooking the pit lane, but the Toyota lost time getting away from the pit stop rather than in the stop proper, and that was one of the issues. And Treluer, coming from a very long way back, he's barely halfway down the side. He's already up on the curb, and you know, when the Ferrari turns in, Treluer is 2.5 to 3 car lengths back, and at that point, I'm afraid he's committed. There's no way that Nick Johnson cannot turn into the apex of that corner. It's a 1,300 kilo car on worn tyres. And that is a very unusual miscalculation, or a bit of bad judgment from Ben Treluer. The Lotus is moving again under its own steam, and it may yet get back to the pits. It's got damage to the left. Well, it's got damage to all of the front. The left front is just about hanging on in terms of the bodywork, and I'm very surprised that has been allowed to continue.
Slow after T15, we have car 32 slow again after T15. Car 32 is heading into the pit lane. Team manager of car 32, as soon as your driver leaves the car, I want to talk with him immediately. As soon as your driver finishes his stint, I want to talk with him immediately.
Yes. And you see, I wouldn't like that. There'll be no coffee and biscuits at that meeting. Eduardo Freitas, a reminder that he is one of your choices for the FIA's Motorsport Personality of the Year, the FIA Facebook page. There are 10 choices spread across the FIA Championships. Tom Christensen and Eduardo Freitas representing sports cars. Go on, you know you want to. Eduardo has done an awful lot for the sport and at least does have a personality, which some of the people from the other branches of the sport certainly don't. Just my opinion, of course. Let's go ahead, Paul.
No, just an interesting observation though, because I mean the whole point of an endurance race is to get the car back to the pits, and I think the point that Eduardo will be making is that it has to be done in a safe way, because it did need to have a long period of yellow flag whilst it was Dominic Kryhammer, wasn't it, who was bringing it back. Took him over 40 minutes to get it back, but he did get back in the end. As I say, that's a part of the thing of endurance racing, but on the other hand, if he's endangering life and limb as he does so, then he should be taught how to do it in a safer way. And we didn't have shots on the screen of it being brought back, so it's entirely, well, I mean, Eduardo will have closed circuit TV shots of the whole story, I suspect, and so that's what he'll be taking Dominic through. But as I say, good to have it back in the pit lane, and a possibility that it might come out again.
Yes.
And then we just await for whatever else is going to have to happen.
Thomas Kyle has just tweeted at Specutainment and at Radio Le Mans. Eduardo Freitas just won my vote for the FIA Personality of the Year with that single radio call. I did like his one earlier in the year, which I think was at Silverstone, with car number whatever it is in a strange place after the apex of turn something or other, which I thought was very good. And there was a piece of debris at one stage that was just past the apex. It's been blown there. I wish it would be blown a bit further, then I wouldn't have to talk about it, which I thought was another good Eduardo Freitas moment this season. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com. 7 minutes before an hour of racing is completed, so 5:07 still to go. Powered by Nissan, we're live from the final round of the FIA WEC here in Bahrain. Already the temperature on the front straight and the pit lane has dropped down from almost 32 degrees Celsius on the track temperature by Michelin, to 30 degrees Celsius. The air temperature down to 25.8 and the humidity pretty balmy, 58%, and Nick Damon will be enjoying that. a little more in the pit lane. Nick, a flurry of activity there from the P2 cars about, 10 minutes ago, which we weren't expecting. Have you managed to glean from any of the teams what the tactical issues were, or were they just simply running out of tyres on the rubber that they're qualifying on?
I think it was absolutely that. And the interesting thing was that both the Michelin and the Dunlop runners came in, the single Michelin of PCOM. So I think as suspected, they may well have been back timing to the 6 hours, getting off these qualified tyres as quickly as possible, and certainly the wear rates at the start of the race are heavier. I actually just sneaked down the back of the Aston Martin garage and got a look at the tyres that came off Muka's car, and they were horrible. Blisters on both the rears, and the inside shoulder of one of the fronts, not sure which it was, completely shot.
Yeah, that's the 88 car into the pit lane. Paolo Roberti, who was right up there as well. And that is another driver. None of the GT cars will run double stints on the drivers. I wouldn't have thought change drivers and change tyres at the same time. So, Paul, that first stint pretty much as you anticipated for at least 3 of the 4 leading runners.
Yes, as I say, the disappointment being that of Ben Treluet in the number 1 car, but seemingly that car has now been sorted, lapping a lot more quickly despite that contact with the Nick Johnson Ferrari, but he has got going again, and as yet no sign has come up on the screen to say that the incident or the contact is being investigated, but we'll keep our eyes out on that one. And now we're moving into pit stop time for the GTE Pro cars, with already in the number 91 Patrick Pilet car, which is second in GTE Pro to the 51 Ferrari, which I would expect to go a little bit further. And as I say, the Porsche was going to be a bit of a question mark anyway as to what its consumption would be. So I think we've now got the answer to that one
and Paul,
coming through.
The number 1 car's day goes from bad to worse. A black and white flag for car number 1, contact with car 57 at turn 4. Now, that's just a warning flag, isn't it? I am stunned by that. I am stunned that hasn't attracted a drive-through. Only a warning. For what part? Again, I hate to second-guess officials, but what part of that then wasn't entirely Ben Treluet's fault? You're almost blaming Nick Johnson and saying it's 50-50 at that point, aren't you?
Well, it's a yellow card, isn't it? It's a sign that says, look, you can carry on. We're not going to penalise you at all. It's just a different way of sending out the radio message. Is holding out the black and white flag. It's okay. It's a yellow card.
Okay, Paul Truswell, and the incident up at turn 4 with Treluet just barrelling straight into the left rear, and he's come from so far back, and as I said before, Nick Johnson is committing to the corner before Treluet is within a car's length, and at that point he's got nowhere to go. Okay, spoke about it, that's my opinion. I'm not the race director, I'm not in race control. Move on. In comes the leader in GTE Pro, it's Jimmy Bruni. Better run from the 51 Ferrari. Remember, Ferrari have played with their driver lineups to leave both of the guys with a chance of the Drivers' Championship in 2 different cars. And they have come in from the lead, having gone, a couple of 3 laps longer than the Porsche. And Jimmy, 1 lap later, excuse me. And Jimmy, now, incident out on the circuit there with another errant prototype. I think that was Nico Lapierre going round the outside of Rui Aguas, who's just pitted actually. And if he didn't clip the right front of the 8-star Ferrari, he was very close to it. the draft would have given Rui a cold as he went by. It was that cool. Well, yeah, they had a quick look. I think there was. Fortunately, there's a WEC banner right in the way of the TV shot, but Graham Goodwin left his binoculars here, and that's right in front of me. So, yep, there's a little mark just on the front end of that car. So possibly the lightest of contact there. But we saw this happening in China with the prototypes taking very, very aggressive moves around the outside. Let's tie up a bit of housekeeping. The 76 IMSA Performance Matmut car right up in the battle in GTE AM, and those cars are going longer, of course. Jean-Carl Vernet in second. No further action after investigation of start position. I do think he just got a mega start and picked his way through the traffic, and a reiteration on the screen, car 32 driver Kreiheimer to race control immediately. We have had a rather interesting penalty applied, of course, already this weekend. And Paul, I'd be interested to hear if you have any experience of this happening before. For ignoring red flags, the number 8 Toyota was given a suspended event exclusion, which now, I don't know whether that carries on into next season, whether it wasn't explained to me whether it was the car or the driver at the time, but I have never heard that before, a suspended event exclusion for ignoring a red flag in one of the practice sessions and doing overtaking. But potentially that is a very big penalty. Yeah, Aston Martin 96 in the pits, Jamie Campbell-Walter handing over to either Stuart Hall or Roald Goth. I didn't see who jumped in there, rolled back in race overalls for the first time, I think, since Le Mans. Other commitments keeping him away from his driving. And now we see all the AM cars starting to pit. Davide Rigon has just taken over the 81 8-star car. It looks as well like Francois Perraudot is in the 61 car. Yes, he is. So Manu Collard, who I saw on the plane on the way over, actually. Saw in the lounge on the way over. Beat him, Griffin and Perraudot, to the Hertz counter at the airport. First time I've been in front of them in anything, in fairness. Normally further ahead of me on the plane in terms of seat numbers as well. Also in the first two cars in GT Pros, Bruno Senna and Kamui Kobayashi bring respectively the 99 Aston and the 71 Ferrari in along pit lane. Nicky Team could be the lead GT car if he doesn't pit this time around. Jean-Carl Vernet has, but the 95 AM Aston has shown remarkable fuel economy this year, as the IMSA Matmut pit team are ready for the 76 car. Let's rejoin Nick Damon for a little bit of an update of what's been going on in the Power by Nissan pit lane.
Well, it's been Aston World, hasn't it, really? After the early arrival to the ball of Stefan Rucker, the other three cars line stern. We saw the 96 Relgert that has indeed got in for his first ride in several months. Getting into 99 was Pedro Lamy as Bruno got out. Of course, Giancarlo Fisichella will replace Kamui Kobayashi. And we are about to also see Nicky Team in this lap. I think it's Christopher Nygaard, but I can't. Yeah, 100% say that one. I spent time, I wandered down the pit, John, for a reason. And I think one of the reasons that Audi are doing their pit stops is they've actually got a fantastic pit box. It's one of those ones where you can just go for it. It's so close to the pit outline, they just go for it coming out. They haven't got to bother putting the speed limiter on a second time. So it's a full speed. Certainly the car 2, there's no way they can get to 60 kilometres by the hit the light. And I think number 1 as well, so I'm sure it's worth at least a second.
So we've just gone over the first hour, thanks Nick, and here how it stands with Nico Lapierre behind the wheel of the number 7 Toyota, has 1.6 seconds on lap number 35 ahead of his teammate Sebastian Buemi in the 8 Toyota in second. They've got 10 seconds almost exactly on the next best Audi. That's come down, that's not 1.6 seconds. And that is Tom Christensen, the number 2 car. The 1 car of Ben Treluer warned for contact with the 27 for the 57 Ferrari rather, is 16 seconds further away, leading in the P2 category, and just getting a little love tap there from Cheng in the Morgan Oak is Nick Manassian in the 49 Oregon, and that has been a monster drive back from Britain's favourite Frenchman, Nick Manassian, has now lived in the UK longer than he lived in France, and he has made a brilliant comeback after being barged down the field at the opening corner. He's fought back and now leads the class again from John Martin, who's 4.5 seconds behind in the G-Drive Oreca Nissan. Bjorn Verdheim holding down a great third place. He's in a double stint as well in the 41 Zytec Nissan. Robbie Kerr for Delta ADR in 5th position. Olivier Plan, the 24 Morgan Oak, in 6th. And in from the leading GTE car, it's the GTE AM leader, Nicky Team, the 95 Aston Martin. That's another good comeback drive as well for Nicky. And that will leave Tony Vielander now at the head of the pro field in the 51 Ferrari, having taken it over from Jimmy Bruni. And he's got 2 seconds nearly on, sorry, just over a second rather, on the Jörg Bergmeister Porsche 91 in 2nd place, and Darren Turner in 3rd in the 97. Hopefully a better balance on the car on that set of tyres than poor Stefan Mucker had. All of the issues at the start of the race were in the midfield in the P2 battle, as on the inside curb, clearly contact at the head of the field, and the 49 car being completely muscled off by one of the Oak cars, with the Rebellion weaving backwards and forwards to get the rubbish off the tyres. Greaves' car just about managed to get through, but if that wasn't enough, the Pecom car gets chopped again going into turn number 4. And then it was all about the GTE cars coming through that delayed LMP2 field. Disaster perhaps for the second of the 2 Porsches, the 92 car getting clobbered by an errant Lotus, having just been lapped by him. Left rear puncture and some bodywork damage, the upshot of that, and Dominic Kreiheimer attracting the wrath of Eduardo Freitas by taking 40 minutes to complete the lap, having been towed off the circuit twice at least that we saw, and he's been asked to go and have a word in the race control office. That has left the number 7, the number 8 rather, of now, hang on a second, we've just had a change in position. The number 7's gone off the track. Our TV colleagues looking at highlights, and a slight mistake by Nico Lapierre has allowed Seb Buemi through into the lead, and now he pulls away by a second. They've just gone past me, and I noticed they've changed around. The incident for the black and white flag for Trellier, with Nick Johnson the absolutely innocent party there. So what happens there is the visual confirmation that a very slippy and slidey rear end on Nico Lapierre has given up the lead. Let's hear the team radio from the 7 car.
Too much understeer. Still too much understeer with the set of tires. Copy. Do you have rear degradation at one point? A little bit, but not too much. Not so much.
So this is a new set of tyres. They didn't start there. That's Matthew Linnell, the race engineer, talking to the 7 driver Nico Lapierre, and oh yeah, went off the circuit, coming down towards the downhill hairpin at turn number 8, under braking. Just seems like he lost the rear end and allowed his teammate Seb Buemi to go through. They're still 10 seconds or thereabouts ahead of Tom Christensen, so that is a change between the Toyotas, but with just a few laps on those tyres, Paul, that would be very, very early to be having issues with those rears. Let's head down to the pitch. Jimmy Bruni, a great drive to the lead of GTE Pro, is with Louise Beckett.
Jean-Marie has managed to have a little bit of a rest coming out of the car. You seem to get a good start, but a bit of traffic from the LMP2s.
Yeah, it was big traffic on the middle of the session, middle of the first stint, end of the stint with LMP2 coming, especially through amateurs driver. But it's part of the game. One time they penalized me, and I hope the next one someone else.
And obviously everybody's spoken about it. You've had the changeover within your driver lineups. Why is that?
You mean changing driver? Ferrari decided to split to have a better chance for the manufacturer and drivers. We'll see. It's still 4 hours and 50 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is the party line there. It's been suggested that Giancarlo Fisichella hasn't been cutting the mustard in the second half of the season. That may or may not be true, but it does give both of the drivers an even chance of winning the championship. Of course, well, at least both gives them a chance. If the car goes out, Ferrari has no chance of getting a driver if they're both in the same car. Hearing from trackside that Nico Lapierre, before that incident with the 57 Krone Racing Ferrari, told the team that the Labra competition Corvette had pushed him off the track. Now, we didn't get video far enough back to decide whether that was true or not. It did appear that Nico was arriving at unabated speed at turn number 4, and I'm not sure he would have made the corner on the track had he not used the 57 car as a brake. But he was coming in at an odd angle, so I wait to see evidence of that.
John?
Go ahead, Nick.
That's 2 different incidents. It was Trollier on 57.
Oh.
I thought when I saw the whether Lapierre outbraked himself behind the Corvette, I think he went wide because he had a braking issue. Whether the car moved across and he started it, or he just thought he was going to ram out the backside, so took the extra escape road.
Yeah.
That was what happened on that overtake. And
yes.
I'm sure each driver will have a different opinion of that one, but that's probably why the actual thing bore no resemblance to a man complaining of understeer.
Yeah, agreed. Sorry, Nick is completely correct. I'm confusing 2 different incidents. The black and white flag was for the number 1 Ben Trellier, and we were talking about the change of lead, and I have misread the message that I got. Entirely my fault, and thank you to Graham Goodwin for passing that on. So that was for the change of lead, and there was the Corvette in shot, in fairness, as Giancarlo Roda has a little bit of an issue on the braking into turn 10 on the 88 car. Back to you. Let's have a quick listen to Toyota radio number 7.
I think I'm a little bit faster than Seb. I'm a bit faster than Seb. But he's faster in the traffic.
I'm a bit faster than Seb, but he's a bit faster in the traffic, says Nico Lapierre. Seb, Nico is considerably faster than you. That's interesting. I like a driver getting his order in early. That's very good. Across the line they go, just underneath us to complete lap number 40, half a second between the 2 Toyota hybrid racing cars. We will have another edition of Toyota Tech Talk to come after this as we look back at this race and the whole of the season. More from the radio.
At the moment, keep your position. Yes.
Yeah, he's not going to listen to that if he gets a chance to stick his nose up the inside. He's a racing driver. Toyota Tech Talk, we've had an edition of that an episode of that for every one of the races. Go to radiolemans.com and tick the Toyota Tech Talk banner at the top of the page for a bit of the inside story on Team Toyota Hybrid Racing. And of course, all of our archive and all of the build up to this weekend's race, indeed the whole season, is there in audio format. Let's head down to D. Ulrich. That would be Dr. Ulrich to you and I. Louise Beckett is down in the Audi pits.
Dr. Ulrich, we've heard Eduardo give you a warning for the number 1 car with that incident with 57. Tell us your take on that incident.
I think that Ben thought that he can make it in the corner without getting into troubles with the other car. This is a decision you have to take in thousandths of a second, and then you take it, and then you can't change it anymore.
Okay, thank you.
20 years as the boss of Audi Motorsports for Dr. Ulrich, and next week on radiolemans.com, a half an hour exclusive chat with him about those 20 years, how he got there, what he feels has been achieved, these highs and lows. An exclusive half hour with Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich on radiolemans.com next week. Check the front page for details. Try and get that in on Wednesday after the I Respect Man of the Year show. Voting staying open for that one. Go to radiolemans.com for the I Respect Man, Woman, Young Driver, or Young Person, should I say, Car Team Race of the Year, plus the brand new I Respect Listener and Viewers Choice Award for the person that you feel has done the most to advance respect within motorsport or to the cause of motorsport to the outside world. radiolemans.com for that. Paul, we are coming on to 4 hours 45 minutes still to go. Lappage at the head of the field, reasonable. Tom Christensen just about holding on to that 10 seconds or so on the two Toyotas. Lap times, other than Seb Buemi last time around, who did a 45.6, incredibly close between all the top four cars.
Yes, it is. There's nothing to choose between them, really, is there? Although Ben Treluet, having gone very, very quickly immediately after his pit stop, and then was given the naughty boy flag, the black and white driver warning flag, then just seemed to be a little bit chastened, you know, like the schoolboy. He sort of sulked for a little bit. Lap times kind of fell off a little bit. He had a couple of laps in the 47s immediately having been shown the driver warning flag. Since then, he's got back down onto it. Lena's probably said, no, it's all right, Ben, keep going. And he's responded to that, got a lap in the 45s following that, which is comparable to those times that are being set by Tom Christensen up ahead of him. But there's 13 seconds now that separates Treluet from Christensen, and as you were mentioning, Christensen himself is now kind of 10 seconds. Yes, it is still 10 seconds, 9 seconds now, the gap between Christensen and Buemi and Lapierre. The problem is going to be, I think, is going to be how the scheduling goes through the rest of the race. We haven't had any safety cars yet, but we have had quite a lot of yellow flag or yellow zones, and that's meant that the overall pace has been a little bit slower than I was projecting. I was hoping that we might get 200 laps out of this race, but it's kind of on the edge of that at the moment with the way that the yellow flags have been shown for the various incidents that we've had throughout the race. And it depends a little bit whether there's more of that or not, as to whether the Audi is going to have to make an extra stop than the Toyotas or not. But at the moment they're on pretty similar fuel schedules, and although there's now 15 seconds separating first to fourth, there's not that much to choose between them in terms of lap times. It could go either way, as we saw with that change of lead when Lapierre just came across a slower car at the wrong time and lost him the lead. So it's that close.
And the 92 Porsche that had the issue earlier on, Ricard Leitz, has given the car over to Mark Lieb, who's not feeling very well today. And that, Nick, looked like a standard stop. I didn't see them do anything to that rear quarter that had been the sort of drawn the attention of the WEC official.
No, me neither. I came over here thinking, I'm going to see some deployment of duct tape, which you know I'm very fond of. But no, they seem to be waved through. It's not loose, it's just broken. There's bits chipped off it, and it looks a bit second hand, but there's nothing flapping about. So they've obviously been given the all clear by the WEC official, and he got fuel, 4 tyres, and what we hear is a very poorly driver.
Yeah, bad enough to miss the little Q&A session that we had in the hospitality earlier on. The back area of the pitch right out behind the pig garages, there's a sort of a boulevard, and behind that again is all of the offices for the teams, which are styled on the theme of a Bedouin tented village, which is very nice here. It struck me the first time I was here in 2004, just how well thought out it had been. And of course the pineapple at turn 1, the pineapple is the symbol of welcome, of course. So you're listening to radiolemans.com, powered by Nissan, and FIAWEC.com. Sound and vision together once again for this final round of the World Championship, the Endurance World Championship for 2013. Now, a bit of action down at turn 1 a moment or two ago, as the number 2 Audi this time goes down the inside with a late manoeuvre on the 95 of Nygaard. And in fairness, Christian did a pretty good job of staying out the way there, turned in, saw the Audi was there, which is Tom Christensen, who started that car. He's still at the wheel of that. And Christopher Nygaard did a pretty good job in just amending his line in that Aston Martin. We're on board noises from Mark Lieb and the Porsche. It's not Mark making those noises, honestly. Just flicking through the gearbox. Confirmed this weekend, if you weren't with us right at the start of the programme, that there will be 2 Works Porsches in the FIA WEC next year. No drivers announced. That's not to say the cars will have no drivers, of course. That would be truly exceptional. I'm sure Porsche are working on that to dial out the inconsistency of these pesky drivers. But 2 Works Porsches next year and a complete U-turn on customer cars. Remember, we had the programme manager for RSR 911 Racing at Fuji telling us that there'll be no decision before the end of the year and no cars until after Le Mans. That has now been reversed, and what we're hearing now from Porsche officially is that from Weissach we will have new cars for the start of the WEC season. Tom Christensen dive bombing the Krohn Racing Ferrari there as well in the little kink between turns 8 and 9. Once again, prototype drivers taking quite big risks. The 2 Lotus now out of the race. I haven't seen them come back on, and Tracy Krohn was meant to be testing one of those cars tomorrow as he decides on his plans for 2014 in a private test here at Bahrain. That may now be at issue, and as the sun has now officially, well, is officially going down, we've already got half of the circuit in shade. Just keep an eye on the new light poles, well over 70 of them, as Richard Liebs is reclining in that boulevard area that I mentioned before. Well over 70 light poles, half of which will be on this evening as the FIA WEC and sports cars becomes a test bed for Formula One, as we announced earlier on in the week. I hadn't realised that hadn't been announced, so we gave you an exclusive if you were listening to our early session coverage that the race here next year for Formula One will be a night race. And let's head down to the pit lane. Louise has Richard Lietz. She's joined him out in the boulevard area under the cool of the trees.
Richard, obviously taking a bit of a moment to cool down and calm down after that. Tell us about that incident.
I mean, my start was actually pretty good until all the LMP2 cars slowed down quite a bit and make a big mess in the first corner. And so I was carefully and I lost some positions, but it was okay, you know, didn't do any risk. And yeah, after I think 6 or 7 laps, I got passed by the Lotus car. And obviously I already realized it was strangely slow in the middle of the corner. So I went to the inside, which is the outside for the next corner. But unfortunately, in the slow corner, the car, if it spins to the inside. That's where I was. So I don't know why it spun, but it looks really strange because it was quite aggressive how it spun and hit my rear left. So the tire was destroyed and I had to go slowly back to the pits. I mean, fortunately, we can continue because it was quite a big hit and I thought the suspension would be destroyed. But anyway, it's still driving straight the car, so we are still running. But obviously for the race, it's not the best situation now.
And how long have you got to go until you go back out? Is Mark going to do a double stint?
No, I think Mark is going to do a single stint because he didn't feel so good in the morning. So we give him some time to rest. And anyway, now with this position, it doesn't matter. So it's better for his health to, you know, calm down and don't do too much. And this time it's me doing a little bit more. Next time maybe it's him. So it's okay.
Thanks.
Well, while Louise was talking to Richard Lietz there, a couple of significant developments. The number 88 Felbermeyer GTE ARM car gets pushed into the garage. Gianluca Roder has pulled that car in, and at turn number 6, a yellow flag because Nico Prost has pulled the Toyota engined Rebellion Lola off the circuit with a little fire, it looked to me, at the back of that car. So an inauspicious end to a fabulous privateer career for the Lola Toyota. And at the head of the field, Paul, pit stops due when for our leaders?
Well, I'm reckoning on lap 47 for the number 1 Audi, which will be the first one in, having been the first one in on the previous cycle round, and then probably 49.50 for the Toyotas. So we're currently on lap 47, so we've got 3 or 4 laps yet, and then we'll see, first of all, Ben Treluet coming in, and that should be a driver change for Ben, and as I say, hopefully they'll then be able to sort something out for that car. The last few laps, I have to say, Treluet's been in the 45s again.
And Nico Prost has had quite a fire, more than I expected. I just saw a little lick of flame at the back of that car, but he's pulled off where the fire marshals are rather sensibly, and they've dealt with that very quickly, but quite a lot of extinguishment in the evening air. Sunset here, I'm informed by a number of people, is, including Paul Trustwell, is in around about 20 minutes, quarter to the next hour. But already we can see this, the light is softening here. The most clear day that we've seen, and off in the distance to the east, the massive flares from the gas being burned off the oil installations there, and we've not been able to see them because there's been so much moisture and dust in the air since we arrived here earlier in the week, but they are now very prevalent indeed. A lot of extinguishment has been expended, and that is not the way that Bart and the rest of the guys wanted to finish that season, and that to me, I'm afraid, looks like very much like an engine has given way. That is fully flamed. I saw a lick at the back. I didn't realise it was quite that bad. Nico Prost's done a great job to get that car pulled over at the side of the road. The yellow flag, I think, will be withdrawn. That can be dragged out behind the guardrail there. Let's nip back down to Louise, who has got Andrea Bellicchi from the Rebellion team down in the number 12 car pit.
Andrea, you're just looking at the pictures there. Matthias has just come in saying, what on earth is going on? Talk about go out with a bang.
Yes, I just saw on TV the image. The car was on fire, but still we don't know what happened. Maybe engine broke. It's a mess because it's first time since the beginning of the years. We never have problem, and last race we have a problem.
Matthias, how about that for the end of your era?
Yeah, it's not a good reward for the team because they really work well, and we had a reliable car, and it's a shame because we would like to give a good hand to this car. But unfortunately, this is racing, and I would like to thank the team because they did a great job, and Toyota engine was really reliable. So, you know, it's just racing, and this is part of the game.
Thank you.
It's Louise Beckett, and thanks to Louise as well for all her hard work on the TV side of things. We link together with our TV colleagues, of course, for these broadcasts. Let's head down to Nick Damon, the number 1 Audi in the pit lane. Nick?
Yeah, we've got Ben Treluet on the Audi and a driver change going on there. We've also seen the second place car within P2, the 26. John Martin hopped out of that. Not quite sure who hopped in.
Mike Conway it was that jumped into that one, Nick.
Bertrand Baguette in the 35, which of course is the championship leading car, has hopped out, and Martin Plowman's got in there. The 24 we're coming along. Toyota are kind of also getting ready as well. So we're not really, I don't think we've seen much sign of the massive advantage in fuel consumption that Paul was predicting for the Toyota at the moment. That's tyre limited. And off goes the number 1 car with a new driver on board. I take it, is that Andre Lotter's got in there?
That's Marcel Fessler.
No, that's it. I'm batting 1,000 for getting those cars, that driver changes wrong. The 25
he's got out right in front of the leaders here, Nick, and he's trying not to go a lap down. And we know the Toyotas will be coming in shortly, but there was a little bit of a kerfuffle there as into the pit lane comes Tom Christensen, presumably to hand off to either Loic. Now, they normally go in alphabetical order, so it should be McNish, shouldn't it, after Christensen?
I can tell the difference those two when they get in, so that's good. It's like the big one or the small one as the Pecan car goes past. That's had a pretty standard stop, and I assume a driver change that appears to be happening with all the P2 cars at the moment.
dear me, the two Toyotas now very close as they're lapping the Oak Art car down into turn 9 and 10, and it's still at the moment Buemi from Lapierre. The Audi has just eked out a little lead on them, but they should be coming in a lap or two. Back to Nick in the powered by Nissan pit lane as Toyota are getting ready.
Yeah, we're about to get the 8 car in, and it'll be Stefan Sarazan jumping on board, taking over from Buemi. I'm not sure that car 2 has changed its driver. I could have just missed that in the excitement of listening to you. But
sorry, Nick.
I'm just wondering whether Tom stayed aboard. I'd be surprised. The front left a bit sticky as well on that one, the number 2 car.
I didn't quite catch what the Toyota team radio was there. I presume take it easy, boys, and don't bump into each other. Hello to Wolfgang Reep, who will be the next Nismo athlete to drive a P2 car in the World Championship. It's box, box, box for the leader. Doesn't get by Marcel Fessler, and into the pit lane comes Nico Lapierre. Comes Sebastian Buemi as Nico Lapierre goes back through to the lead of the race, and Nick Damon is watching the leader, as was coming down to a halt in his pits.
Yeah, a couple of seconds. Sarazan's been waiting there for a while. Can you just check, did number 2 not change drivers? Or was it
it's Loic
Duval. That was an impressively snake-like driver change. You look away for a second and a man slipped in. So that's Duval.
Don't say snake when Tom's around, he's got a phobia.
That's right, he has. So Buemi calmly walks away with his seat like he's just basically, it looks like he's carrying a car seat of his child off the Sainsbury's, and not he's just got out of a 1 hour 40 minute, 1 hour 20 minute stint in a P1 car. Already aboard and settled down is Sarazan. They're waiting as the fuel goes in. Be interesting to see what the respective pit stop times again. I'm pretty certain that pit exit is worth at least, I would say probably worth a second to Audi. They will probably lose a little bit of that on the start of the next lap. But they've chosen well. Because Red Bull had the same advantage a couple of years ago at Silverstone when they were right at the end as well. But they changed that because obviously no one could see them when they were right at the end. Number 8 gets away. Totally clean start. And he now will pass off full service, and the Toyota will now reset for number 7. And number 7 will see Alex Wirtz jumping on board when Lapierre gets out, John.
Nick Damon in the powered by Nissan pit lane. We'll go back to him when we get the now leader in the 7 car of Nico Lapierre. Been a bit of radio chatter there from Toyota calling in the number 7 car. You happy with these pit stops, Paul, in terms of the amount of laps that Toyota have put in there?
Yes, perfectly happy. At the moment, we've got 26 laps being run by Toyota and 25 by Audi. So Audi has actually managed one more than I expected them to do, as in comes Lapierre now at the completion of his 51st lap, which means that as a stint, that was again 26 laps. So 26 laps for both of the Toyotas. And so as I say, there's only 1 lap difference. I had a feeling that Audi might only be able to do 24, but I suspect that they're right on the cusp, as far as I can work it out, between 24 and 25. But if you have a little bit of a yellow flag where you just ease your pace a little bit, that'll help them. So 1 lap is the difference, which is the same as it was in Shanghai, which is a circuit of almost exactly the same length in terms of distance as Bahrain is, although Shanghai is a little bit slower, so the lap times here are a little bit quicker.
And it looks, Nick, very much to me as if they've taken a tear off the screen of that Toyota that's in for the pit, the 7 car.
I think it may well have picked up a bit of dirt. They've both the Toyota stops just seemed a little more fiddly. Like they were just, a little more difficult, I think, to change the drivers. They are astounding the way the cars start. Just went over with Nico. Nico, a good start, a good lap there. There's slight problems. You overtook a Corvette. What happened?
Yeah, it was a bit for me misunderstanding. I wanted to go inside, he went inside, then I wanted to go outside, and they went outside.
You certainly seemed to stop it earlier in the first thing. Was that due to tyre degradation? Is there a lot more degradation today than you expected?
No, we stop when we have no more fuel. It's not a problem of tyres. Tyre degradation is not that bad. It's much cooler than last year, so it's quite okay on our car. But it will be very tight with Audi.
Thank you, Nico.
Well done, Nico Lapierre, and the car drops back out. Alex Wirtz has gone through and retakes the lead, and they'll sort themselves out next time around. There's been a change at the lead of P2 because Nick Manassian has made one more stop than Olivier Pla, but as I say that, Oli Pla comes into the pit lane, Paul.
Yes, I was going to say not anymore because Pla comes in for his second pit stop. Nation did actually put a little bit less fuel in on that previous stint in the Picon car. They only ran 25 laps on their stint. I wonder if they actually short fueled it on the start
yeah.
on the first stint, because they did 20 laps on the first tank full and then 25 on the second, whereas the Olivier Pla did 23 on their first stint and then 25 on the second. The other one which we're keeping our eye on, of course, is the number 26 car, which now leads the P2 class, with the other two having made their pit stop. John Martin in the number 26 car having started off having done a 20 lap stint, and then they've done a 24 lap. So there is a little bit of variety in the P2s, and they seem to be a little bit harder to predict. As you were saying earlier on, John, the idea that they're kind of looking at the race as a 6-hour event and then wondering how they're going to chop it into chunks and making decisions based on that.
Paul Truswell is in our Surrey Data Centre. Nick Damon is in the powered by Nissan pit lane along with Louise Beckett as Loic Duval takes a bit of a wild ride whilst passing traffic. All of these leading prototype drivers in the hybrid cars prepared to take risks and go to the outside on passing slower traffic, which is always going to be a danger. It's powered by Nissan coverage of the final round number 8 of the FIA World Endurance Championship here on RadioLeMans.com.
World Endurance Championship when you want it. Every moment of the season is waiting for you at www.radiolemans.com. So if you missed the race, want to catch up with practice, qualifying and our behind-the-scenes interviews and chat, head to the WEC archive section at www.radiolemans.com. Radio Le Mans.
Olivia, just making it back in. You're not too happy?
Well, I'm not too happy. If you see the start, you know, I was on the outside of Minassian, and he just hit me like a stupid, you know. So what I could have done, you know, just I was on the outside, you know, he just hit me. We lost the place together, me and him. So that was it. I think it's just a stupid thing to do, but it's all it is now.
Thank you.
Yeah, missing out the bit where he then pushed him, the both of them off the track, as may well have been right, but Nick Manassian was on the right-hand side of Olivier Pla, so couldn't have dragged him off the track to driver's right with him. So I think foul on both sides there, offsetting penalties in NFL parlance. Dear me. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com. Louise Beckett down there with Olivier Pla in the pit lane. Our Michelin track temperature, as we have 4 hours and 23 minutes left, is 27.2 degrees, air temperature 24.6 degrees Celsius. And as it cools down, Nick Damon, that pesky humidity is starting to go up again, and it's now 62%.
Ah, that's a rise of what, 6 or 7%?
Yes.
That's quite interesting actually, because it has begun to feel a little closer, but that's nowhere near where we were in the first couple of days of the event. The 88 car, I'm just walking past now, I'm afraid it looks like it's stopping. There's an awful lot of work on the 88 at the moment. They've got the whole rear end coming off the machine, so I think they've got a pretty serious problem with the 88, and that, of course, I think when it came in was actually leading.
Let's go down to Louise in the pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's an horrible race for us. Up to now, we had a contact at the start. I don't know really why, because I let a lot of space, but the 31 hit me. And then my first stint was just horrible. I mean, I struggled a lot with the rear tires. Then my second stint was a little bit quicker, but still the tire degradation was very bad. And we are not quick this weekend. We are not quick at all, so we just need to get the best position we can, but it's a difficult race for us.
and now the light is starting to go. How's that going to affect you?
Yeah, the fact that it's gonna cool down might be better for us, because apparently when it's very hot, our car is very hard on the tires, and we struggle to do one complete stint. So it might get better for us while it gets cooler.
You might have noticed that wasn't Louise who spoke first. That was Bertrand Baguette. Alex Brundle puts the 24 car's fastest lap in a 1:53.2. New tyres, but a heavy fuel load. It is going to be low sun that will be the issue over the next, well, I suppose about 15 minutes till the sun completely drops over the horizon. Let's listen to a Porsche. This is the 92. Chasing back through the field, Mark Lieb not feeling very well today with a stomach upset. He's coming up behind Darren Turner. He's not on the same lap as Darren, of course, after his problems earlier on. The team will be on the phone to Darren to say don't fight too hard. Does sound a bit harder from the outside, that the edge of that exhaust note from the Porsche. Going up towards turn 4. Big flames popping out of the side exhausts of the Aston Martin. The big V8 working very, very hard. Completely different engine noise from the flat 6 of the Porsche. Aston Martin V8. Very different, and don't we love the variety that is sports car racing. Heading down towards 9 and 10. I wonder if Darren will just give way and allow the Porsche to go back by him. They are not fighting for position. Here's the message from the Aston pit. Well, there you go. Darren is coming into the pit, so not telling Darren about the car behind him. Martin Plowman puts the 35 Morgan Oaks car's fastest lap in last time around, a 1:53.6. Nick Manassian leads P2 by 3.1 seconds. The 49 Picom Oregon Nissan then from Mike Conway in the 26 G-Drive car. G-Drive possibly moving over to being run by AF Corsa next year, maybe as one of 2 prototypes, maybe as a GT car, all waiting to find out what Roman Rusinov is going to do now that he's been graded as a gold driver. And his appeal to have that rescinded has been turned down as Darren Turner pulls off into the pit lane. It's John Lancaster now behind the wheel of the Zytec Nissan, the 41 car. He is 20 seconds behind the leading pair. John Lancaster stepping into LMP2 from GP2. In GTE Pro, Vilander from Bergmeister by 9 seconds now, the Ferrari over the Porsche, and Jimmy doing a good job at the start of that race. Giancarlo Fisichella now in the 71 Ferrari is keeping his end up. His last lap around a 2:01.9, not that far off Vilander's time, and in fact quicker than the Porsche ahead of him, and Bergmeister 51.91 and 71. And in GTE, and Christopher Nygaard leads for Aston by 10.9 seconds in the 95 car from Davide Rigon in the 81 Ferrari in second, who has 19 seconds on Marcus Paltala, in the 76 car that he took over from Jean Calvinier. That is the IMSA Matmut Porsche, and that's how they stand with 4 hours and 17 minutes to go. Aston in the pits, Nick Damon. Oh, sorry, Nick, I through to you and then realised I didn't have you faded up. My problem.
That would explain why when I was trying to call you a minute ago you didn't hear me. It was only about how I got the 88 wrong, because they put it back together again.
Ah, really?
So yes, that was a pretty standard stop there for the Aston team, and they're away and gone. It's all gone very calm again now. It is an interesting situation where we've only really had a couple of cars with problems, and both of them were Lotuses. And now this 88's been in and out, but everyone else is ticking along quite nicely.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Paul Trustwell is watching this one develop. We've seen the second pit stops for all of the leading prototypes. Indeed, all of the P1 and P2 fields have made their second stops. The leading cars in GTE Pro, the 97 Aston, was that a bit of an early stop for Darren Turner's car to put Stefan Mucker back in?
Lapping slightly faster than him at the moment, gap to Audi 15.7.
That was Matthew Linnell talking to Stefan Sarazan, and he's just put the fastest first sector as the sun is just a few moments away from dropping below the horizon. He does rather hurry towards the horizon in these parts. Paul Truswell, the GTE battle, Aston Martin, that 97 car, seems to have made a slightly earlier stop than everybody else around it, other than that 92 car, which had its issues, of course, early on. Let's head back down to the pits. Louise Beckett has got Dominic Kreiheimer. Remember, that's the Lotus that had all the issues, took 40 minutes to get round its first lap, and then he was called to see Eduardo Freitas.
Dominic, you've made it back to the garage, you've been to race control. Tell us from your side.
Yeah, I'm very sorry how the race went for everybody, especially for Porsche, which was part of the collision. At the start, I already felt that the engine wouldn't pull in first, second, third gear. We had problems there. We still don't know what it is yet. We have to find out. That's why at the start and then in the next few laps after that, the GT passed me, even bumped into me in the racing zones because I was really slow and I couldn't do anything. I was constantly on radio with the team. They told me to stay out. I wanted to pit. Okay, that's the story. Then going into turn one, it was still okay in the braking, and just on the exit, I lost the car. I don't know. We got to check the suspension, left rear suspension. Something broke. The car suddenly spun, and unfortunately, it was the GT just right behind me and then next to me, and my car crashed into him. He couldn't do anything, but in that case, I was a passenger too. And about the situation later, I tried to bring it back, and there was a problem with the overheating. So we got a system, emergency system, in which at a certain temperature, engine temperature, the engine just turns off. That's what I had both times. That's why I couldn't stop next to an orange exit. So I was staying on track, caused the yellow flag. I'm really sorry for that. The team absolutely wanted me to bring the car back. I was arguing a lot with the marshals, suggested to make it a day, but they wanted to bring me back, so I had to stay in the car and brought it back. Okay, it was a difficult season. I'm very sorry for everybody there, and I still want to thank Lotus. Now I need a little rest.
Thank you. It's a clear picture. Thank you.
Well, very full explanation from Dominic Kreiheimer there, who is a very thoughtful driver normally, I would say. And he will have presented his case to Eduardo Freitas, as he has done there to Louise Beckett. Should just mention that Jörg Bergmeister ran about 5 or 10 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago in fact, was warned for track limits on turn 3. So keep an eye on that car. The 12 car that we saw on fire has been moved to a safe place, so an inauspicious end to Rebellion Racing season. We look forward to their new R1 cars next year, and we sign off not the way we would have liked to for Lola in the World Endurance Championship. Fabulous skies here with the cirrus cloud above the Pineapple off to the western side of the circuit, reflecting the sunshine, as the whole of the circuit now is in shade and the darkness will fall quickly. The lights from the cars are more noticeable, and the floodlights, testing them out for the night race at Formula One. Formula One moving to a night race here in 2014. They will become more obvious. 26.7 the Michelin track temperature for an air temperature of 24.2. Don't expect the air temperature to come down much below maybe 24, 23.5. But the track temperature will drop very quickly now. Humidity is 67% at the moment. Let's check in with our very own humidity probe. He's been called a lot of things, but perhaps not that before. Nick Damon is in the powered by Nissan pit lane. Nick, what do you have?
I had no idea who you're going to then. It could be me or Paul. I don't know whether Paul was a bit quiet at the last report, or he...
No, he was.
Yeah, because obviously the reason that the Aston is nervous is they stopped early last time with that tyre problem. They
of course, thank you.
Back on their hour-long, effectively, stint, but of course they're 20 minutes short, so they're going to have to splash and dash whatever happens. Again, it is now. It's very, very. If I look down towards turn one, it's really pretty. It's a lovely sunset coming in, and the temperature's going down. Unfortunately, the humidity's going up. I don't think we're going to. I don't think we had the problem of puddle. I don't think we've got quite that much water in the atmosphere to give the issues in the pit lane we had on Thursday night. And it's again another situation where everyone's kind of very relaxed, just going through their race programs now. And as you get to the end of the season, there's a lot of people have got the bugs ironed out of their cars, and they're just turning laps. As long as they don't hit each other, things are pretty much okay.
Yeah. The start of the race, the track temperature was up over 30 degrees, now down to 26.7. Thanks, Nick. And Sarrazin on the 61st lap has a lead of 1.4 seconds in the 8 Toyota over the 7 Toyota of Alex Wurtz's teammate in second. They've stretched out a little bit. It was about 10 seconds. It's now about 13 seconds to Loic Duval in the number 2 Audi champions-elect, as we've said. 10 seconds separate the two Audis, with Marcel Fessler in 4th position. And then it's the P2 battle in 5th down over. Nick Manassian by 7.2 seconds in the 49 Picom Orica. Last time they were on pole was Spa, and they won the race. They were on pole here, got banged all the way down the field, and Nick has fought back manfully. Mike Conway in second. 53.7 for Manassian, 54 flat for Conway last time around. 53.7 for John Lancaster, doing a great job on his return to motor racing in the Zytek Nissan, the 41 car. Craig Dolby, another returnee to motorsport last race, and coming into the P2 ranks for Delta ADR. I wonder what their plans are for next year. All kinds of things being mooted. As we said, the visibility much better now, so you can see the gas being burned off the oil installations. Delta ADR rumoured to be running a BMW Daytona prototype car with generic bodywork, not with Corvette bodywork that they've been working on as a joint project with Action Express, but not sure whether that's still going to happen. 5th place in P2, Alec Brundle. So we've got Conway, Lancaster, Dolby, Brundle and Plowman in the middle of that P2 battle there. All young drivers with excellent open wheel credentials. In.
Would you like to talk to another one?
Oh, go on then.
Let's see if I just we're with John Martin, who got out of the number 26 car. John, it's a very, he's got proper earplugs. It's a very different conditions to which we've seen so far. How was that first stint for you?
Yeah, not too bad. Lost left-hand side drive planes though at turn 1 with a bit of a clash. I think Pla was on the outside of Manassian, and then, yeah, for whatever reason, I think both of them sort of bumped across and then bumped into me. It was sort of a side-to-side impact, but so that's sort of hurting us a little bit. We got quite a bit of understeer in the car, but Mike's out there now and doing quite a good job. It sort of hurt me in my second stint. But, the first stint was quite good, but yeah, the Michelin car is going really fast at the moment, so yeah, we'll try and work hard to try and catch it up.
It does seem that P2 cars are running not quite as long stints as we're normally used to. Is there any difference, or just the nature of the track or the tyre degradation situation?
Just sort of the way it's sort of playing out. Stints, sort of every stint a bit shorter. You know, overall the race time's faster, so but that's what we hope anyway. But yeah, it seems Picom is doing exactly the same. So race on.
Thanks, John. I'm not sure how did you get all that break up, John?
Yeah, we got most of that.
Yeah,
thanks for pushing on. The 41 Greaves car's just come in on its Dunlop tyres for John Lancaster, and John Martin, as Nick rightly says, another one of those drivers who has stepped across very effectively indeed from single-seater racing. Hello to Rob Janer, asking about the 8-star car, sitting second in class at the moment to Christopher Nygaard, 95 Aston Martin leading Am from Davide Rigon by about 16 seconds, and Marcus Baltala in third for IMSA Performance Matmut, but well, let's see, how far is he back? He's about another 20 seconds further back from that road. Gotha getting some race laps in for the first time since Le Mans. He's 8 seconds behind Tracy Krohn, and the two gentlemen drivers in the 57 Ferrari and the 96 Aston lapping very closely in terms of time. Martin Plowman in the very distinctive orange, white and yellow helmet sitting behind the wheel of the 35 Morgan Oak at the moment as John Lancaster rejoins for a double. I think did John Lancaster get tyres there, did you notice, Nick?
Yeah, every single stop P2 cars taken tyres. I think they are experiencing quite high degradation, but as you say, they found out that they think that going shorter, going faster in the individual stints appears to be the quickest way of doing this, because they are definitely, the LMP2 cars at the front are definitely stopping more quickly or doing shorter stints than we've been used to the rest of the season.
And Paul Trustwell is about to confirm that in turn from the Greaves car as well, Paul.
Well, yes, that's the John Lancaster car, number 41, which just made that stop. And that was only 11 laps on the stint. So, that's a problem. Either a puncture or something that happened to that car.
Nick's on his way, I can tell.
It's certainly far shorter a stint than it should have been.
We'll get Nick to have a quick look at that. We've got a battle for the lead again with Sarrazin and Wirtz, half a second across the line, 7/10 now, and the lights around the circuit doing their job. Only at 50% brightness here. I believe Charlie Whiting from FOM is coming to the track next week to have a look to see them in their full glory. This is 50% brightness, figuring the sports cars have headlights, so they should be able to see in any dark patches. And speaking to Jörg Bergmeister and Richard Leitz earlier on today, they both said you could drive without headlights here. It is Le Mans. We were talking about this earlier on in the week, Nick, weren't we? It's kind of Le Mans lightness. If anything, I think it's possibly a little brighter this evening than it was, and that is because of the lack of particulates in the air.
Yeah, they've also turned on a few more lights actually. But they've turned on some gantry lights on the main poles of the actual grandstand. I think that's,
have they?
I think that's to light the crowd as such. Tim Greaves just come over to me and said, I can't believe it, a bloody visor in the airbox.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, so a
tear off
in the airbox, yeah.
So lack of power then for that. Oh, problems for Toyota number 7. Alex Wirtz is in at the end of the pit lane. Nick Damon.
Yeah, he's just pulling in now. He's actually got himself right off the end. He's pulled into the end of the running lane. He's actually parked it very effectively, not to cause any problems. I don't think they'll be able to rescue that car. That's probably going to be dead unless they can get the thing going again. That was a dead stick pulling over the side. That's a technical problem. That's a mechanical failure of some form, but that's a shock.
And I'm hearing that John Lancaster had been off the circuit as well. Not sure whether that was before or after the stop, but that is drama at the head of the field. And once again, Toyota's jinx in this year's championship continues with a well-placed car just about half a second off the lead, has ground to a halt. The side door comes over and there appears to be fluid behind the car on that number 7. The left-hand side door is open. The marshal has been waved away. I suspect that Alex is deciding whether he brings that car back around the track. He can't reverse it back down the pit lane here, of course, because he's come from the main straight.
And he's past the end line, so he couldn't be pulled back either.
And reversing on the circuit under power, of course, would be instant DQ anyway. John Lancaster off the circuit before that stop, according...
Go ahead. Safety. He's been pushed back by the marshal, which could be a safety decision, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
the official is going to go and see this now.
But he's in pit lane. He won't be in the pit lane if he's because the official will say he has to then go round if he can get it started, and he'll have to do that under his own steam.
We're hearing from... Well, he is rolling backwards down using the force of gravity under the auspices of the marshals, who have their marigolds on, because that is a hybrid car and it's not discharged. Go ahead, Nick. We're hearing from Alistair that reporting from the car. Alex Wirtz said he heard a noise, smelled oil and lost power.
Yeah, it's now been pushed back. That was actually a pushback and move it out into a point of safety because it was slightly covering the exit. Not that anyone would have been blocked by it, but it was. It's now being pushed actually directly in front of the safety car, which also doesn't seem like the safest thing to do. But
see what Alex is saying on the radio here.
Maybe rejoin the box, but you have to do one lap complete.
Oh, impossible. Impossible, for sure impossible. They're pushing the deck now. Guys, I think this is really, that's it. Engine, I think it's gone.
I was wondering whether he might have been able to do a lap on hybrid power, but of course that is a car, we've heard this before, haven't we, Nick, that is a car where the hybrid powertrain and the engine are inextricably linked. So basically you've got to dip the clutch or not have it in gear for the hybrid to work.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the maximum you get out there is 400 or 600 metres, I would think. Walks back and he gets nice meeting there between Dr. Ulrich and Alex, commiserating. Nothing you could do. Another bit of bad luck.
Well, and let's not forget that Alex Wirtz. Hang on. See if we can hear what he says. Let's not forget Alex Wirtz was a Porsche driver, and at the time that he won, and we're going to get a word with him with Louise here, at the time that he won, was the youngest winner of Le Mans for Porsche.
Yeah, disappointing. It was about tyre management. The car came together nicely. I was chasing Stefan, who did really well, but I came close to him. But anyway, I think it's engine or gearbox, and there's no way to continue. I'm sorry.
What did happen in the car then? What did you feel?
Everything went to plan. Everything okay, but what I felt on anything on the drivetrain, I don't know really.
Well, as I say, those with long memories will remember Alex Wirtz in, and Paul might correct me on, I think it was the Jules Porsche that came out of retirement, and Alex was one of the drivers. I think he was 22 at the time when he won.
He was the youngest ever winner when he won, but it wasn't the Jules Porsche, it was the WSC car.
Correct.
The Porsche WSC 05 in which he won. The Jules car was, if you remember that far back, 1981, which was a 936.
World Endurance Championship continues as Alex Wirtz with his trademark one red on the right foot, one blue on the left foot race boot trudges sadly back to his team. And Paul, that's two Toyota engines that have gone foot.
It is, isn't it? Bizarrely, I felt that Rebellion would do their time in the sun because we've kind of got through the season. They've won their particular championship, the Privateers Championship, and hardly got a mention because they've done so in a class of one. But they've had a superb season and a very ignominious end to that, but powered by Toyota. And then the Toyota number 7 there with clearly a mechanical failure of some sort, and what was it, not even 2 hours into the race, we've just gone over 2 hours now into the race, so Sarrazin now in the lead, but we heard from, I think it was when our Nick was talking to the other Nick, Nicolas Lapierre, wasn't it, when Nicolas said it's going to be a close race, and it is, because these Audi, and we're seeing now as the temperature drops, the lap times of the Audis are getting quicker and quicker. We're getting 45s, or at least for the number 2 car, we're getting 45s in from the number 2, we're getting 46s in, we had a 45 2 laps ago, didn't we, from Marcel Fessler. So, we'll see the Audis, I suspect, getting quicker and quicker. And as the track temperature, you mentioned it, John, the track temperature is what's really dropping. That will affect the tyre wear and might mean that we start getting into the zone where they can start thinking about doing double stints.
And it was Jimmy Bruni on his outlap from his pit stop that spun there in the 51, not the 71. And so apologies for that. Go ahead, Nick.
I'm standing, if you look, I'm actually standing on the number 7's pit box.
Right.
There's oil on it. It was dropping oil at the last pit stop.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Already?
Yeah, there's oil. I mean, this isn't very good radio, but you can see me out your window.
Yep.
There is a long run of well, it looks like engine oil, could be gearbox oil, actually in the pit box.
So that could well have started at his last stop, which was how many laps ago, Paul, when the 7 car was in the pits?
It was in on lap 51 and it got up to lap 64, so it did 13 laps before the oil fell out.
And I'm now going to go back on what I've just said. It was the 71 car that spun at turn 8. I'm sorry, correcting myself because people are giving me that information, so I apologise. It spun at turn 8 and continued in close proximity to an Audi, but had nothing to do with it. I have to say then, Nick, if he was dropping oil then, it's taken a very long time for that engine to expire. I'm surprised he got that far. This is the 7 car we're talking about here of Alex Wirtz.
Well, perhaps it just consumed all the oil. I mean, it's interesting. There was nothing coming out of it when it was pushed backwards. So, but there is I'm actually quite surprised the Toyota mechanics haven't cleared it up, because they've had 15 minutes to do it, but it's sitting there. It's just plain tall to see engine oil, and quite a large amount.
Well, also, Nick, the question has to be asked, if you can see it, they must have been able to see it. Why didn't they drag him in and see if there was anything they could do before it became an issue, unless they thought it wasn't going to be one?
Well, yeah, I suppose that they have regular overfill. We know there's the overfill. We occasionally get sort of overfills of all sorts of fluids. I've never seen this before, by the way, and I've been up and down pit lanes for 7 years now, 8 years in Le Mans. I've never seen this for a car that hasn't ended up blowing up very soon afterwards. It's got quite a bit interesting with an oil leak. Now, they must have dismissed it. They must have seen it. They can't not have seen it. So they must have dismissed it. Or perhaps as it's the last race, it's the last time they're going to run that engine, they just thought, let's see what happens. Let's run it and see what happens. If it goes bang, it doesn't really matter. We don't need it again.
Okay, thank you. Craig Dolby now in second position as the pit stops are completed. The pit stop cycle are... sorry, he's not at all, as he's still in third. I'm just watching the Alex Wirtz car drop down through the timing and scoring there. That slightly confused me. Nick Manassian only needs one more of the hybrids to drop out, and he could have a P2 car on the podium here. It's radiolemans.com. Under 4 hours to go in this now, 3:54. We've gone through another hour. Stefan Sarrazin leads by 13.5 seconds on lap number 70. As into the pits comes Giancarlo Fisichella. That's been an extraordinarily long stop, but he did have that rotation. Also in the pit lane at the moment, Marcus Paltella in the second place AM car. And Christoph Nygaard going super long in the 95 car. He's going to end up leading the GTs again as he comes past this time, which he'll do in a moment or two. Meantime, it's a great battle going on between Craig Dolby and Alex Brundle, 24 and 25 out on the circuit. They're going through turn number 10 now and onto the straight that houses the pits for the support races. It's the 50th, was this morning, the 50th. Now, I know it's bright out there, and that's Enzo Podaliccio currently in second position, but we're just watching that car going through. And now they're on. He must have just forgotten to flick the switch. My goodness, they are very bright now as he heads through turn number 3 up towards the left-hander at the top of the hill at 4. Christian Poulsen is now on his outlap in the 95 Aston. And that car has done a cracking job. 95, 81 and 76. He's just taken its second stop. The last of the GTM cars to do so. In GT Pro, it's Jimmy Bruni in the 51. Stefan Mucker in the 97 Aston Martin. 6.2 seconds between those two cars. And Patrick Pilet in the Porsche, now down in third, is another 13 seconds behind, with Kamui Kobayashi going long and doing a 2:02, the fastest lap of the race for that car. The 71 car does seem to get good mileage, sitting in fourth position. Not sure how that'll play out towards the end. And the slightly longer stop for that Kamui Kobayashi car pushes the 97 back up into second place for the Porsche, rather, pushes the 97, and that's been a couple of longer stops for the Porsche. Not sure why the 91 Porsche is spending quite so much time in pit lane, whether it's just because they're taking more fuel. Into the pit lane, Paul, comes Marcel Fessler, the first of the top 3 prototypes to do so. That is correct in terms of him starting the pit stop cycle. Has he done about the right number of laps?
About exactly right, the right number of laps, John. Yeah, 73 laps on the board now for all three of the P1 cars in first, second and third places. Fessler is the third of them and is the first of them to stop. So struggling still from whatever that balance problem was in the very early stages, which slowed down Ben Treluet. The car seems now to be okay, and they seem to be quite happy with it. And as I say, we should see Fessler now continuing on a double stint, even though he's getting a new set of tyres put on to his Audi R18.
Steaming brakes at the back of that car. Nick Damon is in the powered by Nissan pit lane.
Yeah, it's, occasionally you see that, a bit more virulent than normal, so he obviously was pushing very hard on his way in. I suppose there's a blanking right. Looks like we are going to get a change of tyre. Where are we? They're offering up yet. They run round as the tyre's being changed now. Also in the pits is the 26 car, the one of the ADR machines. There's no driver change there. And Faz is down and away. And ready to stand and stop. And hopefully the car will be coming towards us. The 25 car also joins the fray. That's the Millennium machine. I think I've seen that that may get a driver. No, it looks like they're going to stick with a double stint as well for the drivers in the P2 as well. So they're doing two shorter stints in P2 at the moment, running towards the tyres. And away they go again. That's the car. I think the 26 car is currently second, and the 25 car, what about fourth in P2? I'm just guessing. But all very straightforward again.
Thanks, Nick.
Yes, it was 23 laps for the number 25 Delta car and 24 laps on the stint for the number 26 car. Which it was Mike Conway staying behind the wheel, as Nick said, of the number 26, and Craig Dolby staying behind the wheel of the number 25 car. And we now have the other Audi, number 2, Loic Duval, in, and Nick's probably still there.
A few yards away. Interesting, as of yet, this car's not had tyres offered to it, so they are fueling. And I don't think they're going to take tyres. I think they're going to now start splitting strategies. Or are they going to? Thinking about it, it's going to Jack. No, they didn't just offer them. They made a late decision on tyres there. They didn't put them out in the dark in the four corners. They've taken them out from the support the whole way. So they have made a late decision for tyres for the number 2 car, but that has now received a full service as the 35, the championship leading P2 car, which is having a relatively uninspired run so far, but there's 3.5 hours, 3 hours 40 to go. Also comes to a stop, and again, not a driver change. So in these middle stints of the prototypes, they appear to double stinting drivers, but only single stinting tyres.
His Eminence Cardinal Cormac O'Connell on the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective, the forum at radiolemans.com, points out he believes, and I'm with him on this, that specification of the engine, I think it's called the RKV8, the Toyota engine, that may well be the first or ever failure of that engine, certainly since Rebellion have been using it since 2011. Let's go down. It's St Andrew's Day. Go down to McNish in the pit lane.
Going out. Obviously they're competitors, but you don't want to see an opponent go out in that way.
No, there's no question about it. It's a good battle at the moment. It's sort of just moving it a little bit back and forward. And to see one of the top 4 contenders go out, especially in the last race of the season, is disappointing, there's no question.
The temperature's starting to cool down as we're going into the darkness. Have you thought about double stinting those tyres?
We're thinking about everything. Strategy is a big part of it, and especially now that we're a lot closer than what we expected at this stage of the race, to be honest with you. That the engineers up there and also back behind us are running through every single number they possibly can.
And you know yet? I tried. Thank you.
Now, Nick, if I can just quickly come back to you, are we sure that there was no tyre change on that number 2 car? Because it was about the right time.
There was a tyre change, but they were tardy. They were obviously having a really good think about it, because you know how normally they offer the tyres out?
Yeah.
So they weren't there. They actually started to stop with all 4 tyres still on the trolley, and then pulled it over and rounding out to the dancing parade of ballerina changeovers. From the trolley, rather than having them laid out on the ground, much like they're laid out on the ground here for the number 8 Toyota that's about to make its stop any second now.
It's in the pit lane now, as is Nick Manassian, who's getting out of the 49 PCOM car from the lead of P2, 4th position overall, and Alex Brundle's in the lane as well. He's in right behind the Toyota that's heading towards our Powered by Nissan pit lane reporter, Nick Damon.
Yeah. all the rest of P2, because those two cars came out long enough to delay leaving the pits by a couple of seconds. They couldn't do it for the equivalent of an unsafe release. Brundle's staying aboard. He's obviously made a position up in his stint so far. He needs to put some clear air between the 35 and some clear positions, because that's their main rival for the championship, and I'm sure Graham Goodwin will give us a state of the championship as it stands quite soon. If I swing to my left, I can see the number 8 car, which is also just receiving its fuel, the petrol, of course, for the hybrid supercapacitor normally aspirated V8, and any second now fuel finishes and off they go with tyres. And as I said before, all 4 tyres laid out in their respective corners in advance, unlike number 2. So Audi obviously are closer to considering double sinting, it would seem, than Toyota are at the moment with the 8. No driver change, they'll be off and away in a few seconds, and their car in fact last car on. And in fact, that was a significantly, quite a bit of a faster stop. I know it's a different car, but a significantly faster stop, I think, for the Oak machine and the Toyota.
Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon down in the pit lane for us there. So that's the leading 2 from P2 that have come in. So John Lancaster should come around, and, well, Alex has come into the pit lane. Well, let's see when it shakes out this time around, as down the inside into the first... Go on.
Sorry, John. Lancaster should stay out for longer. Remember, he came in with that earlier stop because of the tear-off strip going into his airbox. So he'll now be in a different on a different schedule with the number 41 car. In fact, he won't be due in now until 81 laps into the race.
Okay. Just have to again apologise for our break up in the pit lane, down to the amount of radio frequencies that's down there and the equipment that we've been given by the circuit. I'm afraid just not able to break through that. Nick doing a manful job, so thank you for your forbearance on that. So we have 3 hours and 40 minutes to go, and Stefan Sarazan has just done the fastest second sector of that car's race on his out lap in the number 8 Toyota. The Michelin track temperature down at 25.6 now, and the air temperature 23.8. I just wonder, and I'm not sure anybody's going to tell Nick, but I'll put this thought in Nick's mind, just wonder if there's thoughts of either double stinting the harder compound tyre or going on to the softer compound tyre and try and reduce the lap times among the prototypes. They tend to have two different compounds, Paul.
Yes, they do, and of course that was one of the contributing factors to the Shanghai race, when the number 1 Audi started off the race on an unsuitable tyre. But I was just wondering whether perhaps we might see Loic Duval staying in and doing a triple stint. If at the end of this stint he comes in, they'll leave him on the same set of tyres, because he's got a new set of tyres on at the moment. So what they want to do is to maximise the possibility of double stinting the tyres, but there's no point in double stinting the tyres if you've got to change the driver, because it takes the time away that you're winning back. So what they might do is to leave Loic in for a triple and then double stint the tyres on this stint, and then Alan will finish the race on a double.
James Freeman has tweeted at Radio Le Mans, on the stop for Audi they clamped what looked like a jumper cable to the right upright of the wing. What's the purpose of that? It's to ground out the car, electrically ground out the car, so that it at least mitigates the risk of a spark whilst the fuel is going in, and you do that ideally before the fuel probe goes anywhere near the car. That's the general idea. If it's any further back on the car, it's likely to be a data cable rather than a jumper cable, and that means they're downloading information either for themselves, or sometimes you'll see them lean in and take out a data card. If they do that, that is for the ACO. Let's nip down to the pits. Anthony Davidson is down in the Toyota pit with Louise.
Anthony, obviously everything's on you guys now on the number 8, no pressure there. How are you feeling? Are you looking at strategy, or are you feeling a bit comfortable or confident with your advantage with the boost?
I wouldn't say comfortable or confident. Like I said before the race, never underestimate our competition, and they're showing exactly why you shouldn't, because they're right there on speed at the moment. They've got Duval in the car. He's doing a good job at the moment and keeping the gap round about the 15-second mark, which certainly isn't comfortable. All it takes is 1 or 2 bad laps in traffic, or especially a safety car, and then we've got a full-on race all the way to the end. So, no, I mean, I'm looking forward to getting in the car. I know I've got to push extremely hard just to maintain the gap, and that's what Stefan's doing at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
The number 8 car, which I think I'm right in saying hasn't had a race victory for Toyota. So there we are. Paul and Graham Goodwin are swapping text comments here that I can see as they go backwards and forwards on the system that we use for our talkback, as well as a very wide exit from Mike Conway to the main straight. If he'd gone any further, he'd have been in car park 6, which is where our Hypercar is. He might have had to pay to get back on again. There's a very efficient man on the gate there who wouldn't have let him in with his pass. He would have had to get the bus, wouldn't he, Nick?
Yeah, just let the media shuttle. Hang on, I'm going to try and endorse that one and work on this microphone. It's Nick Ganassia. Nick, a good few stints there for the Peacock car. Michelin tyres seem to be working very well.
Yeah, I think, the whole package in the car is functioning well. We have, since we arrived here, everything is working well. We've been doing lots of studying before that race, and yeah, tyre, Michelin, Orica chassis, Pickup team, everything is good, and pit stop was fantastic, so let's keep going and see what happens.
How much did the track change in those couple of hours you were out there?
When it's very hot, your tendency is to lose the rear. The traction of the car is getting bad. So now when it's getting pressure and the rubber going on the track, you're getting better traction, and it's a bit easier to drive now. That definitely the track is going to gain at least a second lap.
Are we going to get to the point where you'll be able to double stick tyres? It seems to be on the cusp at the moment.
We're thinking of it, but we're going to do it. I don't know. I think it's very much of a sprint. To be able to double stick the tyre, you need to be able to not losing more than 1 second a lap from new. And that's difficult because after 20 laps, you are already 2 seconds off from your best lap when you started off. So I don't think it's the right thing at the moment.
Nick, thank you very much. Well done.
And interesting, you should be talking about the 49 car. Luis Perez Companc has taken over that car. We're not sure what he's going to do for next year. Rumours of him going to Tusk have been certainly denied. No Pecom car in the Tudor series in the States next year. We've had the 88 car go around again, the Porsche. That was at turn 13 this time. Mike Conway now just 2 seconds away from the lead of P2 in the G-Drive car. They've just gone through the first little complex, turns 1, 2 and 3. There's traffic ahead and the yellow headlights tell you that that is GT cars through turn 4. And meantime, Stefan Sarazan is hitting traffic as well. And Mike Conway just losing a tenth or so on the first sector there. Luis Perez Companc is a gentleman driver, but he is by no means a rabbit. He can certainly keep his end up and has been tremendously consistent. I've probably cursed him now, and we'll see him in the kitty litter any second. Now, John Lancaster sits 20 seconds behind that battle in third place, and Alex Brundle, 53.2 last time around, 2 seconds, fully 2 seconds quicker than John Lancaster ahead of him, but he is still 25 seconds away from third place and a potential podium. So 49 Pecom Orica leads 26 G-Drive Orica Nissans, both of course, and the Zytec Nissan, the 41 Greaves car in third position. And that's the battle where we have been watching as the leader comes through to lap the, no, I think that was the 92 Porsche, which has got back up into 19th position. Ricard Leitz now back in that car. The Porsche guys and Olaf Manthey will be a little bit worried that the pit stops for the Evo version of the 991 RSR are going a little quick, going a little too slowly. They're losing time on every stop. Perez Companc and Mike Conway, wait to see them come around. It's 2.5 seconds last time around. Oh, and That is the 96 Aston Martin right in front of John Lancaster. There's the reason for John's issue, and that was Roald Gotha, who is on the second part of a double stint, and this is the championship leading car, and he is having a real issue with that breaking in for that corner. Paul Truswell, Audi at the front of the field, Loic Duval in second place. Haven't seen McNish in that car yet, so he's got to do 45 minutes to get his points.
He has indeed, John. That's right, and we were just talking about that off air. The championship rules were kind of waived a little bit in the Fuji race. You'll remember when we didn't really have any racing, but some drivers didn't drive the car at all, but they were nevertheless allocated the points on what was declared a shortened race. I think we can go to Nick Manassian. So,
Nick, it was a while ago now, but I spoke to a very angry Olivier Pla about the start of the race. So tell us from your point of view.
My point of view is I am on pole. I am stuck at the front, the LMP1 at the front, I wait. Martin does the inside. It's okay, but he does the outside. I'm in the middle. He's outside the track, and he's trying to come back in. So he's pushing me in. What do you think I'm gonna do? I'm not like I'm not a muppet, like you say, or I'm not a good boy. You want to fight, then you want to take a gamble down there outside the track. You're gonna have it. I'm in the right. I know I am. And then after, I try to overtake him, and he bang his wheel with me. It's a long race. I was faster than him, and he knew that. He's a friend of mine, so I'm a bit, I'm a bit surprised, but he's racing. He tries his luck and it didn't work out. Never mind.
And at this stage in the season, obviously, tempers are high.
Tempers are high, they're fighting for the championships. For them, it's to finish the race. You want to play silly and you lose a championship, is your fault. At this place, I would have waited. I want to win the championships, not just the first corner.
Thank you.
Sorry, Paul. Good spot on that. By the way, go back to your thought about Alan McNish.
Indeed, yes. It was, as much as anything else, my thought that Loic Duval might stay in the car and do a triple stint that prompted it. And of course, that assumes then that there'll be time for Alan to do his 45 minutes at the end of the race. But as we saw with the Toyota, things can happen. It can just stop. And if it would stop, and let's hope it doesn't, but if that Audi would suddenly stop and McNish hasn't done his 45 minutes, then strictly speaking, he won't be a world champion. It'll be shared between Tom Christensen and Loic Duval. Now, whether or not the stewards might take a similar stance that they did in Fuji, and Alan could go along and be part of the World Championship that way, I don't know. But strictly speaking, according to the way the regulations are, Alan has to do his 45 minutes in order to be allowed to count the points that car will score in the championship. It's something that Audi do have to just be a little bit aware of in order that they try and keep everything going, in order that Alan McNish does get his share of the World Championship. On the other hand, I think if you spoke to Dr. Ulrich about it and said, look, you want to win this race or not, then he's going to say, I want to maximise his chances to win the race. And if that means Loic doing a triple, then I'm sure Wolfgang Ulrich would go for that option. So it's an interesting one, but at the moment the Toyota still leads the race and it's going out. The Toyota is continuing to lap more rapidly. 18 seconds now is the gap, very nearly 19 seconds between Stefan Sarazan in the number 8 and Loic Duval with the second placed Audi. The third placed Audi, Marcel Fessler, is still also going rapidly. He's just 8 seconds behind. So we still have this very close battle, less than 30 seconds separating the top three. And as I say, the tantalising prospect that they might try and start doing double stints. The point being that even if you lose half a second a lap, with the tyres being more worn, that is less than it would be if you would change the tyres. You're talking about 20-25 seconds to change the tyres. So with a 25 lap stint, you can afford to lose practically a second a lap towards the end of the stint. And it's still worth taking the hit on the lap times just to save the time changing them in the pits.
It's Paul Trustwell. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com. We've just gone through another half an hour of racing, half an hour to halfway now in the final round of the FIA World Endurance Championship, powered by Nissan here on RadioLeMans.com. We're at Bahrain, full dark now. The lights are on. Get used to this. And these sights from this circuit, 2014's Formula One event, will be under these very lights. This is the guinea pig event for it. And not every one of those pylons is lit this evening because of the fact the sports cars have their own headlights. And you can see there are one or two slightly darker patches, those of you watching on FIAWEC.com. But it's still, according to our drivers, good enough to drive without headlights, which I think is very interesting. What is the issue? And it is much clearer and looks much brighter tonight, but that is because there's less dust and humidity in the air. We could clearly see the beams from the gantries the last couple of nights, which we can't see tonight. I can see the light, I can see it shining on the track, much as you will be able to do if you can see any of the television pictures. What you can't see is that sort of foggy humidity that has been hanging around in the early part of the week. The Michelin track temperature is 25 degrees and the air temperature 23.7, so another fall in the track temperatures. Into the pit lane comes the 97 Aston Martin of Stefan Mucker. This is the car that Aston very much want to be at the head of the GTE field. Stefan will be out of that car, as through have gone Patrick Pilet, Kamui Kobayashi and Richie Stanaway. 91, 71 and 99 have all gone through, but it is the 97 car, remember, that starts the pit stop cycle for that GTE. Sorry, Paul.
No, I apologize. It is that car which has a shorter stint. We commented on it earlier on. Its first stint was a 23-lap stint, but then since then it's only done 26 laps, and that last stint there from Stefan Mucker was only 25 laps, which is the kind of thing that an Audi is doing, which gives me some concern that that Aston has a fuel pickup problem or isn't being able to use all of the fuel in its car, in its tank, or they are just coming in when the tyres wear out rather than when the car is empty.
Nick Damon?
I think it's the fact that they had to make that unscheduled stop. At that point, they abandoned the fact they were going to do 4 stops. They went to 5, and they're now optimising the 5-stop strategy, which is running shorter with the fresher tyres. We've heard about the drop-off, so they're working out what's the minimum number of laps we can run each stint to get to the end. That's what they're doing. So they're running 45, 55 minutes.
Yeah, that might make sense. Now, in GTM, as things stand, Roald Gotha completing his 1 hour 45 minutes, Aston would lose the title to IMSA with 8-star second. This is all from Graham Goodwin, and I'll quickly whiz back a bit to find out whatever else has happened. The 97 has to finish ahead of the 51 Ferrari to take the Drivers' Championship, although Aston can take the Manufacturers' title with second position. So we'll keep across that with Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com, and don't forget all of the coverage on dailysportscar.com of this event and the rest of the FIA WEC for the whole season, free to view, sponsored by Nissan On Track, at Nissan On Track. You should be following those guys. Anyway, I'm not a Muppet already, as Nick Manassian has just told us, has already struck a chord with the listeners. And if you are just joining us, welcome along, as we are on lap 87 at the moment, and the gap is 18.8 seconds between Stefan Sarrazin and Loic Duval. 3 stops completed for each of the top 3 cars, Toyota, Audi and Audi. If you are just joining us, Alex Wirtz losing oil from his second pit stop, and some 13 or so laps afterwards, the car grinding to a halt just on the exit of pit lane, and that was that. Oh, lurid moment for Luis Perez Compang, and that is where he has lost the lead of the race in P2, coming down towards, it looked like the end of the lap there, it turned 14.15, and Mike Conway needed no second invitation and slips through past the South American and has already pulled out a 1.3 second lead. Looked like brake balance or maybe a slight lock-up on the rear wheels on the downshift for Luis Perez Companc. His rally driving skills, former WRC Ford Focus driver, of course, with the Munchies Ford, well, they were all dragged into good use there as he managed to keep the car from spearing off sideways. Masterful piece of recovery there. John Lancaster is still over 30 seconds behind in third position in P2 for the Zytek Nissan, the 41 car. And all those guys, well, Conway has just now gone down to a 54.6. Everyone else 56s, 53.8 for Alex Brundle, 54.9 for Craig Dolby, 54.7 for Martin Plowman, 56.7 for Kiko Ehara. So young Brundle at the moment has clearly been keeping off the biscuits, because those tenths that he would have got had he eaten the cookies, they're definitely not there. I think he's 53.8, by far the quickest driver. And by the way, we call him Cookie Monster not because he eats cookies, because he refuses them in case it costs him half a tenth. That's the story there. Tom Christensen, signature in the pit lane for an aged fan. Bless. Oh no, that was Dindo Capello. 3 hours 21 minutes to go. Sorry, that's a Nicky Lauda thing. If you haven't been following that in Formula One, one of the British newspapers on radio stations, I think on their website, got it terribly wrong when Nicky Lauda was posing for a photograph with David Beckham. David Beckham poses for photograph with aged fan. Bless was the title. Nick Damon down in the pit lane. 65% humidity now. Oh, hang on a second. We've got a problem for the 88 Porsche. Looks like it's been off the circuit. Might have a puncture on the left rear of the Proton car. Yes, it has. There's something astray there as it is struggling around. It's certainly down on the left rear quarter. If it's not a puncture, they've got suspension damage on that car. And it's not a puncture, it's suspension damage. There's still air in the tyre. He's got half a lap to go. He's just onto the second pit straight there as in comes John Lancaster. Nick Damon.
Had some problems at the rear end beforehand, so they thought they'd fix the perhaps it's something bad to fix entirely. I'll look when that comes in to see if it's the same problem again. Lancaster is in the pits to 41. This is a scheduled stop after his short stop due to the ingestation of a visor. I'm assuming he hopped out and someone hopped in, because he went on a 1.5 stints, which is quite rare. He may be doing 2.5 stints. It'll depend on what they do. We'll see when that clicks out. So I'm currently a few yards away from it, watching something else that's going on. And they are obviously, of course, changing tyres, so no one yet is brave enough to double stint anything, which is an interesting point. And, any second now, the 88 should hove into view, I would expect.
Yeah. And Eduardo Freitas telling everybody at the moment about that car.
T11, he's aiming into T12, driver's right-hand side. White flags are being deployed. White flags are being deployed.
White flags meaning not last lap, of course, when shown out on the circuit, but there is a slow-moving vehicle. Often it means a circuit vehicle or an emergency vehicle, or, as in this case, it's the 88 Porsche with problems. So the 91 Porsche continues around. Patrick Pilet in third position. Dropped off the pace a little bit recently, but now is just 7 tenths behind Kamui Kobayashi. And there is the red Ferrari right ahead of him as they are coming past the stricken 88 car down towards the final two corners, 14 and 15. 3 green lights on the side of Patrick Pilet's car. Paul?
Yeah, that number 88 car, John, the Proton competition car, Christian Reed has only just taken that car out following a longish pit stop, 5 minutes of a pit stop. We mentioned it earlier on, or at least Nick mentioned it earlier on, as being in the pits being worked on, and it was being worked on. It took them 40 minutes to get it out, so it's pretty much dead last of the runners. But they've kind of got it going again. but it is now on its way slowly back into the pits at the moment. So a troubled run for the number 88 Proton Competition Porsche.
Yeah, that's unusual for them. That is unusual for them. It's into the pit lane now and comes to a halt. Nick Damon is in the powered by Nissan pit lane.
Yeah, and it is a suspension problem. He hasn't even got problems yet. They've got an air jack issue. Trying to look what they can do to sort it out. They managed to get the car up on the jacks now, obviously on the dolly again. And indeed, it's the same corner they were working on before. So they've had this sort of suspension issue that's not gone away, or in fixing one bar, there was a strange
Thanks, Nick.
Spent a long time in the pits.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you for battling against the noise out there. It is. We mentioned this earlier in the week. It is Le Mans levels of noise in the pit lane, and might need to put the mic just a tad closer to your mouth, Nick. I know that it's difficult down there. That's a request from London. I've told him you're trying.
Trying.
Sorry, say again. Not too close, perhaps.
I'm always trying, but you know the problem with the microphone peaks out, of course.
Yes, I know. I have explained that. At the head of the field, Stefan Sarazan's lead is now 16.2 seconds back to Loic Duval, and the bollard at the apex of turn 7 has been displaced, according to race control. We've had a lot of bollard trouble this weekend. Paul, I've completely, because I've been watching the classes, I've completely lost where we are with regard to the guys at the head of the field. In terms of their pit stops?
In terms of their pit stop schedules,
yeah.
You mean? Yes, it will be Marcel Fessler, the first one in, and he should be coming in at the end of his lap 98. He's currently on lap 91, so 7 laps or around about 10 minutes or so should see him coming in, scheduled to come in for this, his 4th stop at pretty much half distance. It's the way that the P1 cars use fuel these days is that they, if they can get to half distance and then make their 4th pit stop at half distance, then they'll be able to make it to the rest of the race on a further 3 stops. So it's a 7-stop strategy. And as I mentioned earlier on, the schedule is now looking good for both Audi and Toyota to be able to make it to the end of the race on just 7 stops each.
Down to the pits, Paul, excuse me. It's Louise with John Martin.
John, we'll start with the action on track at the moment. Mike's obviously taken full advantage of that and taken the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, I think PCOM car's got Perez, Compagnac in the car at the moment, so we've just been able to overtake them, which is sort of good. Yeah, I think we got a slight bit of damage really from the first corner, so we're struggling with a little bit of understeer at the moment. But the car's still not too bad. It's we're living through it.
So that was at the start of the race, was it, when you were in the car?
Yeah. Just got quite a good start. Got up the inside of Manassi and down into 1, and then seen Pla was sort of went to the outside, and then I was like, oh well, this is going to be entertaining, and it sort of was really for a little bit, but had slight contact just right at the apex. It was just a slight knock, which just took both our dive planes off the front clip. So bit annoying, but anyway, it is what it is. We haven't stopped to change it yet. Don't really think the time lost to change it, we could make it back up. So we're just going to leave it at this stage and see what happens.
Great, thank you.
It's Louise Beckett down in the pit lane with John Martin. Sorry, Paul. We unfortunately don't have connection to the TV truck, so when they pop up, we kind of have to jump in. I rather interrupted Paul almost at the end of your thought.
I think I just about finished it. I did actually see that one coming as well. But no, I mean the point being that in order to make a 7 stint or an 8 stint 7 pit stop race, which is what the P1s try to do, you need to make your next pit stop at the top of the hour. So at 6 o'clock local time, 3 hours into the race, we should be getting the first of the Audis in, which would be Marcel Fessler. And it's sort of far enough into the race as well now that, as I say, this interesting point of whether they can double stint the tyres, and if Audi can double stint the tyres but Toyota can't, because the way it's going at the moment, even though the Toyota only has 14 seconds of an advantage, it's going to be able to keep that advantage to the end of the race, and it's got enough of an advantage to be able to make its last pit stop that little bit shorter as well, which will just give it, by my reckoning, an advantage at the flag of about a minute. So we'll see how it pans out, and of course anything can happen, as we've already seen from Alexander Wurz,
yes.
And also of course from Nico Prost in the Rebellion Lola Toyota.
Mark Jackson has said, why do some of the GT cars have blue lights sometimes flashing on the front of the car? It's merely for, I believe, for the teams to recognise them coming down the pit lane. It's an idea that I'm sure they've borrowed from the Nürburgring N24, where the top 30 or sometimes the top 40 cars have blue flashing lights after qualifying, so that when they're coming up behind people, it's easier for them to recognise it as a faster car, particularly in the darkness hours. And Paul Dunk reminds me there's just one more day left to donate to our Radio Le Mans 360 challenge page for the Stroke Association in the UK. Remember, Paul, myself and Andy Merrick among the drivers of Tango 6-7. You may have seen it on Mobile One The Grid earlier on the air at the Donington 6 hours. It's justgiving.com. That's www.justgiving.com/Radio Le Mans 360 challenge. All funds going to the Stroke Association. Thank you to everyone who's already donated, and we'll be closing that at the end of this race. Paul. Oh, just lost Paul for a moment. But oddly, I'm getting myself back for a moment. Oh no, it's disappeared now. Paul Trustwell.
Way that it wasn't Mike Conway, was it, that we were hearing from? It was
John Martin.
John Martin, sorry, in Mike Conway's car, and the fact that Mike has now taken the lead of the class, but it's perilously close. We've got 30 seconds separating the first three in P1. We've got 30 seconds separating the first three in P2, and the way that Alex Brundle is going in the number 24 racing car at the moment that he took over from Olivier Pla, that is in a position to start closing in on Perez Companc in the PCOM car. So it's interesting the way that those cars have been going as a slow Audi out on track.
Pointed out by Graham Goodwin that Darren Turner is pushing very hard at the moment. Just done a 2 minutes 0.8 or 2.
It's number 2, yeah. It's the number 2 Audi, John, which has suddenly slowed down.
Oh yes. And Alan McNish looking nervous in the pit lane. And this is a disaster for McNish. He hasn't been in the car. He hasn't done his 45 minutes. Now, if the car gets classified and the other two drivers get points, which they will, then Alan McNish will miss out on being drivers' champion. Oh, this is massive, Paul.
It is, absolutely. He's turning through the left-hander that leads on to the support race start-finish line.
After the apex of T10, drivers left. Car 2, very slow after the apex of T10, drivers left.
Eduardo is being very kind about that, because that car is not going very slowly at all. It's at a dead halt, and Loic Duval will be on the radio to Kyle Wilson-Clark in the on the Audi pit wall, and trying to get that car going again, because at the moment it is a good 3 kilometres, 2.5 kilometres short of the pit lane entrance.
This is not good news. We'll have to get Paul thumbing through the regulations and see what we can do about finding out if Alan needs to get in that car.
Well, Autosport has to reclassify their colour banding, don't they? Because they've already put the Scottish blue on their masthead. I mean, Nish's hope is that he can. I mean, he won't be thinking about this. He'll be thinking in terms of the race. But his case will be that the precedent was set at Fuji, and that Alan is as much a part of the team as Loic and Tom are, and therefore should be entitled to the same points as Loic and Tom are. So you know, the precedent that was set, and if there are any lawyers listening, will know how important precedents are, that as soon as such a decision as was made at Fuji was made, then it kind of sets that as a position that others can then use as a justification for their own interpretation.
Absolutely. 3 hours and 7 minutes still to go. I'm not sure about the 70% rule in WEC. You certainly don't have to be running at the end as you do at Le Mans. I thought the 70% rule was ALMS and IMSA thing, but I'm prepared to be persuaded on that. I have seen some people stand on various podia around the world when cars have gone out very, very early indeed. Let's nip down to the pit lane and to Nick Damon. The moment I say that, of course, Louise will pop up, but Nick, not sure if you dare be anywhere near Audi, or you have been anywhere near Audi. I know that's stretching the range of the radio mic quite a long way, but as we see Loic Duval grinding to a halt, is there any word from Audi at all about what might be happening and what they think about the status of the car? Hello, Nick. And we seem to have lost our link down to the pit lane for the moment. What that does mean, as Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com points out, so we're going to have a quick listen to the Audi radio.
I cannot go on second gear, you know, but I mean, I can go on second gear, but I have no first gear, you know, on the steering. But it's just not working.
That's fine. Try second gear and try and pull away slowly. What happens then?
I'm trying, guys. I've been already on second gear. I have nothing, you know, nothing.
I think part of the problem there, obviously, is that Loic Duval has been sucking helium while he was going round. Kyle, his race engineer, telling him to try second gear 10 minutes before we get a P2 car into an overall podium position then. If that car doesn't move, I can almost feel Paul thumbing through regulations as the ever intrepid marshals here push Loic Duval to a place of safety on the exit of turn 10. It's on the wrong side of the circuit to cause any major trouble. Now, is his engine still running? Not sure about that. I think he's still got his engine running there. Let's go back to Loic Duval. Speaking to Kyle.
Out of the car. EMS off, and I switch off everything.
Wait, don't stay in the car, stay in the car. They're going to tow you backwards, stay in the car. I want to keep talking to you.
Copy, I'm in the car, stay in the car.
So that car is out of the way. You can see that the lights are on, the engine is running, the marshals are watching. Loic Duval trying to get a gear on that car. He may have lost first gear, maybe second gear. The marshals are trying to tell him to stay where he is. Now, of course, it wouldn't be the worst thing if the car was disqualified, and then nobody would get any points, and all would be well. Paul, have we got a definitive answer?
Yes, if the car is not classified, then it doesn't get any points, and neither do the drivers.
What does it have to do to be classified?
And it has to do 70% of the distance.
It is 70%.
Classified.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, actually, the car not moving from there at the moment means that all the drivers score no points, and therefore it's not an issue.
That's right.
And nobody can catch them in the championship.
That's definitely right. And okay. I'm just going to check me 70%, and we'll be all right.
Okay. I never like to make those kind of pronouncements without checking with you first. I am an inveterate reader of rules, but I do like to have some kind of closure. Amazing this, isn't it? This would have been a great race for Rebellion, and they were the first one to go out. We've had two of the top cars that have ground to a halt. Alex Vert's already out of the race with an engine or driveline issue. Like Duval, similar issue, and the Rebellion with the fire.
Yeah, exactly. And we also lost one of the two Lotuses. There was a danger that we were going to lose. Well, I think we probably have lost the number 32 Lotus as well, haven't we? That's still in the pits. But I think it's almost good that we have mechanical frailty, because one of my complaints, I suppose, about endurance racing is that it's becoming too easy to get a car to the finish. I've always thought that 6 hours should be sufficient of a test, that it is difficult to get a car to the finish for that length of time. So it's good that we have mechanical frailty. In comes Marcel Fessler, and it is 3 minutes to 6, 2.5 minutes to 6. So that will do. He will be able to run a 7 stop stint. Marcel Fessler coming in at the end of his 98th lap for his 4th pit stop.
And Nick Damon, I think, is down there for us. Still trying to get clarification for this. There is definitely precedent for cars being given points that are not running at the end of races. I've seen that happen before. Hello, Nick.
Hello.
Yes, Nick. Welcome back.
Hello, I don't go anywhere. I think there's some. At the moment, I'm absolutely guaranteed that they will all get nothing. And I state the case of the Toyota at number 8 in number 7, in Spa, which is about 2 hours the race, then broke down and stopped, and he got 0 points. So at the moment, they're all world champion.
Right.
Guarantee it.
Yeah, I am absolutely certain it doesn't have to be running at the end of the race in this.
No, but it has to do that 70%.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at the moment it has done neither, because
correct.
Unless for some reason the race is foreshortened. I suppose that's the other thing that could scupper it. Because if the race would suddenly be
the checkered flag
early,
went
then
out
all of a
now,
sudden we might find that it has done 70%, but it's certainly not done 70% of the scheduled distance.
In the meantime, drama in P2 as Craig Dolby's 25 Delta ADR is in the pit lane, and that's up on. That's in the garage.
Yeah, it has been for some little time, John. It's just coming up for 4 minutes in the pits, 3.5 minutes, sorry, in the pits for Craig Dolby, number 25.
Yeah, Mike Conway leads now by an increasing margin, but Luis Perez Compag is doing a pretty good job in the 26 car. Oh, here's another issue. This time it's the 57 Krone Racing car. Well, that's had its admirers, hasn't it? Rather too close admirers. The number 1 Audi in particular earlier on. As in comes the leader in P2, Nick. I think you need a new battery if you haven't got one already.
And I'm now walking down from the.
Meantime, the 57 car is making its way back into pit lane. Again, I'll apologise for the issues with Nick's radio, Mike. It is not our equipment. It's been supplied to us. You're not allowed to bring RF equipment into these areas. Being supplied to us by the circuit. We are into the second half of the race, and Toyota are leading the motor race. It was about 16 seconds. Ignore the +1 lap on the graphics at the moment, because that's just because Sarrazin has started his 101st lap, and the Audis are yet to complete their 100th, if that makes sense. It was about 16 seconds last time by. In fact, actually, that's wrong, because Fessler, I'm wrong on that. Fessler's just had a pit stop, so he will be a lap down. And yellow flag at turn 15, as the 57 car didn't quite get in. So it's Sarrazin from Fessler from Duval stopped out on the circuit, and Alex Brundle in let me see, about a lap's time, will go into a podium position overall. He now leads the P2 category over Roman Rusinov, who's in second position, John Lancaster, who's in third. Luis Perez Companc has pitted from second place. And let's head down to Craig Dolby. This is the ADR machine that we saw up on stilts earlier on, as in comes the 35 of Martin Plowman.
Craig, you've just made it back. The car's in the garage. What's the problem?
We think we've got something wrong with the alternator. So they're just having a look now and seeing what we can do. It's a bit of a shame because the strategy we were on was looking quite strong for a podium. So it is a shame for the first time with us all together, with Fabian in the car as well. It was looking good, but we'll keep pushing on, and you never know what might happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's Louise with the newly Millennium-sponsored 25 car, the 26G drive car. Second place at the moment for Roman Rusinov. And just again, to clarify, doesn't have to cross the line, the Audi, to get points. He has to be classified as a finisher and has to complete 70% of the race distance, which of course at the moment he's not doing. So it's not an issue. There's also a clause that I seem to remember, and I've got a feeling somebody's tweeted this recently, that if you've been a complete team for the whole season, you all get the same points anyway. Drivers who have formed a permanent crew throughout the championship season will all score the same number of points, which I also think is written there sometime. We've got the exact wording now from the WEC. To be classified, a car must cross the finish line on the racetrack when the checkered flag is shown, except in the case of force majeure, and it is prohibited to stop on the racetrack pending the showing, or have covered at least 70% of the race distance covered by the car classified in first position in the overall classification. So unless the race was to stop pretty much now, or within the next half an hour to 40 minutes, then that Audi's not going to be classified. Okay. Last time around, the number one Audi stopped for fuel only, and that's a triple stint for Fessler, double stint for the tyres. If that's right, that's the first time we've seen that. In comes the leader, the Stefan Sarazan driven car at the end of lap 101.
Yeah. Come to stop now. There are tyres driver change, so I'm sure they'll change tyres as well. Sarazan out, Davison in. This will effectively hand the lead, of course, to the one car, because the tyre stop is about 20-25 seconds. So they should, well, it's quite close actually, but then they'll have to have a faster car. Manassi by a second and a half. We'll see what it is in P1, that's in P2. Behind me, Martin Plowman got out the 35 and Rodolfo Gonzalez got in. And we've just seen Alex Brandl get out the 24 and Dave Annemeyer Hansen get in the LMP2 car. Those are, of course, our first and second in the P2 Championship. And the stop for Toyota is a full service. The left front is going on. Now the left rear. And they'll come around the other side, and the final tyre that goes on will be the right front. And off she goes and away on milk float power.
Meantime, the number one Audi is already... Oh, no, he's not. He's just coming through now. So he's just coming out the final corner. This is going to be actually quite close. He was slightly held up by the 8-star car with Rui Aguas, third in GTE AM at the moment, the 81 car. The bright white lights heading down towards turn one are of the number one Audi, and then there were two, ladies and gentlemen. But as the saying goes, to make a motor race, you only need two cars. What was it that... I think it was Henry Ford that said, when did motor racing start? When someone built the second car. That's how far motor racing goes back to. And we have two of them left at the head of the field. We've got a cracking battle going on in P2 still, with pit stops for the leaders. That'll shake itself out in a moment. We're into the second half of the race. The start of the race was somewhat untidy, if we're honest, in the midfield particularly. Watch out for the crashing and banging. The Pecom car just in behind the Rebellion at the start. Down the inside, Olivier Plat. And in fact, down the outside, Olivier Plat, and Nick rather got handled because he was in the middle of two of the York racing cars and then pushed off by Olivier Plat up into turn 4. At the same time, the leading Porsches were getting held up by P2 cars who checked up, and all of a sudden we've got GT cars right in the middle of the P2 field. First of the major retirements. That what we think is the first ever Toyota engine failure for Rebellion Racing, and a fiery one it was too for Nico Prost, who helped the marshals put it out. Then more drama piled upon it with another Toyota with a driveline or an engine problem. Alex Wurz been trailing oil since he went out of his pits some dozen or so laps before then. Got the car to the end of the pit lane, not having gone through the pits, and called it a day after rolling the car into a place of safety. That was some time ago now. We thought at that stage, as Alex walked back, he was commiserated with by Dr. Ulrich. Spin for the Aston Martin right in front of the 41 Greaves car into turn number 10. And then Luis Perez Companc leading the P2 category for PCOM, having Nick Manassian having fought his way back from 6th in class at one stage to lead on a magnificent double stint. Just lost the back end of the car in the braking. Mike Conway went through, but we've since had a set of pit stops, and Roman Rusinov has taken over the lead of the category. But the big news, of course, like Duval, grinding to a halt again with what sounds like driveline issues, some kind of transmission or driveline issues. That car is out. However, having scrutinised the rules, whilst you don't have to be running at the end of the race to get points, you do have to have completed 70% of the race, or that has been completed by the leader. And that means that in about, well, Paul will tell us when that car, well, I can tell you when that car stopped. Actually, it stopped on lap 93. So that has to go to a few more laps yet. About 120, says Nick.
120, yeah, 120, 121.
More drama for the number 1 car. Marcel Fessler reported for overtaking under yellow flags, and I think we saw that on a replay with a Porsche, and that was the yellow flags were out for his teammate. So that could yet have an issue.
Hello, John.
Loss of drive for number 2. Nick.
Just going to see if I can grab a quick word with a driver who's just got out, looking very hot. Are you hot and bothered or hot and happy, Alex Brundle?
Bit bothered, to be honest, because we haven't really got the pace to challenge the cars in front of us at the moment. We're all right, we're there, but we need to be quicker than them. You know, we've got a 50-second deficit at the moment, so and the guys in front of us are the guys we're challenging us in the championship, so we've got to find something, but I'm confident we will. The balance of the cars is great. The balance of the cars is great, we just aren't delivering the grip. You know, we're there or thereabouts, we need a bit of something different.
Well, we've seen the pros do the driving, and now we've got you know, the gentlemen, so do you feel that David might be your secret weapon?
Yeah, obviously we put the pros in first because track position's so important. If there's a safety car and the leader cuts the pack, then your race is over as far as the cars ahead are concerned. So yeah, David could cut the mustard. We'll see. He was pretty good in night practice, so we'll see how he gets on.
Thanks, Alex.
And while Nick was talking to Alex there, in and out has gone the 71 Ferrari. He came in leading GTE Pro. Let's just recap what's happened with 3 major retirements. Rebellion with an engine failure of its Toyota engine, with driveline issues for Alex Wurz and the 7 Toyota, and similar issues for the number 2 of Loic Duval, Tom Christensen and Alan McNish, who didn't get in the car. but clearly that car will not complete 70%. It will not be classified, and therefore they remain on the same number of points. In fairness, there is that little known codicil that drivers who have been a team for the whole season should all score the same points. Well, that's not going to need to be pulled into operation here because of the fact that the car is out. No points are going to be scored by any of the drivers, and their lead at the head of the Drivers' Championship is unassailable. Audi have already won the Manufacturers' Championship, and those guys were already unassailable in terms of the Drivers' Championship. The only way they can lose the Drivers' Championship now is if there were points taken from them, Paul.
Well, that's right. Yes, but no, I think we're barking up a wrong tree in a way. I think the thing that is significant is that an Audi has failed.
Yes.
Both an Audi and a Toyota have had a mechanical failure, regardless of championships and all that kind of thing, which are important. I'm not taking that away, but we haven't seen this. Now, my feeling is that both Audi and Toyota, back at their respective headquarters, are spending 95% now of their time looking at the 2014 cars, and it's a bit like those lessons that you have just before Christmas at school, isn't it? Nobody's really interested. Nobody really is paying any attention. And all sorts of things sometimes go wrong. And I get that feeling here a bit. It's a bit end of term. It's a bit kind of Christmassy. And, I think the result is that some of the focus has been lost. Shot Coral, we've had retirements in a P1, in 3 out of the top 5 P1 cars.
Craig saying, really enjoying the coverage from Bahrain. We need a WEC race in Canada. I'm not sure the Canadian Tire Motorsport Park is a Class 1 or a Class 2 circuit, which it would need to be probably a Class 1, but certainly a Class 2 for the FIA to go there.
Montreal, John?
Montreal would be good.
Yeah.
Well, Circuit Gilles Villeneuve.
Yeah.
Have you any idea how hard it is to put a race on there?
Still Class 1.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
A World Endurance pedigree. It has had World Endurance race before. That wasn't a terribly successful one.
All I remember is a drain cover being sucked up and going through the bottom of a car. And entering
Precisely so, 1991, I think.
Was that Jesus Pereira involved in that again?
It was indeed, yes. I was there for that.
No way. Very, very, very envious. Into the pit lane comes Aston Martin, number 95 from the lead of the GTE AM. 2 hours 45 still to go. And in the Pro class, it's Tony Vilander from Darren Turner. The gap now just 10.6 seconds between those two battling giants. And they've both done their third pit stops as well. This is going to be tight. We need to keep our eye on GTE Pro. We've been looking at the front of the field. Grade 2, sorry, did I say Class 2? I meant grade 1 and Grade 2 circuits, my apologies. We need to keep our eyes on GT now because of the 7 titles still up for grabs, the majority of them are still in GTE Pro and AM, and we're going to have to get the abacus out at the end of this. Graham Goodwin is keeping an eye on the points for us. And as you can see, the top 6 have all made their third pit stops. In GTE AM, it's Christian Poulsen from Rui Aguas from Marcos Baltala back in the 76 Porsche. They're doing well again, IMSA. IMSA Performance Mahmoud car. Emmanuel Collard in 4th position in the 61 car. New driver lineup there with Matt Griffin, Manu Collard and Francois Perraudot. Fizzy Keller in the pits as well from 4th. And what's going on there? Answer nothing. The car's up on its jacks and nobody's working on the car. Can't see the fuel hose in. Nick, can you see the 71? Oh, right, there's an issue with the right front. What I couldn't see was the right front tyre wasn't on and they're scrambling. This is the 71 AF Corsa Ferrari with Kamui Kobayashi, who has been right at the sharp end of the field, and I'm afraid that is ebbing away. Disastrous this. It looks to be a hub problem, I think, Nick, with that right front wheel on the 71 car.
I think they come in, it's slightly out of schedule, obviously. I'm meandering my way up there as quick as possible. Lights have gone out, lights start their own way again, so they give it a kind of a wobble and have a look. I'm wondering whether this is and he's doing the normal thing. So my guess is it's not feeling right. Now they'll have changed the tyre, hoping that it was a bad Michelin, but normally there's a precursor, something worse than following a mystery, not feeling right situation.
Thanks, Nick. Nick Damon is our Powered by Nissan pit lane reporter. We still haven't heard from the investigation of the overtaking under yellow. I think we may have lost connection for a moment or two. This was a possible overtake under yellow flags at turn 10. Ironically, of course, for the stop number 2 car. There was a Porsche involved as well. So a complete VAG issue there. The yellow flag was out for the number 2 Audi, and it was a Porsche that was overtaken by the number 1 car. And we saw a replay of that a moment or two ago, and I have to say it would be a tough call, but I've seen them made. Kamui Kobayashi out of the car, the 71 car, and team manager to car number 1 to report to race control. Now, will that be another slap on the wrist, or will that be a penalty for the number 1 car to take it further away from the number 8 Toyota? And it's going to be a heck of a battle as well for 3rd position, and it's all P2s. Roman Rusinov at the moment holding sway pole.
Yes, it is. I mean, the nice thing about that P2 battle is that it's changing at every pit stop, isn't it?
Yes.
Because every time one of them comes into the pits, then that gets changed. And I suspect that Rusinov won't be able to match the times of either Martin or Conway that have been out in that car already. John Lancaster still at the wheel of the Greaves car, and I have to say he's been something of a revelation at the wheel of that car. And of course, the other one then, Luis Perez Companc, who's at the wheel of the PCOM car in 3rd place, still has to hand over to Pierre Caffer, which, if anything, is going to make it go more quickly. So still just 30 seconds separating those 3 cars at the top of P2. And they're also, of course, as you mentioned earlier on, John, battling for what is going to be 3rd place, a podium place in the overall results.
Yeah, and it's been a long time since we've seen anything but the top division of the cars on a WEC podium. One of the ILMC races, I think you were at it at Barcelona, Nick, weren't you, when there was a P2 car on the podium? In fact, did the P2 car not win?
Indeed I was, yeah. I mean, we saw Straka win a while ago, didn't we? That was in LMS. We're trying to go well with Kamui Kobayashi about the problem with the car, John. Kamui, you came in early from that stint. What was the problem?
Something that we had a problem and brake. Well, I don't know.
How are you finding conditions out there as it's dark and as it's...
I can't hear.
How are you finding that conditions are changing as it gets darker and cooler?
I don't understand. What is it?
How are you finding the conditions are changing as it gets colder and darker?
No, it's okay. Like at Le Mans. For me, it's no big problem, and so we're doing good. So unfortunately, now we're on the last. Yeah.
Thanks, Kamui. He's got a fabulously animated face when you couldn't hear what was going on.
Nick Damon, so a brake or a hub or a wheel problem on that car?
Well, what I saw was that I got up at the time seeing sweeping away some very aluminium metal shavings. So I think they probably got a stone in there between the hub and the wheel, the hub and the actual wheel and the disc. I think it'd be grinding away the bottom of a wheel somewhere.
Announcement in the press room: as long as the number 2 doesn't restart, it will not be classified. So that has just come through from the other side. Graham Goodwin passing that on to us. And the overall podium in Sebring 2012, which was an FIA race, was Podium 2012 Starworks on the overall podium. Let's see if Louise can get something more out of Kamui Kobayashi.
Kamui, I'm afraid you're going to have to repeat yourself a little bit. Can you just tell us what the issues were in the pit stop and with the car in general?
No, it wasn't a problem in the pit stop, but we had a problem in the wheel. And, well, I mean, we had to change the wheel.
Seemed to take a while, though.
Well, we don't know the problem, but Giancarlo said just he doesn't have brake. And when we come back, we was looking at the brake, but actually we had a problem in the wheel. That's why we have to pick up with the tires and we have to fit again, and that's why it take a while.
Thank you.
See, there you go. It's Louise with the follow-up question from Nick Damon earlier on. And thanks to John DeGeese for remembering that it was Sebring 2012 when Starworks were on the overall podium. The 1,000 kilometres of Hungaroring was the Straka victory. I'm being reminded as well. That was LMP2. 2010 that was, though. That wasn't a WEC race, in fairness, but...
it was Le Mans Series race, wasn't it?
It was,
or
Le Mans Series.
Endurance Series, as it was called then.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right, Paul. This gap has gone out to 30 seconds with the Audi, and the lap times for Marcel Fesler have been off the pace in the last few laps. 3 seconds last time around. We think he may have tried to double stint those tyres last time around, Paul. And
He
if he has,
is double stinting the tyres, yes. Right. This is in on lap 98, so he's done further than that many laps actually on the tyres that he's on. So he's done 14 laps on that set of tyres. It should go for 20 if he's going to do the full stint. But the lap times, as you rightly say, John, are in the 148s. His last 4 laps have all been in the 148s, and the one before that was a 149, which compares with the number 8 car, which now has Anthony Davidson behind the wheel. He's doing 145s, and I don't think anybody mentioned this, but Anthony Davidson has actually set the fastest lap of the race now, having taken over that number 8 Toyota on his first flying lap after the pit stop. Did a 144.323, which is the fastest lap of the race. So Anthony Davidson taking over what Nicolas Lapierre did earlier on in the race, and at the moment is continuing to extend the advantage. Yes, now 33 seconds, the gap first to second.
Darren Turner being called into the pits for a driver change as well, as he will come in out of second position, having trimmed the gap at the head of the field to Tony Wielander to just 9.7 seconds. Tracy Krohn exits stage left into the air-conditioned splendour of the office area in the back of the pit box here. And that car, Maurizio Mediani, I think did not come back, did it? It wasn't pulled back to the circuit.
No, it stuck out on the circuit. I think the number 57 Krohn Racing Ferrari, John.
Yeah, I think it didn't quite make it to the pit lane, did it? And it was recovered from there. I don't think it's going any further, Paul. So into the pit lane comes Darren Turner. And in fact, actually just looking back at the lap times, that was only about 6 seconds, so it's gone out a bit. I had seen it over 10 seconds and he's dragged it back from there, but there was a couple of laps earlier on that has cost the Aston time, and they are the first, of course, to start, Paul, the GTE round of pit stops, and this will be the 4th pit stop for the GTE Pro cars.
It is indeed, yes, for Darren Turner then bringing the number 97 in on what was his 99th lap, wasn't it? 99th lap for 97, which means it's another 25 lap stint, and I don't know if we can get a comment from them on this one. I mean, Nick has suggested that they've just decided to schedule the races 25 lap stints, but I don't know, I just get the feeling that there's something else going on with that car other than just bad tyre wear, because it is just doing much shorter stints than any other GTE Pro car.
35 with Gonzalez at the wheel. Carlos Gonzalez in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th position in the 35. Morgan 3 wide for a moment on the run down to turn number 9, and the lights seem to be doing their job here. By the way, I had no comments from drivers about getting any blinding sensations or issues with reflections from the lights. The sun going down here is one issue. There's a couple of places where you're facing directly to the west, and that can be an issue as John Lancaster comes in out of second position with the 41 Nissan powered Zytek. And John is already out of that car.
It's been a good stint this for John Lancaster for his World Endurance Championship debut. And as I say, he's been very consistent and has, in effect, done a bit more than a double stint, because he had that problem with the tear-off strip going into the airbox. So it's been a double stint plus 10 laps.
Yes, good point. And also I should mention that in the 45 car, a bit of a pickup of pace as well there. The fastest first sector of the race just completed by David Cheng in the 45 car, and the car he shares with Jacques Nicolet and Kiko Ehara. So David getting the hammer down as well in the 45 car. This is all in the P2 battle, which runs down from 3rd to 9th overall. Roman Rusinov still out there in the lead in the 26 G drive machine. There's a real opportunity here for a Nissan GT Academy graduate, that being Wolfgang Reip, to win P2 and finish on an overall WEC podium. And that would be a brilliant result for the Nismo athletes that are the graduates of the Nismo GT Academy. New series of programmes just started in the UK, I noticed last week, I think, on ITV4, with plenty of repeats about the current crop of young drivers. As Alex Brundle watches on from the pit lane, he's scrutinising the times as we are. Still haven't heard anything good, bad or indifferent about the number 1 Audi's overtaking under yellow as we wait for the 3rd place 24 car. David Ennemeyer Hansen coming round the far side of the circuit. John Lancaster just out of the Greaves car is down in the pit lane with Louise Beckett. Let's head down there and hear what the Northerner has to say.
John Lancaster, your debut in LMP2 and with Greaves, not a bad job. I can't say much else than that.
It was all right when we were going. Unfortunately, the daftest mistake I think I've ever made in my life, I pulled the tear-off off, went to chuck it up in the air and it covered the air hole, which is just, well, I guess a bit unlucky, but should have made sure and thrown out the other side. So that cost us a lot of time, but I think we're getting most of it back, and we're off sync a little bit, but hopefully at the end it should reset and get back to where we were.
So as I say, your debut, so how are you finding it in the car?
It's good, yeah. It's obviously different driving such long stints, and I think I did triple stint then. And yeah, just managing the tyres, managing the brakes, traffic. So obviously a lot of new things from GP2 where you're only focused on going forwards, you don't have to really think about behind. So it's different, but I enjoyed it. Really good, nice working with these guys, and yeah, looking forward to the next stint.
Great, thank you.
John Lancaster talking to Louise Beckett. And that is the car that Wolfgang Reip will have taken over. Indeed, he has. He's already out there on the circuit. He's in 4th position. GTE, gentlemen, coming to life. A whole heap of blue on my timing screen from Mark Lieb, who's just done the 92 Porsches fastest lap at a 2 minutes .885, 2 minutes .205 for Stefan Mucker, 2 fastest sectors as well. So the slightly cooler conditions, Paul, certainly being liked by the more production-based cars.
Well, yes, and they need to, don't they? Because they're struggling, but they're not as far up the leaderboard as they need to be. Lieb in the number 92 car may not be feeling well, but he's certainly going as quickly, if not quicker, than Ricard Leitz did earlier on. And but he's 2 laps behind off the pace of the GTE Pro cars. And Stefan Mucker in the number 97 is only 4th in the GTE Pro class at the moment, behind teammate Bruno Senna, and also the Ferrari and Porsche that lead the way there. So yes, it is, but it's good that the cars that are behind are the ones that are coming to life. And I like the expression, John. It's entirely appropriate as they catch up on the leaders up ahead of them. Jörg Bergmeister currently 40 seconds off the lead of GTE Pro, which I have to say, Tony Villander proving a very good co-driver indeed for Jimmy Bruni, isn't he? Bruni having started that car, and Tony Villander now at the wheel of the number 51.
Nick Damon, I think that Stefan Mucker time might well be the fastest GTE lap of the race. Stefan didn't have a good first stint. Oh, hang on a second. Slow Toyota out there, which must be the leader, because that's the only one left. Got into a bit of a tiz with one of the GTE Porsches there. I think that was the 91 car that he's just gone by. I'll keep an eye out on that. Stefan didn't have a good set of tyres by the sound of it at the start of the race. Didn't like them at all, did he? But he's brought that car back to life now, and that's good news for the championship chase.
Yeah, they're going to have to really push though, because they are a stop behind, and 7 seconds. The new tyres are a couple of seconds faster. It's going to be an uphill struggle because they need to get ahead of the Villander Bruni car, or they're going to lose the Drivers' Championship. But I think Graham's already explained they'll still keep the Teams' Championship. But that first set of tyres, they qualified on the mediums. Going for that 1 point for pole, they may have cost themselves a lot more points in the race.
Nick, we've got a decision coming in from Eduardo Freitas on the number 1 car.
To the pitfall, drive through car 1 for overtaking under yellow at MP10. Stewart's decision number 15.
And that was the overtake on the Porsche as he was going past Loic Duval and the stricken car. That was quite some time ago now, and 93, 117, do the maths yourself, a lot of laps ago. And Marcel Fessler will have a drive through. He's just going past me now, I think. Yep, there he goes. And so he will have to come in within 3 laps. In fact, I tell a lie, he was on the back pit straight. So will he come in straight away? What will be the call from Lena Gade on the pit wall? And that's going to cost him what? What's it? Have we worked out what it is to go through the pits, Paul, in terms of losing time on the track? It's going to be about here, because the start-finish straight is so long and so fast.
It's because it's a dead straight pit lane and a dead straight pit straight. You basically come off the pit lane, or you come off the start-finish straight in order to go into the pit lane and back in again, sort of the way the Scale Electric one works, if you can imagine the old Scale Electric pit lane. It does mean that it probably cost you of the order of 20 seconds, 15 to 20 seconds longer as it comes in now. We'll be able to tell you any moment now as Marcel goes the full length of the pit lane at 60 kilometres an hour.
And he's back out again now.
25 seconds later.
Right.
So if you bear in mind that it probably would have taken you 5 seconds to do it if you'd have been going from one end on the track, it's a loss of 20 seconds.
And the decision, I think, being explained to Sebastian Buemi. So that has not cost a position, of course, because the gap between him and the third place car is something in the region of 8 laps, because it's the P2 cars that are chasing down the leaders. Now, as things stand in the championships, GTE Arm have been looking at that. Narak and Vernet, if it ended now, would be on 129 points, a point ahead of Enzo Potolicio and Rui Agash on 128. And Jamie Campbell-Walter and Stuart Hall will be on 127. But if that 96 Aston can get one more place back, and that is Julian Canal ahead of them in the number 50 Chevrolet Corvette at the moment, they could, well, they would win on count back. So at the moment, Narak and Vernier in the Porsche 129. This is GTE Am Drivers' Championship. Podolicio and Aguas 128 in the Ferrari. Jamie Campbell-Walter and Stuart Hall 127. That's how it stands right now in that GTE Am Drivers' Championship. We said there were 7 championships to go, and nowhere would it be closer than there. Just a couple of points between first and third. Nick Damon down in the pit lane, just checking in again with Nick as through goes the number 1 car again, and still hasn't come in to take its... oh, sorry, yes, it has been through for its drive-through. Thank you.
So,
It did it on the previous lap.
Yeah.
20 seconds as well, Paul. Got the deceleration as well.
Sorry, say that again, Nick. We lost you for a moment.
More than 20 seconds. Acceleration and the acceleration.
Yeah.
So
that's how long it spent in the pit lane.
I guess it's half a minute.
Well, having said that, his lap time. Well, I suppose you've got to spread that over 2 laps, haven't you? That's
Last
the thing.
2 laps, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Nick, 67% humidity. That stayed about the same. Air temperature, as I said, wouldn't drop much below about 23.5. That's exactly where it is. 23.9 Michelin track temperature. How's it feeling down there? Is it pleasant enough for you?
It's very pleasant, yes. Slightly more powerful microphone, and I have a lovely time. But, no, it is actually, it's an interesting situation. We lost 2 of the leaders. Everyone else is ticking along. We've got not as many problems as normal. There's a lot less happening in the pits. All the people have broken down and kind of broken down on the track. We've not really seen them again.
Nick, I'm just going to break away to go to Dr. Ulrich with Louise in the Audi pit about that penalty.
Well, we've just seen the drive-through. What's your thoughts on that?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
Your thoughts on the drive-through penalty?
Yeah, Marcel has no clue why it happened. That's what he told us. Yeah.
Did you explain?
Sorry?
Did you explain?
No, we can't explain because we don't know it. It's just a decision from the race director. He must have seen something that he has not seen.
Okay. And with regards to the number 2, such a shame. Have you had a chance to speak to Loic?
No, Loic is back, came back to the pit. Something in the drivetrain is broken. We don't know what. It's the first failure since the R18 is running. So it's a pity to have it in the last race.
Thank you.
And the last race for this iteration of R18 as well, of course. Exclusive half-an-hour interview with Wolfgang Ulrich on RadioLeMans.com coming up this coming week. We'll try and get that turned around to play out after the Man of the Year show on Wednesday, which is the I Respect Man of the Year show. And your votes, please, for our nominees in man, woman, young person, car, team and race of the year, as well as your own nominations, please, for the I Respect Listeners and Viewers Choice Awards. And a couple of words about each one, or the person that you do nominate there, the person who, in your mind, in the last motorsport season, the last year, 2013, has done the most to promote respect in the sport or respect of the sport to the outside world, either or. And that's on www.radiolemans.com. And don't forget, Eduardo Freitas and Tom Christensen, both in the FIA Sports Personality of the Year on their Facebook page. That's the FIA's Facebook page. There's 2 sports car choices there in the final 10. Go and support our sports car nominees, please. Let's have a listen to number 8, Team Radio, Paul, sorry. This is Anthony Davidson. Oh, not getting that through here. Let's see if we can
But
hear.
no need to push. Audi 1 is 1 minute 18 behind.
And that's Mathieu Linnell just reminding Anthony that the Audi has had a drive-through penalty now, actually nearly 1 minute 20 behind since that call was made. Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to echo Wolfgang Ulrich's point there about the significance of that number 2 retirement being the retirement rather than any impact that it may or may not have on the World Championship destination. I mean, Audi had got that sealed up, but it is amazing after the record that car has had over the course of the last 2 seasons that it should have this retirement on its in its final race, and clearly that irks Wolfgang Ulrich just as much as the rest of the team. And then the other point about the drive-through, it is now that gap has not quite gone out to a full lap, but it's a minute and 20 seconds. But it's not the drive-through that has killed the chances of the number 1 car so much as the decision, I think, to leave it on that same set of tyres for a second stint, because we mentioned it before the drive-through, John, but that Marcel Fessler has not been able to break into the 48s all bar once, practically since he went out on the tyres for their second stint. Whereas Anthony Davidson, still at the wheel of the number 8 car, the 8 Toyota, has been regularly lapping underneath 148, regularly in the 147s, and occasionally dipping down into the 45s. And just to echo the point that he made the fastest lap of the race at the beginning of this stint on the brand new set of tyres. So as much as anything else, it's the 3 seconds a lap that Fessler is losing on this second set of, or on this using the same set of tyres for the second stint, which has meant that the gap has gone up so quickly. Fessler due in at the end of this lap that he's on at the moment, and I think it won't be too soon to get the car off those tyres, and Fessler will be quite happy to get out of it, I suspect.
Yeah, and you know, Audi have had a great finishing record in all of their prototype racing cars. I kind of want to say something about the interview that we had with Wolfgang Ulrich, but I'll not spoil it for you. A couple of fantastic anecdotes from the early years, and some just, I think, a real insight into the thinking process and the atmosphere at Audi Sport at Ingolstadt. And as I say, we'll try and get that turned around for Wednesday night at 10 o'clock, straight after the Midweek Motorsport I Respect Man of the Year award show. We'll keep an eye on the front page of radiolemans.com for an airtime for that, and we'll tweet it as well at Radio Le Mans, at Specutainment, if you want to get in touch with us, and of course the forum at radiolemans.com if you don't like Facebook and the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective. I know a few of you prefer to stay away from Facebook, understand that. The 88 car's back into the pit lane. Paolo Roberti, many laps down of course, but at least that car has been repaired again and has done a full stint. Keeping an eye on the gap between Stuart Hall.
No, it hasn't.
Oh, no, it hasn't.
Sorry, John.
It's just
only
going
done
out.
23 laps. 23 minutes. 23 laps, 23 minutes. So that's not a full stint for the number 88, I'm afraid.
Right, okay. Well, back into the pits again for the troubled 88, I should have said.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Just watching the gap between Stuart Hall and a potential Drivers' Championship. It's a couple of laps plus, isn't it? Because Julian Canal has completed 106 laps and Stuart Hall has just completed 104. So it would appear that that 1 place, 1 point would be a very difficult hill to climb. In GTE Pro, we're still crunching the numbers on that. However, at the moment, I don't think that 97 car from Aston Martin is doing enough to take a championship. I'll tell you what, let's back down the pitch. We haven't heard from Nick for a little while as we've been listening to our TV colleagues. It's the number 1 car in the pit lane now to change those rather worn tyres, Nick, and Andre Lotterer in the car, is he?
And changed a rather worn driver, or rather annoyed driver, I expect. Fazza, if he genuinely doesn't know why he's being pinged. He's going out now. Interestingly, the 97 crew's getting ready again. That can't be a scheduled stop. 97 people, they've cleared
I can tell you, Nick, got to go because we've got some
engine problem. No power, strange noise. No power, strange noise, some engine problem.
And that was Stefan Mucker reporting that, and he's halfway around the lap. Sorry, Nick, but that you were absolutely right to flag that up. Aston Martin's, what was supposed to be its end of term party, with championships up for grabs for the Great British Mark in its 100th year, and all of a sudden, Nick, it's all gone horribly wrong for them.
Well, certainly this is going to be the end of the chance of the 97 picking up the Drivers' Trophy. I'm not quite sure the combination of points are required to keep the team's, the manufacturer's victory, with both the Ferrari still running and only one Aston Martin running. 97 is not looking good in that front either. It's obviously all going down to some inspired drive by Stuart Hall and Jamie Campbell-Walter to claim back the AM Trophy, I would say.
Just want to direct your attention, dear listener, to online timing and scoring. Third place at the moment in P2, fifth overall, Wolfgang Reep, another product of the Nissan GT Academy. 1:55.4 last time around. He's quicker than David Hannemeyer Hansen ahead of him, quicker than Ricardo Gonzalez behind him. And he is more than holding his own on his first outing in an LMP2 car in a World Championship. And frankly, that is not the fastest lap he's done. In fact, he's just done just to prove my point, a 54.1 as he's gone round in front of me. I was about to say he's been lapping in the 54s before I looked across at that.
And under power. So 97's arrived under power. So whatever happened, they've managed to get from Mucker.
Control-Alt-Delete by Mucker, I think, on the run down from 8 to 9.
They're refueling again. They're not giving it tyres. The dolly jacks, they're thinking about, he's going on the jacks. He's got the air up and it's now going to go in the garage.
Well, there's some consolation in that the manufacturer's points that are being scored by the 99 car in third position at the moment would be enough to secure Aston Martin the manufacturer's GT points, but that is not what they wanted to see from that car. And what's happening down there, Nick?
Bonnet came off in one swishy movement. There's now an engineer leaning on the front by the radiator, and they've got torches all around, having a look inside the engine. The car was running as it came in, and then it came in at normal speed again. So my guess is this is an electrical rather than an rod through the crank or anything.
Strange noise, no power was what the radio message said when we just got that from our colleagues at TV, and thanks to Visuel and all the guys and ladies down in the TV compound for their assistance this year. We don't always have TV pictures for every session, but it makes it a lot easier when we do. And of course, when we're here on site, the technical facilities we share with them. Now, what I don't like about this, Nick, is the engine is running and it's being revved, but it's clearly not getting full power, and they don't know what it is, do they?
Yeah, it doesn't sound right. And they're now testing exhaust pressure, temperature.
That distinctly sounds like 7 or 6, not 8, doesn't it?
You don't have 8 there. I have. I obviously probably had to work it out. You had to work a very clever sound system, but it's not running on 8. And my guess it's not even running on 7 or 6 either.
No, it sounds like it does have that odd low growl that odd-numbered cylinders had, and I've driven 5-cylinder cars in the past from both Ford and Audi, and 3-cylinder motorbikes as well. I've still got one, in fact, to try and...
I think identify that this bank that's the issue. It's the...
I would say it's an odd number of cylinders that's running, and by that I don't mean strange. I do mean 1, 3 or 5 of the 8 are running.
I was thinking like the 4. They don't like the left side, it seems.
Oh, you think the whole bank might have gone? That's interesting, yes.
They were fondling, I think, looking for exhaust pressure on either side to see what was coming out, and the heat. They were testing the heat of the exhaust. Even if it's not, it will pump out gas, even if there's no actual fire, of course, from the cylinders. And they are now, they're now getting the airbox off from the left-hand side. Whatever the problem is, it appears to be on that left-hand bank.
Right. Okay. So we'll keep an eye on that. And at the moment, Andre Lotterer, 1:44.556, quickest lap of the race for the number 1 Audi. So he hasn't given up the fight yet, quite clearly, as into the pit lane comes Gonzalez in the 35 Morgan Oak from 4th position. And the pit stops are beginning to start again, or be completed rather, for the P2s. There's a few of them still on foot. Let's have a quick listen to the team radio from that car number 35.
You stay in the car. We will do tires, fuel.
And at the end of the tires, we will add some oil. So please follow the instruction of Berlin.
Okay, that seemed pretty obvious that they're not quite happy with how things are going, and they're going to do a little bit of lubricant top up for that car. Nick Damon is still down at Aston Martin, where there's motive power issues too.
Yeah, just kind of, for once actually, I can be at Aston Martin and see Oak and keep an eye on Toyota. And normally you need to have be spread over 400 yards. Still going away. They managed to get the airbox off the left-hand side. One of the major problems was it's dolly wheels, so they were kind of panicking around. The car kept moving underneath them. They got kind of a man to stand against it as a brace now. Something kind of wondering, but they have got.
I wonder if it's a fuel pressure or an injector rail problem there.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, that's the. Oh, what is it? Yeah, that came off the. Yeah, I think you're right. They've gone to the back of the bank now. Aston Martin. Paul Dunk should know what's the back of a Vantage bank, because I don't know which bits are there. Whether it's a separate EFI system or whatever. So Dunky, tell us what's the back of the bank as. We see David Annemeyer Anselm come in from, are they third?
Leading the class at the moment, third overall,
on the
yes.
stagger, yeah. So they're now trying to blow some cool air into it. The problem is really that at this point, they're probably only fighting for a finish, aren't they? So close beforehand.
Well, in fact, yeah, they've dropped down to 20th position and most of the Anfield's already gone by them. That's how tight it is in that GT battle. The 95 Aston Martin still leads Christopher Nygaard at the wheel of that, ahead of Rui Aguas in the 81 8-star Ferrari from Marcus Paltala in the 76 Porsche, 43 seconds further back. In the Pro, it's Vielander by 42, nearly 43 seconds from Bergmeister, and Senna's another 20 seconds further back. Here comes Fabien Giroir into the pits with that Millennium sponsorship on the Oreca for this weekend, the Delta ADR car. And that will leave Roman Rusinov back out in front, having cycled through those pit stops. Now, will Wolfie go through into second place here as Hennemeyer Hansen rejoins? I think he might do.
He should do, John. That's right. He's not due to come in for his next pit stop because of that car being out of sync. He won't be in until his lap 129, which is another 10 laps. In fact, more than no, it's about 10 laps, isn't it, for Wolfgang Riep in the Greaves Motorsport car. The car that is due in, though, is Anthony Davidson in the leading Toyota, and he has a lap of an advantage as he comes in, John, because of the earlier pit stop from Marcel Festler to hand over to Andre Lotterer.
And this will be a full service. They've seen that the double singeing of the tyres is a really poor idea, and so the tyres are really waiting to be offered up. Anthony will stay. The Aston, just so you know, they've now got down to the injector rails and they're having got a look at those and fiddle, but they don't really know which one's not working. So it's all head torches and waggling and seeing what's going on, which is never a good sign. Bit of a clean up at the front of the Toyota. They've cleaned both the lights and the windscreen. It's already done. Tyres going on. And they start with the rear right, then go to the front left, rear left, and then front one. But they must have worked out that's what they're doing. Some time and motion study man from the 1950s England who sat down with a piece of paper and worked that one out for them. Great play by England, I expect.
Should just mention that Roman Rusinov is doing a great job. I know he appealed about being regraded as a gold driver, but at the moment there's only Pierre Caffer in the P2 field who is quicker than him. 52.6 for Caffer and 55.3 for Wolfgang Riep that time around. 54.2 for Rusinov, and again Rusinov doing his bit very much so for the 26 car, the G-Drive car. Meantime, back at Aston Martin, the work goes on as in has come the 96 car for Stuart Hall, and their championship challenge seems to be going awry as well, unless one of the cars ahead of them has an issue, and we've still got over 2 hours of this race to go. And that, of course, is the joy of endurance racing. The 6-hour races leave plenty of time for things to happen. So let's, as we approach the last third of the race, I'll give you a rundown in about 3 or 4 minutes' time. Just let this cycle of pit stops play themselves out.
Yeah, can I just pick up, John, on, because you were talking about the number 25, the Delta ADR car falling out of the battle for the lead of the LMP2. It was all down to the previous pit stop, not the stop that it's on at the moment, but the previous pit stop where he lost 10 minutes in the pits for reasons that I'm not quite sure whether Nick can go and find out when he's got a quiet moment. Nick having a quiet moment. But if he does have the opportunity, then let's say that Delta car lost 10 minutes on the previous pit stop for reasons that I don't think we picked up.
End of main straight before turn 1, just before braking, 6 gears, full throttle, high rev. Suddenly, like hesitation and mechanical noise. Back on power, that mechanical noise was getting more and more towards the lap.
And that was the description from Stefan Mucker of the issue with that car, and the very glum-faced Darren Turner standing to the left-hand side, the driver's side of that car. So let's quickly run down what has... Oh, hang on, a bit of an issue at the first corner, and again it's the leader involved with Aston Martin number 99, and that is the car at the moment driven by Bruno Senna, and they don't need any issues because they at the moment are the championship winning car in terms of points for manufacturers for Aston Martin, which is a crumb of comfort at least for the fine old brand. Right, let's run you down what's happening as we come towards the last third of the race, just over 2 hours of this event, and in fact the last 2 hours of the FIA WEC season. It's Anthony Davidson at the wheel of the number 8 Toyota, and he leads by 1 minute and 16 seconds to Andre Lotterer in second in the remaining Audi. Just one Toyota and one Audi remaining. Both of their team cars have gone out with mechanical failure. Yes, really. In third place, Dan, Roman Rufsanov has got 16 seconds on Wolfgang Riep for Greaves, the first timer in a P2 car, more than holding his end up, the 41 car in second place, but being closed in on at a rate of knots by Pierre Caffer, who's trimmed that gap from 14 seconds and above down to 5 seconds the last time across the start-finish line. It's David Ennemeyer Hansen, by the way, for the 24, Morgan Oak in fourth place in that battle. They're all battling for the winning class and for third position on the podium, the overall podium, and there's a slight difference between when they come in for their pit stop, so it does change just a little bit. In GTE Pro, Tony Vielander by 43 seconds on Jörg Bergmeister for Porsche. Ferrari number 51 from Porsche number 91. Bruno Senna has just pitted. Looks regular after that little ding that the Aston has had, so he's come in from third position. They're cleaning the screen, but I don't see any major damage on that car. And GTE Arm, Christoph Nygaard again for Aston Martin, the 95, has a 18-second lead on Rui Aguas in the 81 Ferrari in second, and Marcus Paltala still in third position for the 76 IMSA Performance Matmut Porsche. Aston Martin land, that is certainly the right sort of ground to find Nick Damon, now powered by Nissan Pit Lane.
As I'm sitting in the pit in their garage, I'm looking at the 99 getting a full service and tyres. Behind me, the 97 is slowly being injection system or induction system reduced to constituent parts, and they're just screwing back. They may actually now be thinking about putting it back together. They put the rubber back on the last couple of minutes, but there's still a lot of consternation looking around. I'm not sure whether actually the fact they put that back on again shows any sign of it being fixed.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And out in the darkness, the battles continue. So Toyota Racing then by 1 minute and 16 seconds over Andre Lotterer in second place. Roman Rusinov for G-Drive leading the LMP2s in third. 10th position, the best of the GT cars. That's the 51 of Tony Vielander. And Aston Martin Racing still holding on to at least that lead in the AM category, with a third of the race, Paul Truswell, in our data centre. Still to run
and the team, Ramon and the rest, who have provided all of that, and they've gone the extra mile as well when we've had problems. Shanghai was particularly challenging, but they've always provided me with all the data I could possibly want. And I've just spent, whilst you were doing that little rundown, kind of reconfiguring it so that rather than looking at the battle for the lead of the race overall, to look at this P2 battle, because it's absolutely fascinating the way that the P2 is swinging from one team to the other as the race is progressing. I have to say that my money is still on the G Drive car, the number 26 car, Roman Rusinov, losing ground at the moment to everybody else, but not by much. And John Martin, Mike Conway, we expect to see John Martin in the car again before the end of the race, and that, as I say, I think will help seal its advantage. So but every time there's a pit stop within P2, the order changes. So very exciting indeed to watch in that one.
And
so
Paul,
still plenty of action, as you were saying, John.
And no more so in the GTE AM category, where there's been a development in the last few minutes. Every cloud, they say, has a silver lining. One man's meat, etc. The 76 Porsche has just been pushed back into its pit garage. Now, it's sitting down in 5th position, and whilst that's bad news for the IMSA Performance Matmut team, we wouldn't normally afford it such a great amount of attention, except that Jamie Campbell-Walter, in just under 2 laps' time, if that car doesn't come out, will overtake it and get the points that they need for the Drivers' Championship. So it does have a bearing. I'm not sure if Nick can have a quick look down to IMSA Performance Matmut for us and find out if that is going to be a long stop. They didn't look very happy when they put the car on the dolly wheels and pushed it in. It was quite a long stop for Enzo Podolicio as well, but that car has gone back out again, sitting in 3rd position. Another podium finish on the cards here for the American team. So Nick, as I say, normally we wouldn't be talking too much about it, but this is crucial in the extreme for Jamie Campbell-Walter and Stuart Hall in the Drivers' Championship in GTE AM.
Absolutely, and I shall fight my way down to IMSA Performance Matmut as quick as my little legs will carry me.
Right, okay. So
that stop, John, you just said about Enzo Podolicio taking over behind the wheel of the 81 car. That was a routine stop, routine length, routine amount of refueling. So nothing to worry about for that team.
Certainly we'll have pit stop for the 51, of course, with a change of driver, and the car has a completely standard stop. None of the problems with the brakes or the wheels, which fit the 71 in its sister car a second ago. And it'll be out the way after simply stopping back on its what looks like now a victory run to take Bruni championship.
Yeah, need to get that confirmed, but I think that is correct. That's the arithmetic that I would say. In GT AM, 8 star at the moment, in 3rd position, looking strong for the team's championship, I think. And JCW and Stuart Hall perhaps still have a chance of the... Yes, they would take it by a single point when they go past the 76. On countback, in fact, I think. Not even by a point. We'll have that confirmed by Graham Goodwin, who's got the table of possibilities in his head, I have to say. Good run by Jimmy Bruni. His first stint particularly, I thought, was outstanding again today. Former multiple European champion with Rob Bell, of course. Although you never see him and Rob Bell together now. I often wondered if they were actually the same person. Yes, Nick?
I have bad news.
Which is?
They have given up working on 97.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's handshakes from the mechanics, and the car is sitting there forlorn. They obviously have a problem. They can't... If they can trace it, they can't fix it in time to make it worthwhile. So that's a very sad end.
Can you
the season.
Can you see if you can grab John Gore to have a word with him? I think he'd probably be on the pit wall.
Martin don't run on, or it's all run behind the garage.
All right.
I can probably grab Darren.
Right, let's see if we can do that. Just as I tell you about a change in position across the line, Pecom and Pierre Caffer has hunted down Wolfgang Reep and goes through into 2nd position, down the inside into turn number 1. The more experienced driver has been on fire, taking 2 and 3 seconds out of the whole field, and 1.5 seconds or 2 out of Wolfgang Reep, who was in his first race, remember, the Nissan graduate. He's doing a great job, and they are both closing in on Roman Rusinov, we should say. Now, Wolfie, sit in behind Pierre, watch his lines, and get him to drag you up to the leader, mate. That's the sensible thing to do now. Nick?
I have Darren, first of all, commiserations. A very sad way to end a very good season. What took the car out in the end?
Something to do with the drive chain on the engine. So I think that's what they've said. But the engine's still got a bit of life on it, but there's no real power to get it around the track. Just really sad for everyone on 97. You know, it wasn't going exactly to plan, but things were starting to take a bit of a turn for us in the race, and clawing our way back. And you know, it's still, with the amount of time left, we still had everything to play for. So just one of those things. Yeah, still sinking in. After such a hard and close battle, it feels like we've been robbed of it.
I mean, you certainly were running an aggressive strategy after tyre problems. I mean, was it drive chain?
Well, it was a different plan, and it was getting better and better, that plan, and that's the only thing we could do. Whether it would have been enough to claw back to the 51 car, I don't know, but you know, we certainly would have kept the pressure up. So it's just one of those things. It's just really, I feel so sad for the guys on the car, because they've worked tremendous. Me and Stefan, a good car. Yeah, been Bruno in the car, Peter Dumbrack and Freddie as well. They've all joined us at some stage of the year and all given us tremendous support, and it just feels like a really sad way to finish the season.
It's very bad luck. Thanks, Darren. Cheers.
And just a little run on at turn one by Andrea Lotterer whilst we were doing that interview, but you will appreciate that we didn't want to break away from that sad news, but taken as ever, treating triumph and disaster, those two imposters both the same. It is all you can do in motor racing. Oh, Skippy down in the pit lane. Oh, hang on, Skippy with a Canon camera, not a Fuji. Dear, dear. So you're listening to RadioLeMans.com, powered by Nissan. It's a minute and 15 at the head of the field. Davidson over Lotterer. Anthony Davison cruising to the number 8 car's first win this year at the moment, as it stands, but lots of time to go, and we've seen that number 1 car come back before, I think just the last race, when about this time we had written them off, and they were further back than they are now, and they still came through to win. World champion number 1, this is their last race as the incumbent world champions. Andrea Lotterer and the rest of the team. In third place, Roman Rusinov has 16 seconds between himself and Pierre Caffer, with Wolfgang Rieck hanging on perfectly, doing exactly the right thing. In third position, the debutant in the Zytek Nissan, just a second or so behind, 1.5 seconds behind Pierre Caffer. David Ennemeyer Hansen now the coming man, and the fastest man in P2 is another 27, 28 seconds behind that leading trio. Jimmy Bruni has 46 seconds on Patrick Pilet, 51 Ferrari over 91 Porsche, with Giancarlo Fisichella in the 71 AF Corsa, another nearly 20 seconds behind. Jimmy Bruni, 2 minutes, .350, the car's fastest lap of the race, and just a tenth away from the fastest GT time of the race last time around. Wow. In GT Christopher Nygaard has now a full lap on Enzo Portolicio in second, 95 Aston from 81 Ferrari. Francois Perrodo is behind the wheel of the 61 Ferrari in third. Patrick Bornhauser in fourth, and the pass has happened, the significant pass for the Jamie Campbell-Walter 96 Aston Martin, which gives them the points for the Drivers' Championship, and that's how it stands with 1 hour and 49 minutes to go.
The World Endurance Championship, when you want it. Every moment of the season is waiting for you at www.radiolemans.com. So if you missed the race, want to catch up with practice, qualifying, and our behind-the-scenes interviews and chat, head to the WEC archive section at www.radiolemans.com. RadioLeMans.com, the home of endurance racing.
We're just trying to work out whether this is Ant Davidson's first LMP1 victory. He did win for Peugeot, of course, but that wasn't in the WEC, Paul.
Well, it wasn't. It was in the Intercontinental Le Mans Cup.
Wasn't the World Championship, was it?
WEC,
Yeah.
Indeed. So it depends whether you want to pick up your trophy from the FIA or from any other organisation. So yes, it is too early to count any chickens yet. Of course, we're 4 hours and 12 minutes into the race. An hour and 48 minutes still remain. But Anthony Davidson does have a useful margin of a lead, and the car has gone well so far. So let's keep our fingers crossed for Anthony, even if the other Brit, Alan McNish, isn't having a good way to celebrate St Andrew's Day. But it's certainly been a good run. But you can't count Audi out of this yet. They're going to be on the same fueling schedule, the Audi and Toyota, and I just don't see how, on the basis of Marcel Fessler's failure with the double sinting of the tyres, that Audi really has any other tricks that they can try out. It's the only thing that they can hope for, I suppose, is a lucky break with the safety car, or I suppose more Toyota unreliability, because don't forget, neither Audi nor Toyota are going to be able to get to the end of the season without having this mechanical failure, but both teams having a car that's failed.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Let's have some team radio from Toyota.
At the moment, Claude Power is 0.6 on average faster than you.
Average lap times, you see. Mathieu Linnell answering, I'm sure, a question from Anthony Davidson. They all want to know obviously their fastest lap, but it's the average lap times that drivers all want to know, whether it's with their own team or with who they're fighting against. And 0.6 faster for Lotterer will take an awful long time to get that 1 minute and 14 seconds back. Let's see if we can hook back up with Nick Damon down in the pit lane. So we've cursed the Aston Martin number 97. What about the 76, Marcus Paltala? That hasn't come out of the pits. I don't think that's going anywhere either, is it?
Not looking good either for the 76. I mean, it's good news for Aston, obviously. Bad news for performance Matt.
Nick, just one moment. We've got a spinner out on the circuit as Wolfgang Reip comes into pit lane in the 41 car. And this is the Oak Racing, the 35 car with Gonzalez. He's looped it coming out of the hairpin at turn 10 as Reip comes in the third place P2 car. Gonzalez, hello. Yes, Mr. Gonzalez. Here is the Apex. Apex, here's Mr. Gonzalez. He wasn't anywhere close. He lost it in 9, actually, and pretty much drove off the circuit and lost it as he turned into 10 with his rear tyres still on the curbing. Porsche number 91 going through and just missing him. Patrick Peelier doing a cracking job. Now, is Wolfie getting out the car, or is he getting in? He's lost third place, of course, as Edemiah Hansen has gone through.
Well, it's a full service with tyres. I'm just trying to see whether... I don't think he actually got out. I'm just literally getting there now.
He's the tall bloke,
yeah,
so...
He's a very tall bloke with the air-down helmet, yes. They also did it the odd way. Let's see... yes, he's got himself he's staying in for a second session or stint. Apparently it's a station.
A stint, yeah. Yes. Okay, thank you. Nick Damon in the Powered by Nissan pit lane as the Powered by Nissan 41 Zytek goes back out again with Wolfgang Reip proving he's not only got speed, but he's also got stamina and endurance as he stays in for his second stint in a row. They breed them tough at the boot camp of the Nissan GT Academy. So, Paul, we are getting down to an hour and 44 minutes. When's the next stops for our leaders? And this is, I've as I said before, I kind of lost track of what was going on at the front of the field because I was watching P2 and GT. But they can go, what, on 2 stops from here now, Paul?
For the race leaders, it'll be 2 more stops won't it? Yes, it'll be a 7-stint race. If you're looking at a screen that shows you that Andre Lotterer has done 6 pit stops, ignore one of them because that was a drive-through penalty. Yeah. So he's effectively done 5 proper pit stops. You're not allowed to do any other work when you're doing a drive-through penalty. Marcel's next pit stop should be on lap 100. Now I've got to add that one up to make sure that I don't make the same mistake. 118, 142, 143. So it's not going to be long, another 3 laps before Andre is due in for his next pit stop. 123 laps 143 laps should be his next pit stop for Andre Lotterer, and that extra lap that Anthony Davidson managed to get on his previous stint will take him a little bit further. Anthony Davidson scheduled to come in for his next pit stop on lap 156, so he's still got another 10-15 laps to go as Anthony. Perhaps it might be worth pointing out at this point, John, while we've got less happening out on the track, this isn't the first time that Anthony Davidson has got an extra lap out of his tank full of fuel on the Toyota. And for years and years, Tom Christensen and Alan McNish have been the sort of drivers who have got better mileage, and it's a great skill to have as an endurance driver. And I noticed it a couple of times earlier this season. Anthony Davidson seems to have the same skill at Toyota of just getting that slightly better fuel consumption whilst being able to keep the same lap times up. So, he's able to do both, drive economically and also drive quickly. And it's a good sign. And Anthony's certainly now settling into his role as one of the absolute top flight prototype drivers.
Yeah, and I think, he enjoys the difference that he has. Let's have a quick listen into the 96 Aston Martin team radio. Jamie Campbell, Walter.
So if you stay in 5th, you win the drivers. You need to go to 3rd place to win the manufacturers. In summary, Jamie, you're 4 laps ahead of 76. Do not save fuel. Push as hard as you can. If we need a splash, so be it, but push as hard as you can. In summary, Jamie, you're 4 laps ahead of 76. Do not save fuel. Push as hard as you can. If we need a splash, so be it, but push as hard as you can.
So there we go. Jamie Campbell, Walter. I think that last bit was looped rather than repeated to him. Nothing gets broadcast live, of course, for obvious reasons. But the Jamie Campbell, Walter, left in no doubt then what his job is now. Get your foot down, fella, and see how much pressure you can put on Patrick Bornhauser and possibly Francois Perraudot ahead of you. It's a big ask because it's a couple of laps to make up. But stranger things have happened. In comes Christopher Nygaard in the Aston Martin number 95. I just wonder whether that car would be sacrificed if he got up into 4th position. Would that Aston pull over and let anybody go by to take the race just to get 3rd place for the 96? But that's some way off at the moment. Nick?
No, because what they're trying to do is win the manufacturers by getting faster.
Oh, right, yes, sorry. So the need 4th
drivers
points
is fine. He's got the drivers now. Well, hey, he finishes where he is now. In the order they are now, he wins the drivers, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's head to the media centre here where we can say hello, Alan McNish, I think. Oh, sorry, I have jumped the gun on that. Alan McNish is about to join us from the media centre. Sorry, Tim. We will connect to him in just a moment. Didn't get in the car, of course, today, so not the best of days in terms of the Scotsman getting in the car. So another quick first sector by Anthony Davidson. 1:16.3 ahead of Andre Lotterer. Rusinov holding on, he's doing a really good job. Still 15.6 seconds between Rusinov and Pierre Caffer, with David Hennemeyer Hansen now another 30 seconds further back, and 6 seconds beyond that is Wolfgang Rief. Let's say the immortal words. Hello, Alan McNish. Hello, Alan McNish.
Hello, collective. Apparently we've had a slight technical issue here with your man in the media centre not able to switch a microphone on.
Technical issues, I'm sad to say, Alan, have been the order of the day today. I don't think I've seen a WEC race that's had so much attrition at the sharp end of the field. Not just yourselves, but two Toyota engine cars all falling by the wayside. What is it about this place and this race that makes it so hard?
I really don't know, because certainly it's not anywhere near as hot as it was last year, and the temperature round here last year put many parts into a critical temperature limit, but that isn't the case this year. It's very early on in the race for certainly the Rebellion car to go out, and then the Toyota, and then our car. Certainly we didn't have an engine problem for some reason. It was like a gearbox related. It was a drive related issue of some sort. We don't know until we get the car back. But there's no particular reason. It's just been a little bit disappointing for everybody in our team and the other teams, and also for the fans.
Not the way you wanted your championship season to end, but the car won't be classified. Nobody gets any points. You couldn't be caught coming into this, but in some ways, obviously, congratulations, you're going to be a world champion, but is it a little bit of a letdown?
Hey, look, you want to sort of finish off fighting, there's no question about it. In China, we went with that intention, but it was clear that we didn't quite have the pace and the strategy to be able to do it, and so we opted for a very cautious approach, and well, as you know, and that heralded us with a third position and the championship, and right now that seems to be a very, very clever decision. Now, it is a little bit frustrating, there's no question, because I was just about to get in the car and we were fighting to win the race. We were 15 seconds off the lead. Loic was catching the number 8 Toyota at the time, and the race we definitely knew would get better for us as it went on, in terms of the strategy and also in terms of just the pure performance of the car, because when the circuit's quite green, generally the Toyota has been better as the circuit rubbers in, as it was in Shanghai with the sister car, then it's better for us. And so from that point of view, we felt pretty good at that stage halfway through to, take the fight to them and get that 15 seconds back.
What do you do from this point on then? The car obviously isn't going any further. Is it just a debrief and then what? Is there a party tonight, or do you save that till the 18th when everyone gets back together for the unveiling of the new car?
You've got to celebrate your successes without doubt, and it's been a fantastically successful year, as you know. But then the other side, I don't think we should all be doom and gloom about it. There was certainly disappointment in the garage with the mechanics and engineers, because there's, we came here to do a job and we're not able to do that any longer. But overall, we will have a wee party tonight. I'm on a flight back for the Autosport Awards in the middle of the night to get there for tomorrow, and so it is a week of celebrations with the FIA Awards on Friday and then the WEC on Saturday night. But the big one with the mechanics and engineers, that's coming on the 18th, and that's one we will enjoy.
And the new car is going to be unveiled about that. Listen, there's hardly anybody listening. It's just me and you talking on the Skype chat. It's not an issue. What can you tell us about the... As ever, mate. What can you tell us about the new car and about next year? Come on. Give us just a little... Give us a nugget, Alan. A nugget, please.
Okay, I'll tell you. It's got 4 wheels.
Right.
It's got 4 wheels. It's got 4 rings on the front of it that say Audi.
Yeah.
It's got an engine. It's got a hybrid system. And I ain't telling you any more than that. You're going to have to wait. You're going to have to wait. I know there's thousands of people listening in here across the globe, and one of them, would probably listen up and then give me a row as soon as I got back to the pits if I told you any more than that.
You said, we talked to you early on in the week and heard you talking about, you won Le Mans this year, and Le Mans is a special race, but you said to Loic after Le Mans that you've got to go and win the championship now because it's something you haven't got, and you always want what you haven't got. So a banner season this year, another tick in the box. How do you feel generally about 2013 as the season now is winding down with an hour and a half of it still to go?
It's been overall, tremendous season. We came out the blocks fighting at Silverstone with a really good hard race, and we kept that momentum up through obviously Le Mans, and then it sort of turned away from us. It was a bit frustrating in Brazil, to be honest, but we got back on song in Austin, which put us into the position where we didn't have to take the big risks any longer. And you can never ever say a season where you win the TT Trophy, you win Le Mans 24 Hours, and you win the World Championship is anything but a fantastic year. I said to Loic actually when we were standing on the car going down to the podium at Le Mans was, now we focus on the World Championship. You've got to keep that momentum going when it's with you. You've got to just keep the pressure on all of the time, and that's the way you sort of win titles, is not forgetting about what you're trying to achieve. And this year was a stellar year for Loic, Tom and I, and also for the car number 2. It was a great year for us together. We celebrate it very well.
I have nominated the whole of the number 2 team as my team of the year in the I Respect Man of the Year show, which will air next week, and we'll wait to see what the listeners vote for.
That Wednesday night?
It is, yeah, absolutely, Wednesday night.
I'll have to record it. I'll have to be on one of my running trips because I'm flying back. I'm in the UK up until Wednesday, and I fly back Wednesday night.
All right, mate. Well, that'll be there for you on Thursday morning. I know you can't tell us much about the technical details of the car, but I know that you've driven it.
You're coming back to this, aren't you?
In testing. No, I'm not going to ask you. Listen, I know we're having a bit of fun, but seriously, this is a serious question. I know that you've driven it in testing, and Audi actually have done a pretty good job in keeping their testing secret. I haven't seen any pictures of the car. Nothing's leaked out. It's a very different set of regulations for next year. You've got new competition, of course, in-house from Porsche, new cars, of course, from Toyota as well. Is it going to make a substantial difference to how you drive the car next year in what you do as the nut at the end of the wheel, as it were? Or is it, just another piece of machinery that you guys have got to go out and wring its neck?
I think the day of wringing a car's neck has probably passed for the moment. Certainly, nowadays we have had to tune our driving styles with the hybrid systems, and also just with the fact that with the regulations is like round here, you're trying to get rid of slash and dashes and things, so you're working the fuel economy side of things as well as the car you've got. And so to some extent that is, well, to a great extent, that's going to get much more the case next year. So I think it's going to be very, very busy for the engineers and the drivers, but it's a racing car. It's got 4 wheels, it's got a steering wheel, and it's got pedals, and you make the best out of what you've got with the regulations you've got.
Yes.
I do think the energy efficiency mentality and formula is important for sports car racing right now, to be at the forefront of developing the technologies the car manufacturers are going to use in the very near future. And so I think from that point of view they've done it correctly, but I do think the driving style and the way you adapt to it will change.
The reason I ask that is because I'm getting a lot of people saying, it's going to be a fuel formula, it's all about efficiency. Well, Formula One's going that way as well. In fact, they're using the same fuel flow meters as the sports cars. But I'm saying, look, it's still a racing car, much what you've just said. It's still got to be driven, it's still got to be raced, and it doesn't matter whether you're racing a 1000cc Mini or, an 800 horsepower Indy car or whatever, it's still got to be raced. And I'm pleased to hear you say that. And do you think that the cars, now that you have driven next year's car, do you think the cars will still be exciting enough to watch that people will want to continue to support the endurance championships?
I think that people will definitely want to watch it because it will be new technical innovations. The cars will be exciting. They're going to be fantastically quick. I don't see them getting much slower than what they are at the moment. And in terms of the sort of negativity, this is negativity because probably they haven't actually seen them in action. It's a little bit like that big fin in the back. I remember when that first came in, people were saying, I'm going to switch off, never watched it, it looks horrible, and 6 months later everyone's forgotten about it. And it actually just fits with the cars, and that's what it is. It's going to be a change. It is definitely a step change, but the racing is going to be as competitive, if not more so, next year with Porsche coming in to fight with Toyota, who will, and I'm sure, going to be on a full 2-car attack for the complete season, learning the lessons that they had this year as well. And so overall, I think 14 and beyond is actually very exciting for sports car racing.
Yeah, and I always remind people that what people get misty-eyed about in the last lifetime is Group C racing, and effectively that was a fuel formula as well, albeit in a different way, but everybody loves the Group C cars, and that was a formula. One final question before we'll let you get away and do other stuff. You've ticked off Le Mans several times now. You've now ticked off the World Championship. You still haven't got that Daytona watch though, have you, from the 24 hours, the Rolex? Chances of you going back to that in the end of January, beginning of February, and trying to put that one right?
Yeah, I've won the category there, but not the overall. Finished second 3 times. I think the 5 times or 6 times I've done it, which is close but no cigar, as you know. But yeah, I'm watching with interest how the testing's gone, which hasn't... Unfortunately, it's been a little bit too spectacular in the last couple of days when they were out at Daytona, and I think there's a lot of people watching with interest before committing to anything.
All right, mate. Bad luck today. Great season. Thank you for the entertainment. Thank you for your poise and for your time, as always. Enjoy the celebrations with the rest of the team. Alan McNish, World Champion-elect for an hour and 27 minutes. Thanks, mate.
Thank you, and thank you, Collective, for all the support through the year. It's been fantastic speaking to you and listening to you and reading your tweets and messages and everything else.
Cheers, Al. Have a good one. Alan McNish there, joining us live from the Media Centre. And thank you to Martin Pass and to Graham Goodwin for setting it up. And a bit of action going on the track there with pit stops going through for P2. But you'll understand, we had the opportunity to speak to Alan there, and we wanted to stay with it. It's still much the same at the front of the field, but with David Annemeyer Hansen now in the leading P2 car, leading by 37.5 seconds over Mike Conway, and Pierre Caffer, having made his stop, is 58 seconds behind the leader. That makes him 37, 47... 50. How's he lost so much time to
it's purely on the pit stops, John.
Right, okay, fine. Wolfgang Reep still doing a good job.
Hansen is due in any minute now, so you're expecting to see him in... Oh, he's in now, there you go.
Nick Damon down in the pit lane, and in comes David Hennemeyer Hansen. So the battle will go back between Caffer and Conway. But I thought Caffer had took the lead though before this, but I'll speak with Paul about that as you describe the pit stop.
Yeah, I had a few stops whilst Alan was chatting to us. We said the Peacock came in now. Obviously, also had Andre Lotterer came in for full service fuel and tyres as well. We still haven't seen the Toyotas. That's getting a long way ahead on fuel efficiency, effectively. Now we have the 24 car out has got Annemeyer Hansen, in has got Olivier Pla. As they attempt to crawl their way up the field and try and get the requisite gap between themselves and the 35 car, which is just a lap or so ago saw Ricardo Gonzalez getting out and Bertie Breadstick getting in. So once again, we're now getting towards the final throw of the dice. Most of the P2s now can run the rest of the race with their pro drivers. I'm not totally sure whether Peacon don't need to put Luis Perez Compact back in it. I'm sure that that's something that Paul knows instantaneously.
No, they don't, because Perez Compact did a double stint earlier in the race, so he's done his hour and 15 minutes is the minimum driving time for a P2 driver. So
let me just recap then on the P2 situation. We've got a 21-second lead from Mike Conway in the 26 G-Drive car to Pierre Caffer in the 49, and then another, 6 seconds to Wolfgang Reep, who has held on to the back of Pierre Caffer all the way through since Caffer dragged up and went by him. It's fantastic to see that young man doing that, and it's Olivier Pla who's just gone out in the 4th place car, and I've still got no idea how this shakes out, Paul, if I'm honest.
It's going... I'm very reluctant to say what's going to happen, but what the screen number 6 is telling me is that it is going to go the way of John Martin, Mike Conway, Roman Rusinov in the G-Drive Racing number 26 for the cars that have made their pit stops will in fact, it happens now, doesn't it? Yeah, the number 26 car goes back into the lead as a result of the pit stop for David Hannemar Hansen handing over to Olivier Pla in the number 24 car. And he will now lead, but then lose the lead again, possibly lose the lead twice before the end of the race. Will it be twice? It's going to get very close indeed between him. It's between two cars, effectively.
Hang on, Paul.
And
Paul,
the Heinemeier Hansen car. John.
We've got Pierre Caffer pushing too hard. Oh, he's had a massive off there as he hits the curb on the inside of the circuit. And it's so hard to go off and hit anything here. But the speed at which he went off at the final corner, completely misjudging the turn-in to the last corner. And he will be able to get in to the pits. He's done damage to the legality panel on the right rear side. Now, did he have an issue? He may have had a braking issue or a stuck throttle issue because he came in at unabated speed to the final right-hand corner. Thanks, Nick, for keeping an eye on that. He will be able to come straight into the pits, and Nick is already down at PCOM. Remember, the last time they had a pole position was Spa, and they won that. They were on pole today. Manassian fought back from first lap incidents. Is this some kind of long distance problem that has come about from the bashing that the car took earlier on? Nick Damon down at Pico.
And the car now comes into the pits. He certainly put a pretty hefty whack on the back of the car as he hit the barriers. As you say, it's very odd. It went so fast. They're quite tough, the back end of this car, but yeah, it's taken out the whole rear section. And the question will be whether it's a case that they can just replace the wings of the Bugatti panel, which is like two sections, or whether they're going to have to do some more work. It's got some slight damage at the front, which I'm sure is from a previous accident. In fairness, if we feel it, and actually apart from the back end, which got crushed, it looks fine, but obviously it will depend whether the mountings have been damaged and whether they can just do a very simple tail piece and off they go.
Thanks, Nick. Keep an eye on that. But that is a car that is then out of second position. And Wolfgang Riep, at a distance of just over 30 seconds, second place now for Greaves, for Zytek, and for Nissan. And for Nissan GT Academy. What a result. That's a really bizarre accident for Pierre Caffer. And I would be very surprised if that was a driver error. I think, Nick, and I don't know, clearly nobody's going to want to talk to you now. I'd be surprised if they weren't looking at brakes or something as well as the damage.
The man with a Brembo box and a caliper.
Oh, really?
Now, front or rear, but obviously there's been he's literally just ripped it out from polystyrene, and there's a Brembo caliper on the floor waiting to be fitted. I'm not sure it's front or back it's waiting to go, because obviously that it would say you're right there. It didn't retard like it was supposed to, hence the incredible speed he took through that corner. If he'd made it, wow, it'd been a sector time.
Yeah, it would have been a fabulous sector time. We can laugh about this because Pierre Caffer's fine. I'm looking at a man waving a piece of hose that's not attached to something I think it should be.
Yeah, they've had a front right failure of I think it's the union joints, because obviously they have dry brake joints to make it easy to change them, and it looks like it's dry broken when it shouldn't, and he had no front right brake, and he may have lost everything, or he may have just lost one brake. It's the same effect. If you lose one front brake, that's a huge percentage of the overall braking effect on the race car.
So that looks to have turned it into a three-way battle in P2, what was a four-way battle. But just trying to pick out the bones of how it's panning out, John, because it is quite hard to kind of keep track of what's going on in that P2 because it changes so often. But most of the time, the number 26 car, the G-Drive car of Mike Conway, is leading that class. Now, the only time that he doesn't lead the class is immediately after his pit stop, when the class lead is taken over by the number 24, now driven by Olivier Pla car. Now, they've each got to make one more pit stop before the end of the race. However, I've got a feeling, and this is actually it's more than a feeling, by the way that the pits window is working, the Mike Conway car hasn't quite got enough fuel to get to the flag Whereas when after it's made its next pit stop, so it'll make another pit stop, but it won't quite then have enough fuel to get to the flag, which could mean that the number 24 car, Olivier Plat, is the one that has the advantage. So that's the way the projection is looking in P2. Meanwhile, the race leader is back in the pits again, John.
He's got a long lead now over the Audi as far as the stint's concerned, isn't he? He's done several more laps than Lotterer. That's the driver change this time. Davison's got out, so it should be Sebastian Buemi getting in. It's his turn, and a sort of run to victory now. They're a long way ahead, and they're leading on stops as well, Paul.
Yes, 27 laps and 26 laps were the last two stints for the Toyota by Anthony Davidson. Having got that extra lap out of the first tank full of fuel, he couldn't quite do it on the second tank full of fuel. So he's done 53 laps in his stint, whereas the Audis can only do 25 laps on their tank full of diesel. So it is definite that the Audi has to refuel more often, but it's basically 1 or 2 laps is the difference. But over the course of the race, we've now done 6 pit stops, 6 refueling stops. It does begin to add up.
It's Paul Trustwell. Before that, you heard Powered by Nissan pit reporter Nick Damon. And we have just over an hour and a quarter still to go. Championships still to be decided. Graham Goodwin's working on the championship points at the moment. P2 still to be decided. It's 40 seconds now, and Ollie Plat coming at a rate of knots into this as well. 26-24, 26-41, 24 and 35. I think still possibly have a chance of this. It's all going to depend on the pit stops. That's the 26 Orica Nissan, the 41 Zytek Graves Nissan, the 24 Morgan Oak and the 35 Morgan Oak, driven at the moment by Conway, Ripe, Plat and Baguette. And they are all... I'm just trying to work out whether Bertrand Baguette is just in front of the leader and still on the lead lap. And I think he might just be. I'll wait till he goes through the next sector.
No, he's a lap behind.
He is a lap behind, is he? Right, okay.
Yeah.
So that's going to take a little bit more. But again, it's all going to be on the pit stops. And Pierre Caffer's car has not come out of the pits yet after that very scary looking interlude for him. And more than the odd person saying how that might have ended up differently a few years ago. That was a very, very quick falling off by Pierre. We'll have a quick listen to the 8 radio. This is Toyota.
Anthony says there's a lot of grip on the track, so it's quite easy to drive at the moment. The car is feeling good. Just don't take risk. Keep up the pace, but don't take risk.
A few years ago, Adam Prescott at Radio Le Mans and at Specutainment says a few years ago that car may well have flipped, but thanks to the fin and the pressure holes, it didn't. And I'd say here to that. Whatever anybody thinks about the FIA, their commitment to safety both on the track and on the road, in fact, with their Safe is Fast campaign and FIA Road Safety is exemplary. And let's not forget, it was an joint FIA ACO working group that came up with the changes to the prototypes as we see them now, with those holes instead of the louvres in the top of the wings and the rear fin, which Alan mentioned actually, and he was quite right. You just get used to it, and actually people have got used to it in the colour schemes and mitigated the effect. Let's go down to the leading cars pit. Anthony Davidson, who we've just heard is happy with the car, is talking to Lewis.
Anthony, you're out of the car. Tell us how it was and how are you feeling at this stage?
It's one of those moments, one of those rare moments when you're a racing driver where you have the luxury of being able to enjoy it when you're out there, and everything was feeling good. The track's just getting faster and faster. The car was feeling great, and it's easy to go quickly. Had a little bit of, I wouldn't say pressure, but a little bit of a show of lap times from Lotterer. So we had to respond to that just to see where we were, and we knew that we could easily match them when we needed to. Just taking no risking traffic, and yeah, just being able to enjoy it. Pretty much where I was in Shanghai before the car broke, so fingers crossed this time.
I'm keeping quiet. Thank you.
Yeah, we don't want to curse curse anybody there. Let's have a listen to... Oh, I thought we were going to get a bit of race director radio there, but clearly not. Right, Paul, coming into the what are often called the money laps, an hour and a quarter. That's 2 45-minute stints from this kind of area. Who's doing what to whom? Let's start with Toyota and 76 and 26 incident. 26 or 25? Can't see that on the purple. I think it is 26.
It says 26 on the screen.
Yes. And that would be the leader. That's Jean-Carl Vernier and Mike Conway, if that is the correct information. And that would be a real interest to everybody in P2, of course. The 76 car's back out on the circuit, by the way. That was the car that Jean-Carl Vernier started so well. I'll keep an eye on that, Paul. Give me your thoughts on what's happening at the front of the field first, and then we'll run through P2 and as much as we can through the GT classes as well in terms of what's going on. Buemi by 1:05 now.
Exactly right. 1:05, 65 seconds is the gap between first place and second place. Sebastian Buemi leading with the Toyota ahead of Andre Lotterer in the number 1 Audi. In terms of where their pit stop schedules are, the number 1 Audi they'll both have to make one further pit stop. The number 1 Audi will definitely only have to make one further pit stop, and I've got that scheduled to be on lap 173. However, if you add 25 onto 173, that only gets you to lap 198. And I'm showing that we're going to actually get to very close to 200 laps. So we might see a splash coming from the number 1 Audi. The number 8 Toyota is scheduled to come into the pits on lap 181. So we've got a good few laps to go before we get the next round of pit stops for the leaders. But at the moment, Sebastian Buemi is being able to match the lap times of Andre Lotterer, although Lotterer is, as Anthony just said, going pretty quickly when he has to. Change in position in P2, and it is P2 in P2, if that makes sense, as Wolfgang Riep is under pressure from Olivier Pla going down the front straight to turn number 1. They've got a GT car ahead of him, and that is the number 50. But Wolfie wisely, I think, doesn't fight too hard. Didn't make it easy. Stayed on the racing line. Did his normal bit of late braking. But Patrick Bornhauser ahead was rather closing the gap, and I think that was a smart thing to do, to just let Olivier Pla go. Wolfie in his first race for Greaves and first race in P2 has been outstanding in this race. It's 45 seconds between those two and Mike Conway in the lead. Mike Conway potentially with the sword of Damocles hanging over the top of him in terms of a potential penalty contact being investigated. Let's nip down to the pits, have a driver's eye view of this battle. Alex Brundle is with Louise.
Alex, you're obviously watching intently at the screen. It's a big close battle.
Yeah, been really close all the way through between the top 4 contenders. Obviously, Pecom have just had their issue. So that leaves a few less of us, the Greaves car and the 26 ADR, all fighting it out, and it's all important for the championship. Ollie just passed the 41, so good job from him, and we'll try and make progress towards the 26.
Is it all a numbers game for you now, positions?
Well, you know, we'd like to win the race as well, and every little helps. To be frank, the 35 have driven the race they need to drive, and barring incident, we'll probably take the championship now, so it'd be nice to win the race before the end of the year.
Thank you.
Well, that's Alex Brundle down there, and we wish him the best in that endeavour. In that P2 battle, Paul, it's been changing because of the difference in the pit stops, whether people are taking tyres, how much fuel is going on. It's 46, 47 seconds at the moment, but that's a pit. I mean, that's less than a pit stop.
Exactly right, and the race is on really between those two that are in first and second places at the moment. As I say, the schedule of pit stops, the way it's going to pan out as the race progresses, I strongly believe means that the number 26 car is going to be short of fuel when it comes in for its next pit stop. The next pit stop in P2 will be coming from Wolfgang Riep in the Greaves car, the number 41 car. That will be the next one to come in for a pit stop. And after that, the next one By the way, we've had the Pcom car back out again as well. The number 49 car is back out into the race, but it's lost 2 or 3 laps whilst it's been repaired. Bertrand Baguette in the car number 35 is also a lap off that battle at the moment. So it's really just a 3-way battle with the 2 cars that have just changed places, making the second and third place battle of it. But as I say, Ripe, having just lost that position, will be the first to pit, and that will enable Olivier Pla to really concentrate on endeavouring to close the gap on Mike Conway. But he doesn't have to come into the pits. This is Mike Conway. Olivier Pla. Olivier Pla doesn't have to come into the pits for his next pit stop until his lap 164, and then he'll definitely be able to make it to the flag, whereas I'm suggesting at the moment that Mike Conway will have to make 1 stop and then we'll have to make a splash in order to make it to the 6-hour duration. It's good fun.
Yes, it is, and I, even though you've just explained it, I think I've got a bit of a handle on it at the moment. In the GT battle at the moment, as it stands, Jimmy Bruni's got 145 points, Mucker and Turner 133.5, Fizzy 132 and Lieben Leeds 121. So Jimmy Bruni in the best place and leading by 46 seconds in the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari over Patrick Pilet in the 91 Porsche. But what a debut for the 991 Evo RSR. Pedro Lamy for Aston Martin is third. In GTE AM, it's the Christian Poulsen, the Danish car. What a way to finish the season for that team, for that manufacturer, for that car number, and indeed for that nation, if they can take that. Another 46-second gap. That seems to be around about the right number at the moment. The Aston from the 81 8-star Ferrari of Enzo Podolicio. Francois Perraudot is at the wheel of the 61 Ferrari he shares with Matt Griffin and Manu Collard. And the big news there is that Jamie Campbell-Walter has been setting quick lap after quick. I think he got pretty close to the quickest lap in GT. Never mind GTE AM. He did a low 202, and he's been backing that up, banging in the 203s. And his last lap at 203.8 is the slowest I've seen him do for quite some time. And bear in mind that his teammate, who's leading the GT category, is doing a 203.7 at the moment. And Jimmy's doing 2 minutes 1, so that's all pretty good stuff. He was given the green light to go for it and splash and dash if they had to. Let's go down to Nick Damon in the Powered by Nissan pit lane. Nick, it's that part of the season where fingernails are at a premium.
There's going to be a lot of nail biting. I think the other thing that's a premium is people who've got really good calculators. And obviously the rosary breeds and just wishing luck and lucky rabbit's feet and all that sort of thing. We've just seen the Picon car come back in again, so obviously despite being turned around and repaired very quickly, there's still something not right to balance that machine. But up and down the pit lane, there are a lot of people now who are an hour and 6 minutes from what they've been trying to go after all year, and a lot of people are an hour and 6 minutes and missing out on what they've been after all year. But there are many a turn still to come, and certainly in P2, if Paul's correct, who knows what might happen there.
You're listening to RadioLeMans.com. A black and white flag for car 26. Now, this is what happened before with the Audi, so this is a warning. This is, we've got your number, a yellow card in football, in soccer parlance, if you will. Contact with car 76 at turn 8. Now, I have a feeling that the IMSA guys will be somewhat aggrieved that put their car in the garage and that there hasn't been a more robust penalty given to Mike Conway. He is leading the category at the moment, but that really shouldn't make a difference. But again, I'm not second guessing. I am just putting forward a view. The race control guys have far more views of what goes on than I do, so I'm just saying it before anybody else does. Robbie Kerr puts it a 53 even in the 6th place P2 car. This is the 25, the Delta ADR car, Oregon Nissan Power, of course. So a number of people saying, hang on a second, Wolfgang Reep, never driven a single-seater, never driven a P car before, and look at his times. Yes, absolutely. He's a Nissan GT Academy graduate, another Nismo athlete, and proud to be a Belgian. As Jan Peters points out, the whole of the country is behind Wolfie at the moment. Unbelievable, he tweets, a star is born. Brilliant, brilliant stuff from Wolfgang Reep. And proof, if proof were needed, that once again the Nissan GT Academy programme is producing another generation and another way, a different way of finding talent from a very different talent pool. Just about an hour to go, gentlemen. And at the head of the field, it's still Sebastian Buemi. He's picked up the pace a little bit, of 45.4 for him the last time around, a 47.3 for Andre Lotterer. You get the feeling, though, Nick, if I'm honest, that the number one team refused to lose. We saw this in Shanghai when they were seemingly out of it, and yet the pressure is still being applied by that number one team.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no point in letting the Toyota cruise to a victory. You know, if you can put some pressure on, push a mistake, push a mechanical problem. You know, both the cars, both the Audi and Toyota have shown fragility here, and Toyota's shown kind of ongoing issues during the season. I'm not sure whether it's the same one or different ones it moves on. So, yeah, you may as well push. You got, you know, whatever happens, the car one's going to be second in the World Championship, and a win's a win. So go hell for leather and see what comes out at the end of it. But it does seem that the Toyota got their measure. And have them completely under control. So barring an incident, and there's still over an hour to go, they will be on the top set of the podium.
And Paul, you know, one of the we mention this pretty much every race, but one of the joys of endurance racing is with an hour to go, which most people don't get to race an hour, but with an hour to go, we still don't know what's going to happen, particularly in P2. I am on the edge of my seat there in P2 because it's all still to be played for.
It is indeed, and whilst Nick is listening, I missed this earlier on, but on its last stint, when David Hannemeyer Hansen was bringing the number 24 car in to hand over to Olivier Pla, it was a stint of 21 laps, whilst the car has been running at 24-lap stints. Now, by doing that, they put themselves much closer to having to do an extra pit stop. Now, they should be all right just to do one more pit stop. We've got, as you said, John, a little bit over an hour to go in the race. They should be able to just do the one more pit stop. But what we've seen from the P2 cars today is that they've been coming in considerably under the hour for their fuel, and it's been more like 45 minutes for their fuel. So the P2 cars have been doing as many pit stops pretty much as the P1 cars have in this race. So it's that pit stop from David Hannemeyer Hansen just a little bit early by my reckoning. I don't know if the team thought about it or whether it's all part of a master plan that I've missed, but for my money it does mean that the number 26 car, the G-Drive racing car of Mike Conway, does have the slight advantage at the moment in the class.
My guess is that they back-timed the earliest they could bring Hannemeyer Hansen in to do his minimum amount of time and get to the end, stick with a car, and he's probably the fastest guy in P2, and he's probably 2 seconds a lap faster than Hansen, or 3 seconds a lap. They just want to give it everything they've got in this last run to see if they can get where they can get, stay ahead of the 41 car, catch up the 26 car, and, you know, and claim the teams or the Drivers' Championship.
Patrick Pele in and out in the 91. Now, I didn't see the start of that stop, and I wasn't looking out the window. So I'm not sure if Patrick stayed in that car, the number 91. We have had for quite some time the three major manufacturers who support FIA WEC, Ferrari, Aston, Porsche, in the first three positions. And thank you, Paul. Yes, it's the tall man, Jörg Bergmeister, back in the car. It's still those three manufacturers, but now Aston, Ferrari, Aston, Porsche. But of course, that 91 car is the first to pit, and indeed, as I say that, here comes an Aston down the pit lane. That will be the 96 car, though, Jamie Campbell-Walter. Now, he's got 8 laps on Jean-Carl Vernet, so he's not in any danger of losing. So, bang a set of tyres on, change drivers, set Stewie Hall to stun, and fire him out and see if he can get any further up the field. But at the moment, they are provisionally, as it stands, if nothing else changes, if the race was to end now and other caveats, they are leading the Drivers' Championship, the Cup Championship for GTE AM. That's Stuart Hall and Jamie Campbell. Walter Ferrari in the pit lane as well, and that is Enzo Potoliccio from second position. Teams Championship looking to go the way of the American team, and that will be 2 years in succession that we've had an American team taking a Teams Championship, with Peter Barron's 8-star this year, Starworks last year, and 8-star this year, and has certainly seen an upturn in his fortunes since then. Nick Damon?
The 41 Grease car coming, so I think this could be the tall, lanky Belgian getting out. All go right, we'll get out. Bjorn Vernheim will get in. Stop for the 45, that's his Keiko O'Hara getting in for a second stint. I think it was Jacques Nicolet get out, the true amateur P2 car, and all the benefit of it being in the field. It looks like the 25 crew are also getting ready, so we are now coming down to the money time for the P2 cars. Can they get to the end without stopping? I think the 41's going to need a splash. Of course, they went out of phase when the John Lancaster's visor got stuck in the airbox, so they probably will need a splash. It's now whether the rest of them can change the old-fashioned way of P2, of our runs, and actually get to the end of the race at this point.
Yeah, good point. René Defresne says, great coverage. I'm watching from near Sebring. Don't you guys get breaks? Breaks? This is a short race. For us, when I used to do Sebring, I did the whole 12 hours without a break. Paul does the 24 hours. Any 24-hour race that he can get his hands on, he'll do that without a break. In fact, he was trying to get us to do the double 24, the 48. Thank God that got cancelled. Otherwise, we'd have all been completely pooped by the end of it. And Beck Duggleby has tweeted at Specutainment at Radio Le Mans saying, just realised that Mucker and Turner have officially retired. That means by her calculations by their calculations, sorry, that they'll drop to third in the World Cup for GT drivers. Yes, correct. I would concur with that. Brakes. I have to say, once again, very impressed at the speed that was bled off that P2 car, the PCOM car. Going backwards, stayed firmly on the ground, no hint of it flipping or flying. Proof, if proof were needed, that the FIA and the ACO know what they're doing when it comes to aero. Nick?
And I have one of our stars of the show. It's Wolfgang Reep. Wolfgang, how did you enjoy your first P2 WEC experience?
It was awesome. I really enjoyed driving the car. I was a little bit sad that my double stint finish. I would have liked to continue because I really enjoy myself. I have still a lot to learn, of course, but my lap times are not too bad. I didn't manage to really use the new tires because I was in the traffic when the tires went at their peak. But no, except that, I'm pretty happy.
I mean, it is a constantly evolving, amazing story with the Nismo athletes. I mean, you were sitting on a sofa, suddenly you're in Bahrain racing. What was the most surprising thing about your experience in a P2 car?
Well, it's much more sensitive than a GT3. With a GT3, you can be very aggressive here. It's much more sensitive, and over the curb also, it moves quite a lot. I did a little spin on going too much on the car, but yeah, except that, no problem.
Okay, well done, thank you very much.
And let's quickly nip down to Louise with Ben Treluer, just speaking to him now. In fact, she's just finished. Unfortunately, as I say, we don't have any control over when they come in, and as the TV guys don't seem to be listening to when we're doing an interview, it would be rude to break off from speaking to Wolfie to do that, so apologies that we didn't get that that audio for you. The 99 car is in the pit lane, Pedro Lamy, and that's not good news for Aston Martin. Porsche Ferrari in the top three now, and I need to Graham Goodwin needs to work on the manufacturer titles points, but that car has been pushed back into the box. It's Toyota leading, still not quite a full lap over Andre Lotterer. It's about 1 minute and 16 the last time that I looked, and it's been gradually pegged back. Mike Conway by 47 seconds dodged a bullet with a black and white flag for contact when he might have got a drive-through, and that would have cost him all of that 47 seconds and more. Ollie Pline second, so it's 26 Orica Nissan from Morgan Oak Nissan 24 in second place in the P2 category, and Bjorn Verdheim back in the 41 car in third. If we think back to the start of the race some 5 hours and 7 minutes ago, clean start from the front row, both Toyotas locking that out, all 5 P1s going down the first corner, all the action happening behind as pole sitter Pecom Racing and Nick Manassian was double teamed by the Oak Racing cars and then rather unceremoniously pushed off the track by Olivier Plat. He dropped down to 6th position, I think, in class before fighting back before the end of his double stint. But that meant that the P2 cars had all checked up in the midfield and we had GT cars right in amongst them. And that caused issues as those P2 cars were coming back as Dom Kreheimer spun the car, picked up the Porsche. But that wasn't the least of the drama by any stretch of the imagination. First ever engine failure for Rebellion with their Toyota V8. And a fiery mess for Nico Prost, who had to help clear that up. Then, just a few, well, what seemed a few moments later, another Toyota problem, this time for the works cars, as Alex Wirtz had been trailing around a little bit of oil since his previous pit stop, and that car came crashing to a halt, or at least, sorry, came dead stick to a halt, and silently was parked at the end of the pit lane by the tall Austrian who walked back down the pit lane somewhat upset, I'm sure, but nothing he could do. Lovely bit, lovely gesture of sportsmanship from the head of Audi Sports, Wolfgang Ulrich, who commiserated. Big lock-up by the 41 to avoid a spinning Aston Martin down at turn 10. And that was the 96 car that went around. Then the lead in P2, held by Pecom after that Nick Manassian fight back. Luis Perez Companc got a very nasty wiggle on that car coming down to the final corner. Not the last incident rather, that car would have there. But at the front of the field, another works car, just as Alan McNish is putting his hands device to get in. Loic Duval grinds to a halt at turn number 10, and again a drive problem for that car. Then a spin from the 35 Morgan Oak that very nearly picked up an Aston Martin and Patrick Pilet as he got on the outside curb at the exit of turn 9 and spun that car around right into the oncoming Aston, who did a pretty good job, as did the Porsche, to miss him. Contact between the 76 and the 26 as Mike Conway got away with a black and white flag. Then Pierre Caffer, turn 15 again for the Pecom car. Brake failure, we're presuming, unabated speed, backwards across the gravel. The car stayed on the ground, thank goodness, and came to a halt. It was damaged on the rear end, but that car has... Now I'm having a look, has it got back out again, actually? Yes, it has. Pierre Caffer is back out, but down in 18th position and the last of the running P2 cars. So as it stands at the moment, it is Sebastian Buemi on lap 170 completed, and just coming around to complete the same lap, Andre Lotterer is in second place with 50 minutes to go of the season. And more Aston Martin wars. Nick Damon, the 99 car in the garage now.
Yeah, it's very sad. They've had a similar, let's have a look and see what the problem is with torches, and they have also now pretty much given up. There's no one working there. I think it's, again, waggling the induction system is probably another drive problem, but unfortunately that's a 99 out. That's the manufacturer's title gone. It's just not really come together for Aston Martin. They had some bad luck in one race. And both cars running well have had to be retired in the pro cars.
We've commented, haven't we, Paul, about how we take reliability in endurance racing for granted. You know, even at Le Mans 24, we're shocked when cars don't get to the end of the race. Not when they do. A far cry from when the race started in 1923. And this is proof, if proof were needed, that not every race car builder, manufacturer are infallible. They have had to work hard today. I don't know what it is about this circuit, the nature of it. It's certainly not been the heat, whether there's more grit in the air or whatever, but engine problems and driveline problems have plagued right through the classes in this race.
Absolutely right. And it's something I've said earlier on. I mean, endurance racing is supposed to be hard. I haven't yet seen a 6-hour race where the whole field got to the flag, but the day is certainly not far off when it might well happen. But in a way, this has kind of restored my faith in human fallibility, if you will, that things will go wrong over the course of 6 hours, and it is supposed to be difficult. It is supposed to be an achievement to get to the flag, and particularly when you're talking about the Le Mans 24 hours. I think the trouble is, I mean, I was talking to somebody earlier in the week about when Stracker Racing turned up to Le Mans in 2010 with the LMP2 HPD, and they had the first ever absolutely trouble-free run for an LMP2 car, but they suddenly set the bar at a much higher level than it had ever been set before. Audi did the same thing at the beginning of the 2000s with cars that, even if the gearbox did break, would be repaired in 4 minutes. And there's something kind of wrong about that. You know, the whole point of an endurance race is supposed to be that it's a struggle to get to the finish. It's not like just getting into your road car and then getting there.
Paul,
Let's
can
go
I
down
just...
and have
Martin Plowman.
Martin Plowman.
Thank you, sir.
So Martin, you came into this race knowing you needed at least a fifth. Is it a case of staying out of trouble and playing it a bit safe?
Yeah, I think so. Right now, we're just really looking after the car. When I was out there, we're just really saving the brakes, saving the tyres, and not touching any curbs. You know, we know what we needed to do to win the championship, so you know, we just got to keep the car on the track, and now we're just praying that it all stays together.
Well, yeah, we're not there yet, but how has your season been?
It's been a dream season, you know, for me, especially. I really didn't know if I was going to be racing this year until the end of February, early March. So for me, I thought I was going to be on the outside looking in. So at the end of the season, you know, now I can say that I won the Le Mans 24 hours, and hopefully we can top that off with the championship. So I mean, I'm just crossing my fingers and praying that it all stays together.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Remarkable year for young Martin Plowman, and great to see all this young single-seat talent finding a place in prototype racing. But let's not forget people like Wolfgang Reep and those who've come up from other ways, and Wolfgang is not so much of an oddity nowadays, not the first, and I doubt will be the last from the Nissan graduate program, the GT Academy, but also people coming in from GT racing as well into the prototypes. I really do like the look of P2 going forward, and it looks to be another good season next year. ELMS attracting more entries as well in the P2 category and in GT3 as well. And with the announcement of the new prototype category, LMP3, for, broadly speaking, carbon fibre tubbed, carbon fibre chassis CN style cars, that gives the same sort of springboard for prototype drivers as GT3 does for the GT drivers, and it'll be interesting to see how that develops in the regional series like the Asian Le Mans series and the European Le Mans series. So 45 minutes to go, and Nicky Team puts the best lap of the race in for Aston Martin number 95, 2:01.465 for an AM car. That's going pretty well. We've crunched some numbers, and when I say we, I mean Graham Goodwin over in the media centre. And the two Ferraris at the moment in first and third position will garner enough points for Maranello to give them the manufacturer's title. So Aston Martin so close in their centenary year to a handful of titles and will not win the majority of them. Jamie Campbell, Walter and Stewie Hall still up for the GTM Drivers' Cup, as in comes Andre Lotterer with 44 minutes left, Paul, what should be his final stop.
Exactly right. Yes, it's exactly on schedule, and according to the schedule now, we're looking at 198 laps rather than that magic 200 that I was hoping we might get. Just too many yellow flags at various points, even though we haven't had a full course caution. We had various points where there were yellow flag zones, and that just slowed the pace a little bit. No, I mean, it's so far been a good run for the number one car, and Andre Lotterer will carry on pushing, but I think that gap of a minute and a quarter is just going to be too much for him to get back from the race leader in the number 8, Sebastian Buemi, who has been sharing with Stefan Sarrazin and Anthony Davidson as the final pit stop unfolds. And also Mike Conway comes in from the lead of LMP2, and this will also be his final stop. And even though he's going to lose the lead now to the David Heinemeier, the Olivier Pla car, number 24, he'll get it back again as soon as Pla does his final stop. So it's all panned out absolutely perfectly. As Nick Damon suggested, the team's working the schedule just right to get it through to the full 6 hours. Of course, it's easier for a P2 team if it's a timed race than if it's a distance race, because when you start a P2 race, if you're in a distance race, you don't know quite how far the race is going to go, because you're dependent on how many laps the leader completes, whereas if it's a timed race, you just work out the time.
Nick Damon, the P2 leader in the pits.
And he's had a very, very successful and very easy pit stop, as I've walked down also from watching a straightforward stop for Andre Lotterer, tyres and fuel. Just trying to see whether, I just got to this whether Mike actually got out the car, whether he stayed in for a triple, I'm not sure.
John Martin's in the car.
Martin top of the Mike got out. So, right, John will take it back, and they've managed to say they've back-timed it brilliantly, and they'll get to the end, and barring disasters, and obviously are on a final warning, remember?
Yes.
Then they'll be celebrating tonight in Alan Dockingham.
The only thing that I would say, that was a 125 pit stop. Those that go further into the race will, of course, need to put less fuel in the car. Therefore, their stops will be shorter, but I'm not sure that it can be as short as it needs to be. Let's go down to Ferrari. Looks to be a profitable race from them. They split their drivers, remember. Here's Jimmy Bruni down in the pits with Luis.
Giancarlo, just 40 minutes remain. I'm sorry. It's because I'm going to ask you about Fisichella. So, just 40 minutes remaining. Can you keep that?
Difficult. Very difficult. I don't want to say anything. Up to now, it has been a fantastic weekend with Tony, with all the team. We never give up. I hope then all the hard work it will pay in 40 minutes.
And why I said about Giancarlo is hopefully this has paid off for you guys. You've been split up, but it looks like he could take second in the drivers.
I don't know. I'm just focused on the 51 car. I work for Ferrari. I've been working very hard to be here, and just focused on the 51. Sorry.
Great, thank you.
I don't think he was happy about them splitting the two drivers up, if I'm honest. You've been a team all year, and I kind of understand that. But he has toed the party line. However, it has to be said, gentlemen, that what it has done is it's given those two cars the pace to be able to tie up, albeit with some attrition for Aston Martin. Nick, you've talked to them all this weekend. It has given them the points to take the manufacturer's crown.
Yeah, I think that's more the reliability, because I don't think that no one would say that the two fastest Ferrari drivers by this point in the season were the two drivers of 51. I think Verlander and Kobayashi, certainly Kobayashi's learned a lot during the year, and he's very quick. Verlander's always been a solid driver. Probably would say that they've actually put the two fastest drivers they have in the 51, and then the other two drivers, one of which is still very quick and one of which is has got a slight issue at the moment, in the other. And in front of me, the number 8, the leader, Sebastian Buemi, comes into his final stop as well, which should be shorter. He won't need a full fuel.
Andre Lotterer has just put the fastest lap of the race in, 1:44.1.
Well, there's new fresh tyres put on this Toyota. So it'll be interesting to see whether they're going to do Seb Vettel and just get the fast lap for the sake of it. My guess is no. My guess is they just manage the gap now for more than a minute, and if Lotterer wants to steal some headlines with some fast laps, they really don't care, because they're going to be stealing the top step of the podium here.
Well, that's Nick Damon, the powered by Nissan pit lane. The Toyota held up for just a little moment down through the S's towards turn 8 by the Ferrari, by I think that was the 61 car, but you can't really get past through there. You have to go offline, and that dirties up the tyres. That's not a smart thing to do. 40 minutes to go. So, gentlemen, tradition dictates that I have to ask for your nominations for the Robin Goodman Spirit of the Race Award, and we will add the Spirit of the Season Award as well. I will ask you for your nominations in just a few moments' time. It will be up to the listener to tweet at Specutainment with the hashtag SOTR, Spirit of the Race. At Radio Le Mans, with the hashtag SOTR, Spirit of the Race. And I will ask you in just a moment. I'll just break off as the now new leader in P2. Olivier Pla gets a new set of Dunlop rubber.
And when he came in, the front left light wasn't working.
Yeah.
Now, whether that's a quirk of the way that the car's currently behaving when it's got itself on its pit lane speed limiter, I don't know. But it was pointed at by the WEC official who's currently sitting in the front right of the car. And he's saying, no, I want to see that light on before I let me go.
Oh, dear,
and they are being held now to try and get this light sorted out, and they haven't changed the name. So this is now a long stop, and this is going to make it likely. Well, obviously, the Bjorn Verdheim car will probably be ahead. It's just whether the Bjorn Verdheim car needs to stop again, which will make it issue. That's going to make it a bit closer for second and third in P2.
And Bertrand Baguette is on a flyer at the moment. He's just done 2 fastest sectors on his outlap from the pits. He is absolutely pushing it hard, as Ollie Pla has, I think, just left.
He's just left, so he's going to be fine to stay in his position. But of course, to get in the position he needs to be in to take the championship, he just needs to not make a mistake and carry on going round. He has no challenge from behind.
That wasn't. I mean, it was a 1:49 stop, but the last stop for the Greaves car was 1:41. So it's not massively long, 20 seconds longer than the leader.
The next Greaves stop will be short. They just need a few slash and dash, and there'll be no tyres, so it'll be probably about a 45-second stop, given the fact it was 25 for the alley just to trundle through.
Okay.
Need to weigh a lot of vibration.
Now that is the number 8 Toyota. A lot of vibration coming from the car, according to Buemi. Having said that, he's just done the fastest first sector of that car's race. Don't forget, Wednesday night, the I Respect Man of the Year show. 8 o'clock on Radio Le Mans, UK time. That's GMT now. For 2 hours as we go through the midweek motorsport show that includes the I Respect Man of the Year. We have nominations already on the website at radiolemans.com for man, woman, young person, car, team and driver of the year, and we want your nominations and a quick sentence as to why for the person who, in your opinion this year, has added the most respect to motorsport, shown the most respect in the sport, either to the sport itself or to their competitors. The key word is respect, and we are looking for your respect nominations, please, for the I Respect Man of the Year awards on Wednesday. Go to radiolemans.com. There is a link right on the top of the front page for your nominations and your votes. Right, gentlemen. Graham Goodwin says the 95 Aston crew for the Robin Goodman Award, and that car, all crewed by Danes, are recovering from the absolute worst that could have happened with Alan Simonson's tragic death at Le Mans in June, of course, and looking to be cruising to a victory here. What about you, Nick Damon?
My spirit of the race goes to the man who's not a Muppet, Nick Manassian.
Okay, Nick Manassian drove back from 6th position for this race, and Graham also says retired from the lead 3 times this year. For this race, Paul, Spirit of the Race Award?
I'll concur with Graham Goodwin, if I may, for the number 95 Aston Martin GTE AM team, but I'll also put an honourable mention in for the crew of the number 8 Toyota, because they've tried so hard this year. They've stuck with the programme, and for the last couple of races, they've had the fastest car out there, and they've done the job. They've done what they should have done earlier in the season, in my view. But for this race, an honourable mention for the number 8 Toyota crew.
I'm really torn about my Spirit of this race, and I'll come back to that. For the Spirit of the Season award, I want to nominate 2 groups of people, and of course it doesn't have to be these people. These are just our thoughts. It could be these people, it could be other people. Certainly the race control guys, I haven't agreed with everything that they've done today by any stretch of the imagination, but Eduardo Freitas to me is an absolute star and a breath of fresh air as we have the 25. It's not been a great year. Not been a great weekend for the 25 Millennium sponsored car, and he goes back into the box. Eduardo Freitas and his team in race control, I think, have been a breath of fresh air this year, and I think the positive way that they reacted to the situations at Le Mans and the excess safety cars and what we've already heard about next year is fantastic. But also Alan Tanier and the pit lane crew who are here every week as well. And they don't get quite as much of the limelight perhaps as when we're talking about their colleagues. Let's head down to 8-star and Enzo Potoliccio.
Enzo, at this point, we are so close. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. We're leading the team championship, but we're not leading the drivers championship. So, the Aston took advantage of the 2 races of the rules, the way they were written. Now WEC took care of that. So for next season, we look forward to it. And we're paying we had a bad Le Mans, so we're paying for those points we're missing. But we had a great season. I mean, the team did an amazing job, and even today we had great pit stops. It's not finished yet, so we have to wait.
Thank you.
I would add that Spirit of the Season awards as well, by the way, should be thought of for 8-star and Enzo Potoliccio, another American crew that could be carrying away a world championship. For the Spirit of the Race award this weekend, I'm going to say Wolfgang Reip, because I think that is the epitome of a sports car racing for a young man to jump into a series that he doesn't know, to a car that he's not raced before, and to turn in that and to be so cool and so enthusiastic when he jumps out of it. Absolutely marvellous. And I'll add into that another driver, Alex Wirtz, for just the brilliant statesman-like way that he got out of his car, thanked the marshals, walked down, took the commiserations from Dr. Ulrich, and then gave Louise a really sensible interview when he clearly was gutted about that. It doesn't have to be that any of those. It could be someone else. Very quick nominations. Nick, Spirit of the Season award for you?
I think it has to go to Aston Martin Racing, really. I think they summed up the triumph, the tragedy, the luck, the effort it takes to run in the World Championship in 2 classes. And I think they certainly, if it's a spirit you want, it's Aston Martin Racing for me.
And Paul, for the season, difficult one, I know.
It's allowed to be a team, isn't it?
Oh yes, absolutely.
So it's the team of the champion Audi team. They, apart from this one race, they've done everything right, haven't they? Including Carl Wilson-Clark, who was good enough to give me a great interview in the middle of the season after Le Mans. But Alan McNish, Loic Duval, Tom Christensen, Kyle, the whole team. I mean, you can go up the hill, up the order through Howden Haynes and Ralf Juttner, Wolfgang Ulrich. They are, as a team, the most effective thing in endurance racing and in this era of endurance racing. So, and they do it. I mean, talking about spirit, they do it in the right spirit as well. They have the right approach. Wolfgang Ulrich always gives us interviews whenever we need to. I didn't know you got an interview with him for Midweek Motorsport, so congratulations on that. I'm sure he speaks a lot of sense, and he always says the right thing. He's got a talent for working out what he needs to say, what he can afford to say, and saying it in a very clear, concise, explicit way. So Audi number 2 team and Audi Sport in general.
And Graham Goodwin adds, Spirit of the Aston Martin Racing never gave up, never surrendered. The number 2 Audi team took on the Toyota team, who we all thought were favourites, and their own teammates, who we all thought would have the legs on them. Those are our nominations. Vote for them, vote for someone else, at Radio Le Mans. with the hashtag SOTR for Spirit of the Race, STOS for Spirit of the Season. And Eve will do a bit of addition and we'll come back to you in about 25 minutes time. Looks like there was a slight fumble on Buemi's last pit stop. Eagle-eyed listener spotted one of the well, actually must have been a viewer really, mustn't it, because spotted one of the wheel nuts. Christopher Dupuy said left front wheel nut lost undercar, but he had a spare in his pocket, only lost about 5 seconds. So thank you for that, whilst I was looking at teams. I'd also say, by the way, that the dailysportscar.com team deserve a mention for helping us out all season. And I mentioned this the other day, but also all the PRs and all of the team members up and down the pit lane. And Nick, we talked about this in one of the earlier sessions. You've worked in Formula One. You know how difficult sometimes it is, even when you know people, to be allowed to speak to them and ask the questions you want. When you came into sports car racing a few years ago, not sure what you expected, but it's different here, isn't it? And we have a different attitude and a different atmosphere, and thank goodness for that.
No, it's absolutely, it's completely different. I was staring at various cars with various problems. Should I really be standing here and everyone's just kind of working around me? Was I peering at their problems, and making witty comments? Well, I say witty comments about duct tape and tyre wraps, but no, it's absolutely true. The way the paddock works is very open and very informative. The only difference to that was a certain well-known French works team who got it bashed out of them in about 3 years, and then they became fine as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, won our Team of the Year on the I Respect Man of the Year show a couple of years ago, which I think shocked them as much as anybody else. But they did the right thing. The number 1 Audi goes across the line. And by the way, come back soon, Peugeot. We'd love to have you back in the series. The votes come in. Hashtag SOTY Spirit of the Year. Hashtag SOTR for Spirit of the Race. Let's nip down to the Toyota pit. Stefan Sarazan is with Louise Beckett, who also deserves an honourable mention for all her hard work in the pit lane this season.
Stefan, I'm guessing you thought this moment would never come. We're so close now to the end. The number 8 leading.
Yeah, it's going very well since the beginning. The car is it's fast, very well, very good. Anthony and Seb and me are happy about the balance. So let's see what's happened. It's still long, and we know how it is. So we have just to wait and be very careful on traffic. So Seb is managing very well.
Any concerns about the radio message Seb sent back saying about the vibrations?
Yeah, he complained just at the end now with the vibration, but it's okay. We have sometimes vibration like that, but it's not a big issue.
Great, thank you.
Trying to work out how long it's been since some of these Toyota drivers have won a race. And I'm just going through Wiki and Facebook pages and things like that to try and find out. Hungary 1999, I think, for Stefan Sarazan. Well, I can't believe that's right.
Sarazan must have won something with Peugeot. Sure.
Yeah, I was thinking, was he not in a winning Peugeot?
Well, they won every 6-hour race for 3 years. He must have won something.
Yeah. Well, assuming it was his car. I wonder what Buemi's is, though. I'll be going back a little bit. We'll have a look at that later. Rob Chalmers says Dr. Ulrich gets his Spirit of the Season award. Hashtag SOTS. Could have taken political gain from the Toyota's problem, but instead respects their efforts. Fair point. Keep the votes coming in. We'll leave it open for about another 15 minutes or so. And whilst we're on voting, don't forget, I Respect Man of the Year, radiolemans.com, front page, top story. Click the link. Make your choices, please, in the 6 categories where there are nominations, and pick your own person for the I Respect Listeners and Viewers Award for the person that you think has done the most for respect in the sport or of the sport. And I respect the official eyewear of radiolemans.com. Well, here we are, gentlemen, the season winding down. Anthony Davidson last winning at Spa, in 2011 in the number 7 Peugeot. He's in the 8 this time. Nick, you haven't been to all of these, but you've seen enough of it this year. WEC, I think, has more than established itself in its second full season.
No, I think it's a very, very good championship, and it's only the exciting thing is it's going to get so much better next year with a third works team, some more interesting privateers, and upthrow in the P2 classes, and the carrying on the battles in the GTE and GTM. I think the problem they might end up having is they can only have 32 full season entries.
Yeah. And, that's about the right number, isn't it, Paul? Because, we've said before, you can't give away all of the entries to Le Mans. There needs to be variety there. So 32, 33, maybe even 35 full season entries. That's always going to be the target kind of number. And if that's what they get next year, then the series will continue to develop. And if we have a season like we've had this year, add in 2 more Porsches into the P class, then I don't think anybody will be complaining too much, do you?
No, absolutely, and I think it's been encouraging the way that the championship has got itself to its current level in a slow and steady way. It's not like it's peaked. It's not like it's suddenly become the thing and it will suddenly disappear again. I think it has come along strongly, but in a stable way. We do need to keep the numbers up. I think the other good point, though, is that the numbers that we have are a good quality, but they're also a good breadth. And I think that the beauty of the World Endurance Championship is that it has this breadth of gentleman drivers, young drivers, experienced, old hands, ex-Formula One drivers. There's a bit of everything in it. It's got the open prototypes, it's got the closed prototypes, it's got GT cars. Everything you could possibly want. It's in there, it's in the mix, and that's what it's all about. It's that mix. It's not sort of focused on one particular thing.
Yeah, won't disagree with any of that. Thank you very much for all the kind comments. Ricard Leitz continues to push the number 92 Porsche. Dropped off the pace a little bit, down into 4th place. 2 minutes, .710 for that car. Fastest lap of the race. I would say at this point, and we say it at the end of Le Mans, and it bears repeating again, that without our commercial sponsors, and they're all on radiolemans.com, but you know them, the particular ones for these broadcasts from the WEC, Travel Destinations, Nissan, following at Nissan On Track, of course, Michelin, and the rest of our commercial sponsors, including I Respect, all make sure that we can bring you this coverage, and without the support of the FIA WEC, who allow us to do it, and our broadcast colleagues down in the TV compound, then again what we do would be either very difficult or possibly even not available to you. And it is very much the philosophy of Radio Show Limited, the people behind Radio Le Mans, and our managing director, the responsible adult E. Hewitt, that we believe in the democracy of radio, and we will continue to do that with the coverage free at the point of delivery and all sessions commercial free on radiolemans.com, and that is what we work with and towards for all of our broadcasts. And don't forget, we've got 24 Hours of Dubai in the early part of next year.
Keep an eye on the vibration on the rear. Keep an eye on it.
Vibration from the rear.
Okay, we monitor it. Gap to Audi, 1 minute. We should be 4 feet up to go. Keep an eye on the vibration on the rear.
So that is the message from the number 8 car. The vibration on the rear is beginning to worry Sebastian Buemi, and the calming voice of Mathieu Lenel, his engineer, telling him we're keeping an eye on it and you've got a minute in hand, don't worry. When people ask us what they can do to help, by the way, just go to the webpage, radiolemans.com, and look at our sponsors for all the different events. They're all across the top there. They include Audi, Triumph Motorcycles, they're all up there. Racer Magazine and Race Car Engineering among them. And they're the people that you have to really thank, because without them we simply couldn't do what we do. I think it's been a fabulous season. I've enjoyed being a part of it, and we've got some more team radio, and then I'll get back to Paul. this is Toyota again.
20 minutes to the end. 20 minutes to the end of the race. Vibration stay in reasonable range. No problem.
All very well for the engineer to say that he's not driving the car and getting his fillings shaken out, Paul. I do love how calming all of the race engineers have that in common, don't they? It doesn't matter who they work for, how far up the ladder they are.
Nearly all of them do, yes. Occasionally you get on YouTube more agitated ones, but whether it's the driver trying to calm the engineer down. But no, that's right. I mean, it has to be that way, doesn't it? Because what some teams do is to swap them around and have the driver sitting on the pit wall for a test session at some point, just to see how the engineer gets on behind the wheel. Yeah, I mean, just looking at the lap times, Andre Lotterer giving it everything he's got, but when he gets down into the 40, he got down into the 44s a couple of times, but he's in the 46s now, whereas Sebastian Buemi is kind of worrying that he's going down into the 46s. He can get into the 44s as well. So I think it's probably more a case of what the vibration is heralding rather than what it is in terms of the lap times. The other thing that we really mustn't lose sight of as well is the battle for LMP2 second place. I think the G-Drive car number 26 has pretty much got it sealed up now, because he's got more than a minute of an advantage. But Olivier Pla in number 24 is doing his utmost to try and close in on Bjorn Verdheim in the number 41 Greaves car. Of course, this is the car that had Wolfgang Riep and John Lancaster driving it as well. And they're doing extremely well in Bjorn Verdheim. He's managing to hold Olivier Pla at bay, and having spoken about him, he's now managed to do a couple of laps more quickly than Olivier Pla. Pla was closing in. He got it down to 9 seconds, but now Verdheim's pushed it back out to 13. So, still with just over a quarter of an hour remaining of this race, there's the worry, the uncertainty that the leading Toyota is all is well with it, and also a battle going on in second place for the P2 honours. So as always, even in the closing stages of a 6-hour race, plenty to keep your eyes open for.
Looks like Matt Griffin might well be on the podium as well, as he takes the final stint of the season for the 61 AF Corsa car. Matt already confirmed for Ram Racing in this championship for next season, but he'll be popping up. He's the busiest man in motorsport. He really is. Popping up in a number of other championships. Just a quick reminder about some forthcoming action for you. It will be our I Respect Man of the Year show on Wednesday night, 8 o'clock. Find out how your votes have been cast through that programme. Catching up with some news as well on Midweek Motorsport, and we will try and get that Dr. Ulrich interview, the exclusive half hour that I spent with him yesterday, reminiscing and assessing his 20 years at the helm of Audi Motorsport. We'll try and play that at 10 o'clock GMT, straight after Midweek Motorsport. Already looking forward to the new year and more live motorsport in these parts, with the, I think, 8th iteration now of the Dunlop Dubai 24 hours full live coverage. 9th, okay, thank you. Thank you, Faisal. He knows, he's been to all of them. That is the second weekend in January, I believe. Yes, that is right. So full live coverage from the test session on Wednesday, with the team in attendance for that. Between now and then, Midweek Motorsport and all the specials you would expect. We've already had our IndyCar review, sports car reviews for European World Championship and American Racing, Formula One review to come as well. And that is all to come between now and the end of the Midweek Motorsport year. We've got 15 minutes left of the season, and the 26 car of John Martin continues to circulate with over a minute. But Olivier Pla relentlessly trying to bridge this gap. Bjorn Verdheim takes 3 seconds last time around, but then it's replied. Olivier Pla back down to 12 seconds. Traffic could play a part here, and you've got to hope that everybody brim-filled and made the right calculations, Nick, when they did their last stop.
Well, the question is, obviously, can Bjorn Verdheim actually get to the end? Do we need to have a stop and go? I'm actually sitting right behind the G-Drive awning thing, so I'll try and grab a quick word with, hang on a second, just have a little chat. Quick word, Mike Conway. Mike, it's been a pretty special race. You seem to have had everything go your own way, or go your way.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's been tough. I mean, you know, the PCOM car at the beginning was very fast, and you know, right, obviously with PCOM going off, but you know, we've been. It's not been easy. Had a couple of touches with some Porsches again, which not my fault. Just they seem to be magnetic in the last few days. So. Yeah, I mean, so far it's going well. We got a good lead. You know, just fingers crossed, keep it to the end.
How much have you enjoyed your year of sports car racing? I know you've re-signed in Indy for this road race next year. Are you back here? Are you thinking WEC next year?
Yeah, no, I've loved it, really have. And, you know, been great working with G-Drive Racing, ADR Delta. And, yeah, I'd love to do some more of it. I think it's been really good for my driving. You know, just really keeps you sharp. So many hours in the car. And I'd love to come back. And hopefully we'll be able to let everybody know what we're up to in the next few days. So, very excited.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks a lot.
And whilst we're talking about forward programming and planning, the 18th of December, 8 o'clock UK time, we convene at Hindhoff Towers for the Midweek Motorsport Christmas Quiz.
Not my team.
Yeah, I know. I'm still struggling, really.
Oh, you're only 2 men down of the 3 you need.
Yeah. Paul Trustwell has been crunching the numbers, and the top 3 in P2 is unlikely to stay the same, Paul. Oh, hello, Paul. Well, I think...
My fault, sorry, I took another mouthful of grapes. Bjorn Verdheim is going to have to stop again. In fact, he's in the pits at the moment, isn't he? So Bjorn Verdheim in the number 41 Greaves Motorsport car isn't able to make it to the flag, and so Olivier Pla doesn't have to worry about overtaking Verdheim on the track, because he's going to be able to do it in the pits, and Nick is no doubt down there to watch the final pit stop for the Greaves Motorsport car.
Well, it should be a very short fill, because he only has to keep the car going for about 17 minutes or so, or sorry, there's no 13 minutes. They had tyres offered, but I can't believe they're going to blow a set of tyres for this last point where they're going to really be pretty much stuck into third. Or have they managed to stay ahead of Bertrand Baguette? I know he was way back, but he hasn't been going quickly.
Pla's gone through. Baguette is coming through the third sector now, and we'll have to see where he is.
Greaves has already exited and is on its way probably by now up the hill towards turn 4, I think.
As Ollie Pla has gone through, and he's already heading towards turn 9 and 10, and Baguette still hasn't come through. That sounded like... No, that wasn't him either.
Even when he does, John, Baguette will only be going on to the lap behind the lap that Verdheim is on.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If only I could learn in this short career that I've had how to read a timing screen at the end of a race. I'm nothing overexcited.
At least got a window, though.
Well, I do, yes, for a change. Not we can see much of the circuit out of it, but it is nice to be able to see into the distance and see the cars coming down from 13 to 14. We have about 2 or 3 more minutes on your nominations or votes for Spirit of the Race, hashtag SOTR, and Spirit of the Year, hashtag SOTY, at Radio Le Mans. Tweet them to us, please. Can we also mention, while we're saying thank you to everybody, all of our syndicated TV colleagues and the guys who do the streaming for FIAWEC.com, the pictures to go along with our sound for the most of the season, qualifying, and for all season it's been the race as well. Well done, guys. Well over 10,000 for pretty much all of the race in terms of people logged on to the site, and that probably times us up to a lot more than that, because that's not 10,000 people staying on for the whole time, clearly off and on. So well done to all the guys in Paris, and indeed all of our broadcast colleagues, part of bringing the best form of motor racing, in my humble opinion, to the masses. So still no further issues with Sebastian Buemi, and we're listening into the radio just in case. 45.2 in fact for Sebastian last time, Andre Lotterer 45.9, so it's not closing down very much. Our Michelin track temperature 22.8, and our air temperature, much against what I expected, has come down to about 22.2 as well. It's at Celsius. Humidity, which peaked earlier on, has started to drop away again now, and Nick It's only 71% now.
That's only kind of, it's actually quite pleasant. It's probably the most pleasant it's been. Certainly beats Thursday night. It was 98 Thursday night. It's like
yes,
it's like walking through treacle. You're kind of cutting through the air. And the 96, I think, is about to do a stop as well.
They're sitting in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th position, but they have laps in hand. Stuart Hall at the wheel of that. Remember, Jamie Campbell-Walter was sent on a hunting mission earlier on. Unfortunately, the 76 car that they had to hunt down was rather nobbled by an accident, and that got them into the position. And Aston Martin, it looks at least as though those two drivers will take the GTE AM drivers title. And but Ferrari taking the manufacturers, and in GTE AM the team's championship going to the United States again. As in Nick, you are Mystic Nick tonight into the pit lane.
I just know what's going on. Well, occasionally I'm looking in the right direction anyway, which has been a problem. I don't think I can predict anything apart from what driver's getting in the 1 hour, which I can get 100% wrong every time. But they do come in, and it will just be a splash. Obviously, JCW was really pushing too hard and they couldn't get through, and that was a splash. That's already stopped and go. That was about 4 or 5 seconds of fuel maximum just to get them around the last couple of laps, rolling out, and they will take the points they need for the Drivers' Championship. But of course, John and Paul, it's going to be 3 of the 4 championships going to Ferrari.
Yes, and who would have thought that, by the way, earlier on this season. A season that will obviously be remembered for the highs and lows on the racetrack, and whilst we're talking about championship, we have to unfortunately as well remember the people that we've lost this season. And Alan Simonson should have been here, and Sean Edwards should have been here, and they are both great losses to the championship. And I'm sad to have to report that there's been another motorsport death today in what has been a terrible year for motorsport at the motocross sprint event in Italy. We're waiting to get some details from that, but Toby Moody has been tweeting, and I'm afraid the year seems like it may end on another tragic note. Let's wind up our Spirit of the Race and Spirit of the Year awards on a bit more of an up note, of course. And Eve has been watching, and thank you for your submissions. We'll do the Spirit of the Race first, and by some margin, it is the debutant, the new boy, Wolfgang Reep, as the number 2 Audi is craned away from the infield at turn number 8. Wolfgang Reep, the latest member of the Nismo Athletes Club and GT Academy graduate to join the World Championship in Prototype Drivers, wins the Spirit of the Race award as voted by RadioLeMans.com. And for the Spirit of the Year, I think we're going to combine 2 nominations here, as Aston Martin Racing, particularly the 95 crew, as voted again by yourself. So Aston Martin Racing for the literal highs and lows that they have had to suffer this year, and they've even had the worst of luck here. Your Spirit of the Year award then goes to Aston Martin Racing. Spirit of the Race here in Bahrain to Wolfgang Reep. Thank you for everybody who has taken part in that. No trophies to be handed out, just the knowledge of the people concerned, who I know will be listening and will find out that they have caught your attention in the best possible way, and it is very much appreciated by the teams, the drivers and everyone else who gets that. Nick?
I have I might not mention the award, but I thought we'd have a quick word with David Richards. David, it's I suppose this is motor racing, isn't it? You come here hoping to win 4 championships. Looks like you're going to get 1. Luck just deserts you at the last minute.
Yeah, well, that's how championships go. It's a lot of hard work, and it all hangs on a thread at the last minute. But no, it's still here to support the amateur team now, winning the Drivers' Championship, and that would be great for them. And of course, seeing the Danish car win the AM class here today as well would be a great success for them.
It really has been a season of highs and lows for Aston Martin, hasn't it?
It really has been a tough year. We've had our highs, we've had our very sad moments, and we've had disappointments like today. But compared with life in general, it's not so bad.
Looking forward to 2014, do you expect to see your brand here in the WEC with as many cars again? Is it something you're going to carry on pushing forward with?
Yeah, no, the plan is to come back with a similar level of commitment to next season, 4 cars, and we'll sort of start work on that tomorrow, I guess.
David, thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
David Richards, a good friend to us here at RadioLeMans.com, and always making himself available, whether the news is good and there's a smile on the face, or whether it's the other side of the coin. So we have got 4 minutes to go. It's 1 minute and 8 seconds at the head of the field. It's Martin from Platt, 26 from 24. Orica, Morgan and Zytek. 3 different chassis manufacturers in the first 3 places in the P2 category. Ferrari, Porsche, Ferrari, 51, 91 and 71 with 50 seconds between first and second there. So Porsche go through the season with the win at Le Mans, 1 pole here. And Ferrari take the bulk of the championships in WEC. And in AM, it's Aston, Ferrari 95, 81 and 61. And that, I think, is good enough to give 8-star, the American team, another World Championship for the USA. Good to see Matt Griffin getting on the podium at the end of the season as well. And it's 100
lap, I reckon, John, at the end of this one.
Thank you. And it's 140 days to Silverstone, by the way. Just thought you might want to know that. Just start counting down now. Between now and then, of course, plenty of endurance action on RadioLeMans.com. We've spoken about the Dunlop Dubai 24 hours in January. We're off to Bathurst in February as well. And that is becoming a firm favourite on the calendar. Thoroughly enjoyed our trip down there last year, didn't we, Paul?
Oh, didn't we just? Yes.
You don't want to go there again, though, this next season, do you?
I would love to go there again. I think it's a great event, but it's a reflection of GT3, and I think underlying this type of racing, there is a huge interest in GT3 racing and a different type of endurance racing.
Yeah, I agree, and we are hearing, having it started as a bit of a joke, that Eric Banner and Mark Webber will be taking part in the race. Not next year, but the year after, 2015. Eric Banner, actor and car bonkers he is, and if you've never seen the movie or the DVD The Beast, go and have a look at it. And Mark Webber, they're good mates, and the strong suspicion now is that after a bit of gentle ribbing on Twitter between the pair of them, 2015 Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hours will have Banner and Webber, among others, in a Porsche on the mountain for the 12 hours. That is over 12 months away. We have 90 seconds left of the 2013 World Championship season, with Sebastian Buemi just soft pedalling a little bit on this lap as he's down at turn number 10. He's got 1 minute and 22 seconds. He may just cross the line to have to go through one more time.
Yes, he will. He's on his penultimate lap at the moment, and what is interesting is that means that Andre Lotterer is going to have to slow his pace just a little bit, or run out of fuel on the slowing down lap. But there's nothing that stops him from running out of fuel on the slowing down lap. But it'll give Audi an idea of just how much fuel, how far they can go on a tank full of fuel, because Andre will get to go round again, but he's only a quarter of the way around the lap, whereas Sebastian is just coming around into the final turn to go on to his last lap now. He's going to go through with about 35 seconds to spare, I think, John. Yeah,
comes across the line now because it is the first of the 2 lines on the pit straight. It's Love the Beast, by the way, the Eric Banner DVD. And don't forget, you can join us at Bathurst and at Sebring and Daytona with Hindy's 100-mile-an-hour tours. That's the only way you can be guaranteed of hearing my voice in the Tusk Series next season. So come with us and enjoy 2 great races in the early part of next year. 3 if you come to Bathurst as well. Link is on the website. Here's the final message from Eduardo Freitas this year.
Entered the final lap. Leader has entered the final lap.
Go and vote for him on the FIA website, or for Tom Christensen. And let's have a sports car name battling against the Formula 1 and Rally stars. So Sebastian Buemi then, rattly rear end and all, comes down to the last 3 kilometres of the season. The time has expired. We promised you 6 hours and we're already over that. So once again, we have over-delivered as Jimmy Bruni gets ready to be crowned Drivers' Champion, which means I would suspect nothing at all to his daughter, who's sitting there with the dead cans on, with the ear defenders on. But Daddy is going to be
She's still asking for Christmas presents.
She seems, does that mean I get a bigger Christmas present, I think? Does that mean I get the Barbie World Champion with the garage house in it? And well done to Jimmy Bruni. It's been a tough old season for Ferrari, and they haven't had it all their own way. As Buemi then comes across the line, the checkered flag is out. He weaves left and right, and Toyota take the victory at the final round of the season. And finally, the 8 car is getting some love from the racing gods. Sebastian Buemi, along with his teammates Anthony Davidson and Stefan Sarazan, win it. Andre Lotterer still to complete. John Martin goes across the line and wins P2 for the 26G Drive team. What are their plans for next year? Teaming up with AF Corsa, we hear, possibly for a couple of prototypes, depending on what the status of Roman Rusinov is with his gold driver. Bertrand Baguette goes through, and in GTE, there goes Davide Rigon to win the team's championship for 8 Star. As he goes across the line in front of me now. We're waiting for Nicky Team in the number 95 Aston Martin. We're waiting for Tony Vilander in the 51 Ferrari. As we're straining our necks and looking to the right, there's a gaggle of cars coming through, and there is Tony Vilander just behind the Audi, and we're getting an AF Corsa photo finish as they come across the line now, and Tony Vilander wins GTE Pro, and that means that Jimmy Bruni is the champion. Nick Damon down in the pit lane.
And I am down with the winners. Taking the praise of his team. Anthony, quick word. I think I was actually with you last one at Spa in 11, so perhaps I am your lucky mascot, because I've missed the last couple of rounds. You have problems.
Yeah, it's just brilliant to win here today. Great to win for Toyota, first ever race win for them. And just really overjoyed for the whole team. We worked so hard for this. It's been a pretty tough year. We didn't really start the year with the speed that we needed. And the cars just kept improving all the way through. And we should have won in China. I think everybody could see that. And today was, in a way, I know we had a bit of luck on our, but after what happened in China, I feel it's fully justified.
So you've got about, a day to enjoy this, and it's the big reset button for the big changes next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, last time I did think about it. On my last lap I drove in the car. This is going to be the last time driving this kind of power plant for this year. It's sad in many ways that we keep getting docked with power and reduced downforce and everything, but...
Let's step down to Jimmy Bruni, the Drivers' Champion, who's with Louise.
Jimmy, you've done it. Congratulations.
Thank you. It was fantastic. Tony did a fantastic job. All the team, I can't believe. I have to say thank you to all the team, and we worked so hard, really.
Is it sad not to share this with Giancarlo?
Yes, but we are all world champion.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well, that's one of the good guys winning. All good stuff from Jimmy Bruni. And sorry to have cut you off there, Nick, but I think Ant was winding up anyway and wanted to get one of the world champions. It's a zoo down there in the pit lane as the fireworks head skyward. It's the end of a fantastic season of racing. My thanks to Paul Truswell, who has put his private life on hold for the last 6 hours, but I know he's got a dinner appointment to go to. Thank you very much, Paul.
It's been a pleasure, John, and thank you for allowing me to join in. And I'm glad that it's all worked. I mean, the technology is still a bit beyond what I can cope with, but or what I can understand or explain to other people. But it does all work, and it's a great way to be able to mix joining you for races and also not have to take too much time off work.
Well, your contribution's invaluable. Thank you very much, Paul. Have a good Christmas and New Year, and we'll see you out in Bahrain in January. In Dubai, rather, in January.
Dubai. You're in Bahrain now.
Yeah, I like it so much. I want to come back. Thank you very much, Paul Trustwell, and great input from Paul all through the year, and couldn't have done it without the Alcamel systems, boys. The first and second prototypes are in pit lane. Third will be the 26 G Drive car. That is really, really good run from those guys. Now, you've got to feel a little bit for Rebellion, who are normally there to pick up the pieces when the factory cars go, but they were the first to stumble. It was Toyota number 8 from Audi number 1, 1 minute and 10 at the line. And in third place, winning P2, the 26 Orica Nissan of the G-Drive team by 1 minute and 10 seconds from Ollie Ply and the Morgan Oak Nissan, the 24 car. And on the podium, Bjorn Verdheim in the 24 Greaves Motorsport car. A great end of the season for them, with John Lancaster coming back to motor racing after some time off, and the Belgian Wolfgang Reep in his debut in prototype racing stands on a World Championship round podium. This will be a day that Wolfie will not forget in a while, and of course he got the Spirit of the Race award, which I'm sure will mean just as much to him. In 9th position overall, Tony Vielander, and the rest of the 51 crew, being this weekend Jimmy Bruni, took the GTE win by 43 seconds from the 91 Porsche of Jörg Bergmeister, and that confirms Jimmy Bruni as drivers' champion. Kamui Kobayashi in third for the 71F Corsa Ferrari means that manufacturer and teams titles in the GTE category goes to Ferrari as well. Let's go down to Louise, who has Sebastian Buemi, gets the cap and the congratulations from his teammates, and Louise Beckett is about to speak to a very, very happy Toyota driver.
Seb, a massive congratulations. What a way to end the season after all that bad luck you've had.
Yeah, we are just delighted, you know. It's been really difficult for us. We came into this season hoping we could fight for more victories. At the end, we only got 2, 1.5 if we don't count really Fuji. So it's great to finish now the season on a high, and hopefully next year we'll be stronger.
Thank you, well done.
It was indeed 1.5 because it was half points. Nick Damon, it's a zoo down there. Where are you?
I'm walking up, and I have a champion with me, Ricardo Gonzalez. Congratulations, LMP2 champion.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy with the results. Difficult race. Car setup was difficult to drive, and then we had contact at the beginning, which changed the driving in the car. We just had to stay there. We did it, and now here we are.
It's been a great year for you and the 35 crew.
Yes, Le Mans was a dream come true. Now this is another dream come true. I think that if we had dreamt with this, it would have not been possible.
So much.
So 6 hours ago when we started off, it was the 2 Toyotas on the front row of the grid, with the Audis dropping in behind, and the 5 prototypes LMP1 cars looked great in the afternoon sunshine. The trouble started with the Pcom car right in the middle of the pack, getting sandwiched by the 2 Oak cars. Carbon fibre all over the place, and then both of those cars off the track. That caused a lot of people to check up. The issue then was that we had GT cars in amongst the P2 cars, and as they came through, inevitably there was accidents and incidents, including to the 92 Porsche. But the first big retirement of the day was Rebellion. First time that we think they've lost one of their engines. It's been a tremendous unit, that V8 Toyota, and it was a fiery end for Nico Prost, who helped the marshals put out the blazing rear end of the car. Bigger news was to follow, with Alex Wirtz coasting in dead stick to the end of the pit lane from the pit straight when he lost drive on the 7 Toyota, and he eventually rolled that car backwards. Even the hybrid power couldn't get him back round to the pits. He thanked the marshals, walked disconsolately down the pit lane, took the commiserations of Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, 20 years at the head of the Audi Sport, and the respect certainly evident there between those 2 giants in every respect of our sport. Well, plenty of avoidance going out on the circuit as well. The 96 Aston and the 41 Greaves car getting very close together at turn number 10. And then another big name out, Loic Duval. Alan McNeice getting ready to go and do his stint to bring the car home and confirm the World Championship, fighting for a potential victory, and driveline problems again for one of the big names. Loic Duval parked the car, it went no further. The 35 Oak Racing Nissan, the Morgan Nissan, very close to picking up an Aston Martin and a Porsche as they got onto the curbs on the outside of turn number 9. Aston was close as they followed through. Porsche, Patrick Pilet, even closer. Goodness me, I flinch every time I see that. Then a very scary moment for Pierre Caffer in the 49 Pecom car. Full speed through the final corner backwards, but the car stayed on the ground thanks to the aero, and that car was actually repaired and put back out into the race. Lost a bit of the rear end and finished actually in 14th position, still running at the end, and 6th position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Check that, 7th position in the P2 category. And then it was left for Sebastian Buemi with a nasty vibration on the rear end of his Toyota TS030 to bring that car home for the first full distance victory for Toyota in the season, and full points for them. Nick Damon down in the pit lane. Well, that didn't suck, did it?
It's a very, very good... I'll put it the right way. That's a very, very good 6-hour race. It had a lot more incidents than I was expecting, and I'm afraid you just missed a really good firework display as well.
No, I saw some of that as well. Are you in view of the podium? Are you?
I am, but I can't go any further than this, or it gets very achy breaky microphone.
Thank you for your work in the Powered by Nissan pit lane. We'll stand you down now because you've got a ways to walk to come up.
Can I say something? I think, as someone who has listened to many of the races this year, can I just say, from everyone, from the collective, thank you to you as well. I know you try and you can say thank you to everyone else and miss out the most important, because you are, and I'm saying you are the voice of sports cars. You are the man who's taken us through the LMS to the ILMC, WEC, and you are the man who makes it special for thousands of people around the world. So I'd like to say thank you on behalf of everyone. I'm sure we've been shouting at the radio saying thank you, John, for ever since you started the wind about an hour ago.
Well, I will say that it is a team effort, and without Tim Gray, without you, without everybody else, and of course without the responsible adult, we couldn't do it. But I'll take that thank you. Thank you very much indeed. We've got the guys on the podium, and here is the national anthem of the winning manufacturer, the Japanese national anthem for Toyota. Bob Constangiris doing the honours on the podium, where we have in third place the P2 winners, in fact. So that is the G-Drive team, G-Drive Racing team, the Oreca 03 Nissan of Roman Rusinov, John Martin and Mike Conway. We wait to see what their plans are for next year. They've been talking about teaming up with the F Corsa for maybe 2 prototypes, maybe a GT attack, but Roman not happy that he's been upgraded to a gold. I have to say, he drove very well today, and his times were right there with the pros. In second place, it is the outgoing world champions, the number 1 Audi Sport Team Yost squad, with the e-tron Quattro R18 hybrid of Andre Lotterer, Benoit Treluet and Marcel Fessler. And what fine world champions they have been as well, as they raise their trophy. And the biggest trophies and the biggest cheer, I'm sure, for the guys on the middle step, the top step of the podium, for Toyota Racing in the TS030 hybrid. Well done to the number 8 crew, Anthony Davidson, Sebastian Buemi and Stefan Sarazan. Very important result, I think, for those guys. Let's see who gets the champagne corks out. Oh, it's the P2 boys. They've beaten the P1 guys. Very, very impressive by the G-Drive team, who were very quickly off the mark. Certainly didn't jump the start, but they got the corks out quick enough. And the rosewater being sprayed. Anthony Davison very nearly drops the bottle. And a lot of respect on that podium. Let's hear confirmation for Bertrand Baguette and the rest of the 35 Oak Racing Team Drivers' Championship in their Morgan, powered by Nissan. Bertrand Baguette, Ricardo Gonzalez and Martin Plowman. Truly international effort there. A Belgian, a Mexican and a Briton in a French-entered car with a Japanese engine and an English chassis. And more champions.
Guys, thank you so much. Thank you, you guys have been awesome. Absolutely awesome. Thank you so much.
And Jamie Campbell, Walter and Stuart Hall for the GT Am Championship, thanking their team as they went across the line. An all-British effort there, with two Brits in a quintessentially British car. One might say two Englishmen in a quintessentially English car this weekend. And I don't want to upset anybody by saying that, but I think that is very true. The first podium celebrations are over and done with, and there's the confirmation of the overall result. 1 minute and 10 seconds separated Toyota Racing from the rest of the field, headed by Audi Sport, and G-Drive Racing win P2 in third place on the podium, as you've seen, ahead of Oak Racing by just over 1 minute and 9 seconds. And it was another 30-odd seconds back to third place for Greaves. Aston Martin Racing taking the Am category, and Ferrari 51 taking the Pro category. A lot of non-finishes and not classified cars in this race of attrition under the new lights here at the Bahrain International Circuit. No, he dropped it. Oh dear. You could piece that together. That's a little Christmas project. That's what I... On the screen now, thank you everyone for a fantastic season. See you in 2014 from the guys at Al Kamel and Race Control. Well, Wolfgang Reep and Belgian holding up the Belgian flag, as well as Bertrand Baguette. There are a lot of happy Low Countries. A lot of happy people in the Low Countries. Now, what we're getting now is the P2 podium. Greaves Zytek. The 24 Morgan Oak and the 26 on the top step. Jamie Campbell Walter, despite his English sounding name, is Scottish, so it is a British victory. Amazing last 4 races of the season for the 26 G-Drive car, winning 4 of the last 5 races. They missed the driver's title, but fantastic in a fantastic dominance, Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com, especially in a Pro-Am category. So we'll get Graham in a moment as we're presenting the P2 to Greaves the 41 Zytek Nissan. And Bjorn Verdheim, Wolfgang Reek, first timer. John Lancaster, second to the guys from the 24. Oak Racing, Morgan Nissan, Olivier Pla, David Ennemeyer Hansen, Alex Brundle. And of course our winners we've already seen on the overall podium. Let's mention them again. The 26 G-Drive Racing, Orica Nissan, Roman Rusinov, John Martin and Mike Conway. Graham, I mean, 4 out of the last 5 for the G-Drive Racing guys. That's amazing dominance, particularly in a Pro-Am category.
It is, and they'll be kicking themselves, John, for the poor start they had to the season, I'm sure, because in terms of the overall results we saw in the latter part of the season, they absolutely dominated. But just look at the guys across that podium. You've got great teams, some really great drivers, and let's never forget the contribution by the less professional, the more amateur drivers, in this class in particular. It's absolutely come alive as LMP2, and it's outperformed in every way what we thought this relatively new LMP formula could when we first saw it, what seems like just 2 or 3 years ago, but it's a little longer than that. But it's just been a great season. Great teams, great cars, some great racing, some absolute soaring highs, and as you were quite rightly mentioning a little while ago, John, some terrific lows as well, I'm afraid. And unfortunately, a lot of those have come the way of Aston Martin, and there's another one today with who could have predicted that in GTE Pro?
No, indeed. Bertrand Baguette, Martin Plowman, Ricardo Gonzalez on 141.5 points from Alex Brundle, David Ennemeyer Hansen and Olivier Pla and John Martin all on 132.5. And the teams, Oak Racing first and second in the team's classification, with G-Drive Racing in third position, 141.5, 134.5, 132. PCOM in with a chance for so long, sitting in fourth position. No longer fast and fragile, these P2s, Graham, and we've seen as well when they're the top class in the ELMS, they are certainly entertaining enough to hold a race and hold attention of a race on their own.
We've seen it, haven't we? You're quite right, John, in the ELMS. We hope for greater things to come in the Asian Le Mans Series 2. We yet to see what our friends across in North America can actually produce with their travails at the moment. But it's been entertainment all by itself. But what have we had bookending that? We've had fabulous LMP1 action, absolutely fabulous LMP1 action, and really great news to see Tota coming with a race win against what is still an Audi steamroller, and a hugely impressive one at that. And then GTE has been epic, absolutely epic all year. Came down to the wire in every single way. All 3 manufacturers came with a chance of actually winning the title. All 3 manufacturers looked at one point as if they had a chance of doing that, and snatched away from Aston in the most cruel way. But well done to Ferrari, well done in particular to Jimmy Bruni, a very class act indeed. And let's hope, John, that persuades the guys at Maranello to sign a few papers, and let's have them back.
Oh yes, absolutely. I think the experiment of the later start here with the floodlights, I know it was a bit of certainly an experiment to prove the concept for Formula One. However, I liked it. I don't care what the reasoning was behind it. I think it's a great idea. It gave the race a different atmosphere, a very special atmosphere, as we raced mostly in the evening time. And tell you now, when Formula One come back in 2014 and all of those lights on, my goodness, that is going to be a sight to behold. Once again, the Bahrain circuit has done a good job, and it races very well here. It's just unfortunate that the crowd doesn't come here at the moment, but I think to abandon it now would be wrong. There is a building, clearly a building audience for motorsport here. They do have a car culture here in the Middle East and here in Bahrain, and to abandon this now I think would be wrong, just as it's beginning to pick up a little bit of momentum. Many more hospitality places sold here than ever before at Bahrain, so I'm told by the organisers. We're waiting for the LMGTE podium to come, and here it is. In third place, the 71 squad is Kamui Kobayashi, and this weekend his teammate Giancarlo Fisichella in second place. Not a bad debut for the Porsche RSR 991 Evo, effectively, with pole position in second and a second place on the grid, and Ferrari take the victory as well. Jimmy Bruni brings the small daughter onto onto the podium, and let's have the national anthem of the winning entrant being Italy and Ferrari. Oh, that's going to be a big party. That is going to be a very big party indeed. Giancarlo Fisichella. I don't know what happened to Giancarlo. Small Bruni child taken off podium before stuff is sprayed. Wise move. Bubbly stuff in eyes of child, not good. So not only a great driver and a good diplomat, but clearly a caring father as well. Jimmy Bruni. Tony Vilander, Jimmy Bruni, and the Ferrari. See, the Ferrari Mark takes the World Championship in LMGTE. Some very nice cut glass trophies in the shape of the pineapple. Also, a race. Notice that that's Amato Ferrari on the podium as well. The AF and AF Corsa, no relation to the other Ferraris. Common name apparently in Italy, relatively. Hope he's back next year, really hope he is. And AF Corsa taking the team's championship as well. Graham Goodwin, dailysportscar.com. Are you still with us in the media centre there as we confirm AF Corsa from Porsche, from AF Corsa? What a season, and Ferrari perhaps didn't look like they could take this against the might of Aston and the new Porsche, and yet reliability and repeatability in a car that's pretty much at the end of its development now has actually seen them through in 3 of the 4 championships. So, our thanks to Graham Goodwin from dailysportscar.com. The press conference is getting underway in the media centre, so he is unable to contribute anymore. Nick Damon has joined me in the booth and is watching as we get ready for the final podium. What a race, what an atmosphere. What an atmosphere.
Lovely. I think we should hold all meetings going into the darkness, but only in the Arab countries, where going into darkness in Silverstone in April would mean 13 layers of thermals.
Yes.
And an umbrella. No, in all seriousness, it was an absolutely fantastic event and a really enjoyable 3 days and great hospitality. And they've been, we talked about technical issues. Forget those. The actual event itself, the cars going around, was fantastic.
I think this circuit does promote good racing. There's big long straights, there's twisty technical bits, and the compromise that you always have to have in motor racing is absolutely played out here. There's the confirmation that by a single point, Jamie Campbell-Walter, the Scotsman, and Stewie Hall, very much the Englishman, beats Rui Aguas and Enzo Podolicio to the Drivers' Championship in the GTE endurance part of it. Matt Griffin there on the podium, very happy Irishman. And what about the Danes? The 95 car right in the middle. just remarkable. Nicky Team, one of my real heroes of this season. And the national anthem of Aston Martin, the winning constructor, is of course of the United Kingdom. Well, I think that's an appropriate note for us to begin wrapping up as our own national anthem rings out across the desert here in Bahrain. What a fantastic season. The trophies to be presented to the GTE Podium, the 61 team in third position, the AF Corsa team of Francois Perraudot, Emmanuel Collard and Matt Griffin. In second place, the team that has won the Teams Championship, the 81 8-star, another American team. Twice in 2 years, American teams have won a championship here in the FIA WEC after a long gap before that. 8-star with Enzo Podolicio, Rui Aguas and Davide Rigo. And what a sports car find he has been. And on the top step of the podium, the 95 Aston Martin squad. The people's champions in every respect. And the last trophies of the year goes to that 95 squad. And that's Christopher Nygaard, Christian Poulsen and Nicky Team. And once again, the Danes are on the top step of the podium. And that's all from the 2014 season as we wrap up here at radiolemans.com, powered by Nissan. On behalf of the whole team and everyone who's taken part, we thank you very much for your interest and support for 2013. Let's be the first to wish you the best for the holiday season coming up. However you decide to celebrate that particular part of the year, and hope that you'll join us here on radiolemans.com for the Dunlop Dubai 24 hours in January, and at Bathurst for the Liqui Moly 12 hours, and of course here on the FIA World Endurance Championship, with 140 days and counting now to the first round at Silverstone in April. If you can't come and join us, then join us on radiolemans.com. Have a great holiday. Thanks for all the support. Bye for now.
That's all for now. Looking forward to see you at the opening round in Silverstone next year.
Checking flag, baby. Checking flag. 1 minute. Start.
Push that hill.
We have an accident. Terrible laps. Traveling spot.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, yay! Okay.